This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello, good morning and welcome to an exciting day of cricket. I'm Rico Fool. You're watching European cricket and we are on tour in Malta. Welcome to the Malta International Cricket Ground, where we're hoping on day 3 to get some action in this European Cricket Series. The international series went really well, especially those T20 and T10 internationals, and it was hungry. They were hungry for success. But then the heavens opened. Today actually is St. Paul's Shipwreck Day. It's a festivity that's been celebrated since AD 60, and that would probably explain some of the weather that we've had at the moment. But well, the celebrations will start today in Malta, and hopefully the celebrations with the cricket will start here today as well. We're expecting to see ECS Knights in action. They're taking on Swihi United. What I can tell you is the news from the coin toss that Swihi United have won the toss and decided to field. What I can't tell you though is at what time this match is going to start. There's been a massive clear up operation around the ground. The good news is you don't see any covers. I'm out there in the middle and it looks absolutely brilliant, but it is still very wet. So at the moment, the field unsafe to play, but we're getting the right conditions. And it's good to be able to say that because yesterday we didn't have such luck. It's not raining, no schedule of rain today. And in fact, the week is looking good. The wind is blowing nicely, the sun is coming out, and we're hoping that the ground will dry. But I do believe that it's going to take about an hour or so for that to happen. So keep your eyes on the bottom of the screen, and I also will keep you updated about the state of play in this first match. But it's going to be an exciting match. We're talking about two teams that know all about playing in this competition. ECS Knights, they're one team that know about getting into the final. How many times have they made it into the final? Well, plenty. But have they won? No. So they're looking to go well this time. But there's a lot of key players that are not featuring in their side. No Giles Matthews, he's injured at the moment. There's no Samuel Stanislaus in the side. And the player that was fantastic here last year, he had of Manu scoring almost 500 runs and taking 11 wickets. He's not in the side as well. So they're really going to have to rely on some of those core players. Basil Boom Boom George is listed in the squad, but not playing here today. So that's going to be a tough start for the ECS Knights, and they're hoping that some of their experienced players maybe can come good. I'm talking about someone like Nias Mohammed. He's a good all-rounder, and with the ball, well, maybe someone like Adil Latif is going to be key for them. Swihi United, they didn't play here last November. The last time we saw them was back in 2023, and well, the weather on that occasion was kind and unkind to them. Remember, their quarter-final against Malta washed out, and that meant that they did qualify for the semi-final because they finished above Malta. But then when it came to that semi-final against Gozo, after batting and getting good runs on the board, the weather came and interrupted the proceedings, and it would be Gozo's army that qualified for the final, and of course we know the rest is history. Gozo went along and won the final. So ECS Knights, they know that they're up against a good side here, and Swihi, they have come with some strength. I have to say that. They've got Mahbub Ali in their side. Lala is playing for them. Now, we know he's a massive player. He really did wonders for Malta Day here last year, scoring almost 400 runs. So he's just one of many talented players that they've got. But talking about bowlers, Wasim Abbas comes into their side, the international player. We all know the likes of Bishanai. He's outstanding. Then you've got, of course, two very good players who performed well back in 2003. Mohammed Qasim in their side and also Mohammed Amjad. So a lot of good players, and it will be very surprising if we don't see them go all the way into finals day. But for now, we're going to have to wait to see those tasty players on the middle here, because we're playing the waiting game. I had a good chat with Tyrone Peters and Sam Williams, the project manager here, and I think what they're now doing is they've done the best they can, the covers are off, and hoping that the elements, which are now very productive for drying out the ground, will play its part. We will see a game, but it will be a shortened match. So we're not going to keep you waiting. We're going to give you some more classic matches. We'll take you back to 2023 when, as I already said, Goza Zalmi were the champions. They did one over Edex Knights once again. And this is a match which also features Masida Warriors, a team that went on to win here last year. So I'm going to keep you with a classic match for the moment, but then do come back and join us a little bit later on when hopefully we can get even a shorter match in for the start of this European Cricket Series. Keep an eye on your screens and I'll come back to give you an update shortly as well.
Fifth in that table you saw there. They've got a 5-3 record. No results against them, but it's all about the Crusaders at the moment. 6-0, and looking at the lineup there, they've got a couple of good additions. I mean, this is the fifth time in Malta, and I know the likes of Boom Boom Basil George, who's captaining them, is on top form. Ryan Bastien, when he clicks, is sensational. Afi Khan can also pile on the run. So you've got a very good, strong batting lineup. But they're up against a good bowling lineup. Shishal Joy has been in great form. He's second in the wicket takers, taking 10 wickets in the series. And then Ajin Suman as well with 8 wickets. So this is going to be a good contest for me. Top batters from the Crusaders up against some good bowling from the Masida Warriors. A very warm welcome to a lot of people on the chat already. Bajinder Yadav, hello to you. He's saying hello to us, and Andrew Hogan, Kai Bai as well, and Ivan. Nice to have you all with us, and it's nice to have the players out there ready to rock and roll, ready to give us a bit of action. And it will be Ajin Suman who will be starting off the procedures here. A little bit overcast. There was some early morning rain, but fingers crossed that does stay away as we get ready for this one. It's going to be Ryan Bastien who's going to be on strike, and Michael Guntaleka, the captain, is out there at the non-strikers end. But as we said, they've still got plenty of good batting to come. Basil George and Avi Khan. I'm quite surprised one of those two are not opening up with Ryan. Try and get a good power play in. So nice to see the sun starting to come out. And Naudi is out there, one of the match officials, getting ready for the first delivery of this match number 57. And if you're tuning in from the sub-Indian continent, namaste, salam alaikum, sasrikal, Aibawan. Here we go, first ball, bat versus ball, and it's been whipped away. That's a good looking shot, and that will sure go all the way. It does, and what a start that is, what a hit. And right on cue. Well, yeah, I'm back in the house, and we start with a biggie. Lovely shot, picks it up sensationally. Just as the sun comes out, well, there it goes. Going, gone. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Beautiful hit. And a great start. Ajin needs to come back and goes sort of more or less in the same area, and the ball this time goes all along the deck. There is a fielder out there. He can't do anything about it. Thomas, there's going to be 4 more. So 6 and 4, and hungry for more. A great start this from Bastianci. He's not hanging around, is he, the big man? Big, strong left-hander. It's a cracking start. Under pressure here. He's taken 8 wickets in the series. I mentioned him as one of the leading wicket takers. Under attack early on from the Crusaders. Change of angle, see if it makes a difference. And it does. Instantly gets this one outside the off stump. Swing and a miss from Ryan. Dot ball. So finally, good comeback from the bowler. It's lovely to be back at this Malta International Cricket Ground.
And we're hoping
that's
that
a treat despite all the hammering it's had from the weather. Slower delivery, bit of a miscue. It goes out onto the offside. We'll take the single. The captain, Shadul Joy, does the fielding. Nice new turf. Official wicket that was laid last year, and it was just settling in. Be interested to see how it plays for me this time round compared to last year. Last year, some of the bounce was maybe a little bit unpredictable. Gives a little bit of width to Guntuleka facing his first ball. Gets away with it. That was nicely played. Just gets that inside the line. Good delivery. Just get a bit of movement away as well. But yeah, that's perfectly fine. Goes for the Yorker length. Good ball. Nicely played. Had to play at this, did Michael, the captain. Misses that, and he's right in front. Just guides that away. Takes a single. And, moves up the end of the over. So go straight back on strike, and not a bad start. 12 off it, courtesy of those 2 boundaries to start off with. Big hit for 6 and 4 runs. LMF is asking, who goes there, who will to the country of Gibraltar? Well, Joe's there, Joe Weggs. So you're in good hand in Gibraltar as well tonight. Just have a look at this, 89 to 93 in favour of the Southern Crusaders. No surprise there. You look at the form of the 2 sides. Captain Joy to try and bring some joy to the Masida Warriors early on. Gets this one to nip away. It's a nice delivery. It's a couple there on that area now that have gone past Michael Guntuleka. Yeah, so just slightly short of a length, and Michael's not really using his feet, and as a result of that, you see he stands planted in his crease, then he tries to rock back and guide it, looking to guide it down to that 3rd man area. Good start from the captain. Second in the wicket takers so far with 10. Now this is too short, and he rocks back and plays it away. The fielder will stop it. Get just a couple. Better shot this time, gets into position early, doesn't it? Nicely played. Pull shot. Nice little swivel. Just takes a single. Ryan Bastian's quite happy to stay on strike. Positive start. Back in, but doing too much. It's a good shout. You can understand the excitement from Joy there. But just nips back too much. See that the ball, once it pitches on the stump, just continues to go down the leg side. But it's Fuller, which is where he needs to be. Cuts back sharply. Wicket keeper Manuel Anthony going up, but clearly missing leg stick. Bit of width, no run, well fielded. It's better from Masida here. Bowlers just varying the line slightly. Johnny G in the chat. Good morning to Johnny, how are you? Yeah, Johnny just made the point that with the rain again last night, early this morning, the outfield will be a little slow. But that's been cracked pretty well. Fielded. Good pick up and throw. Has a shot at the stumps, and well, unfortunately, no backing up. So the batters will come back for 2. There was Tom Thomas right on the boundary that finally does the backing up, gets the ball back. But I think it was worth having a go. I think they would have got there. I mean, he's a little bit slow going. Ball watching to start off with, but he does get back, and then once it sees the ball gets past the inner ring, they take comfortable 2. Joy looking to finish the over well. Goes to the slower delivery, and though it's down the leg side, it's missed out on by Bastians, and that will be the end of the over. It's not a bad over at all, just the 3 runs from it. So after 12 of the first, he slows things down a little bit. Bastian's looking for that favourite shot of East, clipping it over the square leg boundary, but not to be. So we have a look at the tables once again. So 10 teams in action, and Sweet United, they're the team in form at the moment, strengthened with a couple of good plays, including with Yadav. He's been sensational. Southern Crusaders, they're looking to catch up with them here. I mean, a couple of wins, they're right back in contention, but of course there's a lot of those games that were unfortunately postponed that is causing a few teams some issues. Crusaders obviously know that if they were able to get those games, they'll be right up there with Sweetie. The team that are having issues is the Victoria Lions and Marsa. Well, there go head to head late this afternoon. That's going to be an exciting contest, you know. Goes wide, taking them on. Good one-hand pickup. Oh, this would have been close. This really would have been close. Loving the work there from the fielder. I mean, like Johnny G's pointed out, it's not going to be easy fielding out there. Your footing's going to be a bit slippery. But the fielder comes in very quickly. He knows that Bastien wants to get on strike. But look at this. It's not an easy one to field. It's a one-hand pickup. And that is so close. So, close call. Bastien's back on strike now. Sukmaran is the bowler. He's had a good series so far. And sticking to his guns, well, that one's a little bit too spicy for Manuel Antony. He hits his gloves hard, but not able to take it cleanly. Good delivery, conscious effort being made here to keep the ball outside the off stump. Well, Bastians, let's see if Bastians makes any change. No, this one's right. I mean, oh, that's spicy. A little bit of masala with that one. Oh, the spice is nice. We like it. And good reactions, though, from Bastians as well. This is a pretty quick, sharp delivery from Sajith Sukmaran. Really does creep up on him. So just see the way it hits the deck and pops up. See once more. So they had to take a bit of evasive action. Good backing up. Michael Guntelaka to take the single. Michael struggling at the moment. Needs to get his feet moving. And this one could be gone. They're asking the question. The umpire takes the head. It's very close, you know. Very close to that edge. It's a good sharp take behind the stance man Anthony. He goes up straight away. Not far away, you know. Follows him. And loses his shape completely. Look, loses his head. He's in no control. The wicketkeeper's interested. The umpire, a little shake of the head, says not out. Slower delivery. Gets worked away. To think about the second. Fielder recovers from a slight slip. Gets the throw in. Bifin Mohan. Nice to see the sun is breaking through the cloud cover. The forecast the afternoon, there's a chance of the odd shower. I just hope that the weather gods are now going to be kind to us after the hammering, not only that we've had here in Malta, but also in Gibraltar. The weather's been a bit unkind to the crew there as well. Sukmaran looking to finish. It's not been a bad over, but he strays down the leg side. This is clipped away. His best of deliveries, but not getting in the middle. And Thomas will come along and tidy that up. So just 4 come off that one. So after a good explosive start in the first over, see the Warriors have come back into this pretty well, and I think they'll be the happier team with this power play. They've restricted them to just 19. And I like the way that the captain, Chisel Joy, has to use 3 different bowlers in that power play. I mean, could have been tempted to go back to Saman, but wasn't. And you saw that the last 2 overs went for 3 and 4. So nice start once again, a very warm welcome to everybody that's on the chat. Certainly enjoying the cricket and enjoying that the cricket is on. And I'm enjoying myself here as well. And it's good to be back. And it's good to be back with Mr. Maximo as well, who walks into our commentary room at the moment. Vinny, great to be back.
Buenos dias, Rico. Buenos dias a todos. Hello, everyone. Great to have your company. And great to have your company in particular, Rico. First time we've been together for, what is it? It's almost 3 months, I'm going to say.
It's a long time.
Over 3 months, maybe. Maybe not quite that long. 2 and a bit. But, yeah, super excited to have you here on the island. So, actually, all 3 of us here. With Corey having the day off today. We'll mix and match a little bit this week. I know everyone in the chat very excited to see you as well. You're in Malta. Your scheduled joy, over number 4, starts with a big, filthy full toss. And Bastian's doesn't quite get all of it, but he gets 1. Yeah, so you've spent some time in Gibraltar, of course. Your first time there. How did you find that?
Gibraltar, what an amazing place. First time in Gibraltar. It's absolutely fantastic. The scenery is incredible. But the weather, the elements can get a bit harsh, and the crew there doing a fantastic job, and the teams as well. We had some interesting days of cricket.
Yeah, for
in
sure.
Conditions I've never experienced before. Let's just put it that way. But it's I mean, that Europa Point stadium
Isn't
is
so much
fantastic.
sometimes the rain, it's the spray that gets you there.
A little bit short this time. He does favour that shot, the pull shot, or the hook. But again, doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. Just get a single. So he's really playing a bit of anchor. He's going to, I think here, Vinny, that Michael's going to be thinking to himself, right, okay, the power play hasn't quite gone the way he wanted. He's still got the likes of Basil George and Afi Khan there. I think it's make or break here.
Yeah, I think so. I think that they're trying to get a bit more batting into Gunatilaka. I can understand that. I also think Basil won't be waiting too long to get out there.
Does him with the change of pace. I'm liking this from Shizal Joy and the Masida bowlers at the moment. They've been a good bowling unit, and they're bowling with, I like to say, it's a little bit of this Bombay mix. You never know what's coming next. The variations are good. That's the slower delivery. You can see Bastian's is filthy with himself and missed out on it, but that was all about the pace. It took the pace off, and it worked a treat.
Yeah, clever bit of bowling, wasn't it, from Shijil?
This one, though, is right where he likes it, and he's hit this hard, and he's hit it clean, and it will go to the boundary, 4 runs. And nobody's stopping that. That was just where he likes it. Good clean swing of the bat, and boom, goes to the boundary.
Liking the angle. Yeah, I just noticed, you might see bottom left there, Ryan Bastians. He's in the Malta squad. This is the squad for this weekend. We'll come back to that in a second. Afi Khan in there as well from the Southern Crusaders. Basil George. So 3 just that I can see right there from the Southern Crusaders. Also, Vidusha Rashmika is in the squad as well. So that's 4. Counting. Just having a first look at that squad.
This is hit down the ground, and it looks big, and it will go all the way, will it?
Well, it's good effort.
Good effort.
Really good effort.
Just get stopped on the boundary. Great bit of fielding there.
Yeah, that's Arjun Soman, who has been very, very good for the Cedar Warriors. And so, see, the Crusaders not wasting any time getting after it. So yeah, it's going to be a long single in the end. So good morning to everyone in the chat. I saw that Jason is there, and he's watching from the Zurich office, which I'm actually going to check out midweek. Looking forward to seeing you there, Jay. Of course, Jay played for Switzerland, the ECC, not too long ago. The old bowler clothesline comes in. Maybe we can have another look at that Malta squad because, yeah, plenty of players from this tournament we'll see there. Milton Devasia getting an opportunity with the national team. I see him there. Darsha Patanka, he's in there, but he hasn't been in good form so far in this tournament. Varun Prasad, likewise, hasn't had too much cricket, but that should be super interesting. Fazil Rahman's been bowling with fire for Gozo Zalmi. Anyway, this one is going to be horned to the leg side. And it's going to plug, and down goes the fielder. And we still can't pick it up. So this has been the story with this outfield. When it rolls along the outfield, it's actually pretty fast, right? But when the ball comes from the air, it just plugs. And that time, it wasn't just the ball that plugged, it was the fielder that plugged as well.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't surprise you because of the amount of rain we've had. But yeah, I mean, look at the fielder, gets lucky because he gets wrong-footed. But the ball, as you said, just sits and waits for him. And, well, he needs 2 attempts to pick it up.
We did it in the end, Vipan Mohan. So into 4 overs, there's 28 for no loss. And I also should mention that that John Gray, he's finally found a way to get back into the chat. So he is Johnny G in the chat. We've also got Johnny G from Malta. So we've got 2 Johnny Gs in the chat. It's
Right.
not a fake. It's John Gray, who's one of our big supporters, and he had some issues getting into the chat, but now he's back in there. So to John Gray and to Johnny Grimmer, very warm welcome to you. And you know that Johnny G, as in Johnny Grimmer, has a birthday this week. He actually turned 64 on Friday. He's going to spend some time in Greece.
Time on Friday. Well, he's gone for the big one, goes down to one knee, and this one will go all the way. Balle, Ginna Sona, Shaka, Lagia. Well, what a shot this is. Look at this, down on one knee. Says, Ale, fetch it. Where's the camera? Take a couple of pictures as he holds the pose.
Yeah, such a good shot through the line. He's one guy that is hitting some form. Tony Lewis bowling over number 5.
Goes down leg side, he asks for catch it. Oh, he doesn't catch it. Now the question here is, where does this fall? I've got a feeling this is pretty close to that rope. The batters are still running, and they will just get 2. Well, they might even go again here, actually, but Bastian says, nah, that's enough. Let's have a look at this. Opportunity, not an easy one, because he's got to be aware of where the rope is here as well. Question is, first of all, are his feet okay? And then where does the ball drop? Have a look, where's his feet when he goes to attempt this? Looks okay there, and that's going to be 4, because when he does touch it, he's on the other side of the ground. So it's probably not 6, but it's definitely 4 for me. It's a boundary, because look, just at this point, look at that foot is planted, and he makes a touch on it, I think. I just wonder if they're having a look at this again. I'm pretty sure there's a bit of hand contact. Yeah, there you go. Andy Nowdy getting the signal through. Great work from the production team here, Vinny.
Yeah, fantastic work. Elza doing a great job on that replay for us. So great camera work. Anyway, this one you might not need a replay, Rico. This one's out of here.
You don't bowl it there, as this one has been whipped away effortlessly. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Eso es más dulce de tarta de chocolate. There he goes. Bastian, you just can't bowl at his pads. And, well, they've done well the last few overs to keep it outside the off, and now as soon as he's back into the ball angling into his body, he's been put it away. Lewis, 16 of just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, and Lewis having a rough time.
Being hit down the ground, so this is where Longhorn comes in, makes the change.
I want to say hello to Sundori, to Marnus in the chat as well, I think to Ivan, to Andrew Hogan, and of course Mrs. Hogan, Graham Doolan, Julian Dawson, anyone I've missed. Matt Aravides also watching from Perth, sunny 35 degrees there. I actually caught up with Matt when I was in Perth, believe it or not. Messaged him on social media, he said, do you want to catch up for a beer? I did, and I watched a session of the test with him at one of my favourite places.
Oh, big wild swing. Guntherlicker's still there, but he's just eating up deliveries.
And I want to say hello to Helix as well, all the Johnny Gs in the chat. And Pantera had a good question. He said, you know, what about Pushpa Rajan? He's having a very good tournament. Why isn't he in the Malta squad? But you've got to remember, this is ICC criteria. So Pushpa Rajan hasn't lived in Malta long enough. He hasn't fulfilled the residency requirements, which is 3 years. He's only been here less than a year. So that's why there might be a few players playing well in this series. You might say, hey, how come they're not in the Malta squad? You need to fulfill either one of the 2 criteria for ICC selection, which is either citizenship or passport, or to have lived in the country long enough. Anyway, end of the over. The score is 46 without loss. Pretty excited, Rico. It's 2 weeks today until we will be in Khartoum for the first day of ECL 23, the 3rd edition. Hard to believe it's going to be here. Remember, the end of last year was saying it'll come around quickly. It sure has.
It's hard to believe it's going to be here. Yeah, it's 14 days, but it's also hard to believe that you cooked the robots. What's going on there? What's this story I heard about the Robothon? You did this Robothon. Everybody got excited. What's happened?
Here's the good
Give me an
news.
update.
The one good thing about the 3 days washout, it gave me 3 days to kind of brush up on my Mandarin and sort this out. Yeah, so here's the thing. The robots have been ordered again. This time they did approve my payment. I know there was one plan at one stage for you to pay.
That's correct, yeah.
I worked it out. Honestly, it was jumping through hoops. You have no idea. And the funny thing was, this Chinese website thought I was scamming them. I'll decide who's scamming who. And
so they're back ordered. They're on the way. That's good news.
I suppose, so they've told us the delivery date is expected between the 21st of February and the 11th of March. So it could be anywhere from a week before, a week before to maybe halfway through. So stand by.
Vipin Mohan comes on to bowl. And, This is a full toss and he's been absolutely hammered and he's going to take the catch. Yes, he does. That's quite exceptional from Shizzle Joy, the captain. What a catch this is. This is hit like a bullet. And I reckon when it hits his hands first time around, he goes, ooch, ah, cha-cha-cha, but it stays in his hands. What a catch, Vin.
Yeah, that's incredible, and potentially a game-turning catch. Shizzle Joy, I mentioned it in the preview. He's one guy, whatever his team needs, he never seems to let them down. He can bat anywhere between 1 and 10. This one, where he had the fumbles, we've seen some amazing juggle catches here in Malta. We even saw a catch that somebody juggled to another fielder, and then it went back to him, the original fielder. But it's a pretty useful opening partnership. But if you think things are getting easier, the Warriors might have another thing coming, because this looks like it's going to be Boom Boom Basil coming out at number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Basil, he's quite sensational. But he comes in there thanks to what was a brilliant catch for the captain. Well held. And it could make all the difference here, because one thing that I think Basil, he hasn't got as much time as he would like out there. So maybe in a bit of a hurry. So maybe a few missed hits here. Let's wait and see. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He knows he hasn't got as much time. We already passed halfway point, so he's going to go after everything straight away. So sometimes when you're going with that mindset, you don't get your timing right. So it could work in the favour of Masida.
It's well bowled by Mohan as well. He locates that one pretty well. A very small margin for error to Basil.
Oh, well, he gets away with a full toss there, Vin. That should have been pasted to the boundary. Basil looking to hit it straight when he should have just waited and played it down on the offside. So gets away with that.
First couple of balls, no matter who you are, you're a little bit jumpy. I think this one's going to be attempted to be smashed out of the ground.
He misses out on another, so 2 deliveries outside the off. They're full deliveries as well, and Basil, maybe he's just stuck inside his crease a little, but gets away with 2 of those.
Always can be difficult when you're coming out cold. Doesn't matter what you're facing. And Mohan, to his credit, he's got it right, definitely line-wise to Basil George. He's only had 1 run scored off this over. Last ball.
And he beats him again. It's really good bowling. What an over that is. What an over indeed. I mean, it could have been all different if it weren't for an outstanding catch on the boundary from the captain, Shizzle Joy. But Mohan, just when he needed to slow things down slightly and put more pressure on the Crusaders, he's done just that. As the bowling figures there. Vipin Mohan so far, just a one wicket as well. And you've also got Sumakaran to come back. You've got the likes of Saman as well. So they've got options here to tidy the innings off well.
Just looking at this lineup, though, no Divyesh Kumar in the lineup for the Warriors today. Hey, let's have a look at this Spain squad as well, because I want to get your thoughts, of course, as a Spanish resident. Tell me who you're looking forward to seeing in this one.
Well, I like what's happened here. That there's a mixture of some experienced players and players that haven't got as much experience as well. It's good. I mean, the biggest thing for me, news is for me, is Baba Khan and Matthew Rahman. Matthew Rahman is a youngster. I've been seeing this young man play for a long time. It's great to see he's qualified to play. He's going to be useful. But I think in this format, Baba Khan, look out for him.
It's one thing to see if you can do it at the next level, so I think that's a great opportunity.
It's a good challenge for them.
They will get opportunities, those players, as well. Here's the start of a new over. It's going to start with the wide. It's Joy Mathai, who is in the lineup. Just going back to this game for a second, no Divyesh Kumar hurts the Warriors as far as their batting. He's been brilliant for them, but they do have Sajid Sukumaran in the lineup.
It's a bit short. It hooks it away. It just gets it over the infielder, but once again, Michael Guntaleka just isn't happening for him. He gets to 10, but he's taken 13 deliveries to do it. That was the first wide in the innings, by the way, so they've been pretty tidy. They're just 2 extras.
Especially because they've been kind of flirting with the tram line as well, so they haven't made any mistakes. Yeah,
look,
I mean,
going back to those squads, I mean, of course, what we're talking about is this the international T10 happening there this coming weekend. I mean, isn't that big? Isn't that huge?
It's huge. The first time we've had T10 cricket outside Spain, we realise as well. 50's up for the Crusaders now.
Tucks Basil up a little bit there. That's the sort of lot of the areas Basil is probably looking for. He's very strong there, but it just doesn't seem with it at the moment. A little bit tied back, pegged back a little. Good delivery there from Mathai.
Yeah, I just feel like the bowlers are in charge of Basil so far. I mean, one big hit from Basil could turn that dynamic around.
This is a little chip, and we'll get just a single. So this is now Michael Guntaleka. I think whatever happens here, he's going to be throwing his bat at this pretty hard. He's still got Afi Khan, who's a hard hitter, to come in as well.
There's Bristow Baby, still one of our favourite names.
I love it.
On the European Cricket Network. Yeah, so the Spanish squad, interesting as well. At some point, we'll probably look at the Austrian squad as well. But yeah, as far as a concept, I mean, it takes a lot to make it happen as well. Obviously, transporting the international players and the accommodation, all those costs. But I'm so glad they found a way to make it happen, because it just is going to mean more international cricket on the network. Yeah, just a single. So the Crusaders have hit the skids a little bit. These last third of the innings is going to be super important. And of course, we've got the 2 days of the men's ECI, but then the first time women's T10 international cricket in Gibraltar starting on Monday, and that's also really exciting.
And all of that happy, you know what's so great? I mean, February it's super February, isn't it? What a month it is, because as you said, men's here. This one's a swing and a miss and getting a bit frustrated because they're not getting runs on the board. Bowlers on top, only 4 of that one from Matthias, so they are going along really nicely here. The score 51. It stays after 7 overs. So on top, I think we'll see the Warriors here. But just touching back on that, Vinny, absolutely amazing that we got the T10 men's international, women's one come out. You're going to go for that in Gibraltar. That is going to be fantastic. 4 teams taking part in that, and then of course it all leads up to the big one, the ECL. It's just what a month.
Super February. You're probably exactly right.
What a month.
Just remember, Rico's back with me today. If you want to say a quick welcome back to the ECS to Rico, you can always get him on Rico Full on Instagram. And yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is from this Saturday, 3-team, 9-match men's ECI tournament. Women's starting Monday. That's 2 matches a night from Gibraltar involving 4 teams. And yeah, just looking at those squads as well. Super excited that we'll get to see international cricket, international T10 cricket outside an ECC for the first time. Yeah. So yeah, stay tuned. Going to be a big weekend. Big weekend for travel for me, because the Malta to Gibraltar is not an easy route to get quickly. It's not an easy route.
I mean, which way are you going? You know, what you're going via where?
I'll tell you actually my trip Sunday night. It's Mohan. Well, it's a very good first over.
Goes for that leg stump Yorker. Basil
look at the length they've bowled though. Yeah. Up in the block hole, I think no matter when you're bowling, it's always a good default. I think Basil is looking for some length to get under and kind of get a swing on the ball, but yeah, right now he's really struggling to get going, and Tillich has been struggling to get that run of ball pace.
Well, he's going to get lucky that they're going to get a bye here. Keeper just not able to pick the bounce. It's a slow delivery, well disguised, but it's all tiki-taka at the moment. And well, one man who can go boom boom is out there now. Basil George, is he going to finally get one out in the middle of the back? What I've noticed though, they're staying on the back foot. They're not coming down the pitch here, Vin. Got to take him on. Basil knows it.
Disrupting the length here. Feet not really moving at the moment. Warriors sending in the Crusaders at the moment. This is exactly what they want. Again, great length from Mohan, and all he can do is get a toe of the bat on it, just a single. Yeah, so obviously Joe Wegasani is doing a great job in Gibraltar. He was almost blown away last night, I think, literally. But he'll be there with me for the women's series starting on Monday. I'll be here for the men's ECIs on Sunday. So I go Sunday night, I go to London, Gatwick. I stay in a little cube, because I like cubes.
Oh, well, this is a miss out. Is he going to go to the boundary? We are 4 byes. Well, that's so unfortunate. That's 5 byes in this over. Valuable runs for the Crusaders. Once again, totally missed here by Manu Anthony. He should have done better here.
Yeah, it's a momentum killer, isn't it? And Anthony just needed to make the block however he could, even if he didn't take it cleanly. It burst through him.
So you go to London.
So I'm going to London, staying in a pod for a few hours. I'll tell you the exact time in a minute.
Better shot. Has he got power to go to the boundary? No. Fielder was there. Nicely done by Tony Lewis.
End of 8 overs, so 60 for 1 after 8. And the Crusaders been hamstrung a little bit. Some good bowling, though, has started it off in this innings. Yeah, so I fly, I think I leave here about 8 o'clock. I get to London about 11 o'clock, and I've got a little somewhere to sleep overnight in the airport, because I'm flying 7 a.m. straight into Gibraltar, which apparently is a bit of a hairy landing.
Good luck,
buddy. Yeah, that's what everyone. The pilots have to be specially trained because of some political issues. The plane has to basically do what seems like a U-turn to get in there. And definitely when I was there last year, okay, different world then, but there are only about 3 flights a day going to Gibraltar. And you probably know this now. The pedestrians walk across the runway, then they put the boom gates up saying, sorry, there's a plane coming in.
Correct.
And
that's actually the border is the runway, the airport. So you actually have to stop and let the planes land. This will be quarter wide. But listen, I don't want to put you off or anything, but while I was there, especially the last couple of nights, there was 3 flights that were diverted to Malaga and other parts of Spain because it gets a bit choppy. And if you've never seen it, folks, this is thrashed down the ground, but I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. No, it won't. It will be fielded there by Saman. Yeah, if you can go on to YouTube and look at some of the landings in Gibraltar. Just have a look at those before you go, mate.
Yeah, I've seen it. The other thing is, you know, there's a football field right next to the runway.
Yes.
I'll tell you a funny story that some of the Gibraltarians...
It's the National Stadium.
Yeah, they were telling me about this. As I just get another one down the ground for one, so holding them well. I think they're going to genuinely take it on. So apparently they said when you're playing a football match there and the plane's landing, the ball starts blowing all out of the ground because the plane landing affects the wind, creates wind.
Better shot. And this one will go to the boundary. So finally, Michael Gunther, he finds one out of the middle, but he's been there a long time. That's the 21st delivery that he faces. And, well, though he hits the boundary, it only takes him on to 18. So 18 of 21 balls. He'll know that in this format, and being the captain, that's not good enough. And maybe he's got a flurry to finish with.
I think that this score is still competitive, though.
Oh,
Ooh.
wow, that could have been nasty.
Back foot.
Joy Mathia, he just slips there.
Back foot lands on the side of the foot, gets a pat in the back from Andy Nowdy. Anyway, good to see he's okay and back up and about. I think something like 80, it's more competitive than you think.
Rocks back again, and he's going to get back-to-back boundaries. So not the line to be bowling. He's played this shot throughout the innings, but without much success. Hasn't really timed it well. And now he's got 2 in 2 fours. That's exactly what he needed. So the captain is waking up.
You can see the difference, though. These are balls that are shorter. They're not short balls, but they have some length on them to work with. I think when the Yorkers have been coming out, you can only really get the bottom of the bat on them. So I think he just has to get a little bit fuller here, Joy Mathai. He's got 2 to come.
He does get fuller. This will be driven down, but should be nicely fielded.
So it's hit pretty hard, but I mean, can't get more than 1. So that's a good adjustment from the bowler.
Yeah, but this is the thing. He's under attack here. And, so George, we're looking to go after. I mean, his strike rate at the moment is not good at all either. Just 4 of 10.
One of those innings for Basil. He has not been able to break out. He'll be trying now. Last ball of the 9th.
He hits this pretty well, and he's not moving. But, well, he'll have to move because the catch gets put down, and it's Bristow Baby that puts it down. Well, he's going to be crying like a baby because that could have made a big difference. But Basil, he hits it, says, nah, it's going all the way. It doesn't, you know. Bristow, good attempt in these conditions, but wasn't able to hold on to it. And then they do take the single.
Yeah, well, don't drop the baby. The baby does a drop, and it will be the end of 9. I'd love to see Bristow getting a bowl a bit more as well. Anyway, Basil survives. I suppose that saves 5 runs in a way, but it does keep Basil there at the crease. You always just feel he's 1 ball away from launching a huge amount of 6s. So 73 for 1 after 9.
What's been the average score here then?
Yeah, so I think it's around 85 or so. Not sure if you've got the graphic ready to go just yet for today, but average score 94 in this tournament. I also think, though, the Warriors, no Divyesh Kumar is probably the most consistent batter. He's not in the lineup. I think something like 80 is pretty competitive, especially Southern Crusaders got a pretty disciplined bowling lineup of their own. Got a good keeper behind the stump, Safi Khan. Let's see. I think this could be a close one. Soman to bowl the 10th.
An edge, and well, it was almost a slow motion dive from the wicketkeeper Manu Anthony. I don't think he wanted. It was like the heart was saying, let's do it. The body was saying, no, I'm not going. And he doesn't really get off the ground at all. So it gets past him, but doesn't go to the boundary.
Yeah, well, it's a good effort, actually. I don't know whether he gets a finger on it or not. And the ball comes in. So you don't want to waste your direct hits. It's an interesting one here.
Yeah, lucky.
I think
his bat is only just past that line. If it's on the line here only, he would be out. I mean, they're going to have to look at this. I mean,
this is so close, actually.
Is it actually part? You know what? I'm looking at that again and thinking, I don't know.
I'm going to go with just in, like 1 blade of grass.
Yeah,
I think that
just the right side of the line.
Yeah,
close.
It's a really good bit of camera work as well. See, they liked it, but I mean, I suppose the argument here is, do you want Michael in or out? Because someone could come in and just come and just whack it from the get-go. But
yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised they're looking at this a few times because it's very close. The question is here is, does the bat actually get past the line? And I think when you look at it again side on, I think you see that he just gets the toe end of the bat down the other side of the line.
I think ultimately you go with umpire's call here. I think that's what they're going to do. But like I say, lucky maybe the rain made the grass grow a little bit more, and that's what his bat's touching. Anyway, good to Teleka.
Nicely played. That's more like it. And well, he goes with the feet. He gets lucky, gets the stop in. He wasn't really going that fast once again because the outfit is pretty wet and soggy, so it's not racing along it. But a nice shot. He's starting to click now, a little bit late, but starting to click. But he'll be looking to take this form into the next match, that's for sure. What about Basil? Can he go boom, boom?
Yeah, well, Marnus thinks maybe it's Basil's grip that affects his ability at times. Maybe. I mean, sometimes he maybe just holds back a bit too hard. He seems to get a bit leg side conscious, but yeah, he just hasn't been relaxed in this innings at all. And you can see the worse it's getting now. They like it. But
yeah, I mean, look at his body. Look where he's going here. He's going way down the leg side here. And there's no way, and that's where the bowler does the right thing. Get it outside the off. There's no way he's getting bad onto it. Clever bowling. Look where Basil goes. Takes himself away from the shot. If he stands still and looks to hit over extra cover, that's the shot to play. But they've got him sussed here slightly.
Makes it hard to reach as well. But yeah, that's the thing. He's a fluid player when he gets in, but it just has never got going.
This time he does wait for it. It gets a fair bit of bat on this. A slight misfield in the in circle, but they'll only just take the one.
Kai in the chat, just reminding everyone, if you haven't subscribed already to ECN, do it right now. ECN European Cricket Network. Get in early before the ECL rush and the international rush, which is coming during February. But yeah, it's one of those innings, maybe just write it off. I mean, this is where it's probably good you get another game this morning. It probably goes back to the top of the order.
Yeah. I mean, still, they'll get themselves into the 80s.
Maybe.
Ready 80s. Good. Again, be good. I've been very impressed with the Masida one. The line in general, it's been good. It's only been just one expensive over, but also variations. One thing they're focused on is variations. Don't bowl the same ball twice. Take the pace off it, put the pace on. And they've been very good in keeping that ball just inside that wide guideline.
You've got to give some credit to the bowlers.
Yeah.
Soman's a very good bowler. Here's the last ball of the innings. I'm walking 677. Basil finally cracks one. And guess what? It's been the story of the innings so far. Will they get two? I don't think they'll even be able to try for it in the end. So 78 for one. Basil George 8 off 15. Sluggish to say the least. Tilika going run a ball. I think it's Warriors. They'll be happy with where they're at in this game. They'll be chasing 79. But I think this game's a bit closer than you think. The Warriors, no Divyesh Kumar in their lineup. Yeah, ultimately, I think that the Crusaders, they've been restricted very well, but the job only half done for Masida.
Yeah, I mean, it started badly, didn't it? The first two balls were 6 and 4, remember that? And then they came back well, and after that, they really made the Crusaders work hard. They just couldn't get going, just couldn't get a flurry of boundaries going. Marco Guntalika took a while, took him when he got to 21 deliveries before he hit his first boundary. And okay, fair enough, he went back to back. This one I thought was closer than it was, you know. A big swing across the line from Guntalika, but managed to go through. And then Basil George, when he did come out, he really was out of source as well. And Bastians, he did hit the ball, but this is a good, what a catch this is. Shijal Joy, oh yeah, that's a jalebi catch, isn't it? Jalebi catch, jalebi akaki catch, kariya karo, hat chip chip karde, and the ball sticks. And then after that, look, as Vinny said, the bowling was disciplined. They got it in the right areas. The line was good. The most expensive bowler was Tony Lewis, and that was only because of one expensive second over from him. But you'll see that all the bowlers, the economy rate for this one was really good, nice and tidy. The Crusaders just couldn't get going. And, well, maybe, I mean, one thing I will say is when you get an outfield like this, it probably does make a difference about maybe, say 15 to 20 runs less as well, because the ball's not moving along. You saw a couple of times the ball plugged, but just couldn't get going right. Bastian 37 or 20, he was the highlight really. But Marco Guntalika not out 25 off 25 deliveries. And Basil George, well, 15 balls for his 8. That's not the boom boom Basil George that I know at all. He was a little bit tiki-taka today. It wasn't happening, but give credit to the bowlers. This is the bowling figures. I think they all bowl really well. I mean, Saman, remember 10 of those 17 was his first 2 deliveries. That shows how well he came back. His last over was brilliant as well. The captain, Shijal Joy, was in top form. Took a great catch indeed. And then, well, Sukumararan didn't come back on again. he only bowled the one over, which went for 3 runs. So that was a bit of a surprise that the gamble was Saman rather than him. But the captain seems to have everything covered, Shizal Joy. He'll be very happy with this performance, 78 for 1. And he'll know that his team have got a perfect opportunity here to inflict defeat on the Crusaders for the very first time in this series. So the Crusaders 78 for 1, 79 required for victory for the Masita Warriors. Well, are they going to be Warriors and go out there and get the job done, or are they going to be blown away by the likes of the bowling attack from the Crusaders? Only one way to find out. Join us when we come back in around about 10 minutes for the conclusion of match number 57. Hasta pronto.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the Marseille International Cricket Ground. At this point we would be expecting to be giving you some good news about match number 9 with the Elix Knights. We're taking on Sweetie United, but unfortunately, I think as most of you know, after the introductions of this morning, further rain did follow, and that meant, despite the efforts of many at the ground, that this match has been abandoned. The good news is, though, as you can see in your shots there, that the covers are off and there's no rain at the moment. As I say, it's very peculiar. The weather's definitely been playing games with us, though there's no forecast for rain, not just for today, but for this week. The weather had other ideas, and we did get a lashing of rain for about 10-15 minutes. That was enough, really, to really put doubt about this match to take place. And once the umpires have been out there, along with Tyrone Peters, the top referee, decision has been made that the conditions are a little bit too unsafe, really. Player safety is number one priority, and after both captains were spoken to, that decision has been made. So match number 9 between Edix Knight and Swihi United has been abandoned, unfortunately. That's the first 9 matches of the European Cricket Series have to be abandoned, but hopefully from here on in the weather's going to be much kinder to us, and we can resume our schedule with match number 10. It was the next one that's scheduled, and the same 2 teams are to be in action. Edix Knights and Swihi United. We'll bring you some information on the coin toss news a little bit later. That match, of course, is scheduled to start at 11:15 local time. So for now, we're going to return back to that classic match that you were watching, and what a match it ended up being. Make sure you don't take your eyes off this screen of the classy encounter between 2 teams. Southern Crusaders then did have a bat first. You saw that. They got to 78, only lost the 1 wicket, but to below par score, meaning that we're going to rejoin that classic match with Masida Warriors needing 79 for victory. And after that match, we'll bring you some more information about what's happening with match number 10 here at this Malta International Cricket Ground in the European Cricket Series. Hopefully, the weather will stay kind and we can resume with with our normal schedule from here on in. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your understanding. Let's return to that classic match, and keep an eye on the bottom of your screens for further updates. Crusaders have made. Rocky Dinesh is going to be opening up with the captain's sigil of joy. And Crusaders, well, they need a couple of good overs in here. We always say it, a couple of tidy overs at the beginning, and that score of 70 could quite easily resemble a score of 90. Here's the first delivery, and no run. Gets the ball on the money straight away. Zishan Yusuf is the bowler. And just outside the off. Played back into the deck. No run. See, Afi Khan didn't get a chance to go out there with the bat. This is in the air. Is any going to get there? Oh, that's a tremendous catch. Oh, that is class. What a great catch that is. The first wicket goes, and it's going to be Rocky Dinesh. He's going to go for a... Yeah, thanks to a classy catch there from Sachin Hussain. That is superb. Diving to his right. Brilliantly done. What a catch. Watch this again. He's got a long way to come, you know, and I like the way he makes the decision early that the only way he's going to get there is by diving. Gets the diving. Just watch this. Watch the dive. Oh, that's a classy catch. Well done there, Sachin Hussain. That's a superb catch. Brilliantly done. And, well, that's what you've got to do, the Crusaders. Get those early wickets, and getting the wicket of Rocky Dinesh without scoring. Well, that is huge. And Rocky goes. Just a 2-ball duck for him. See the Warriors under pressure straight away as the new batter comes in, and Vipin Mohan comes in to face the music. Shorter delivery, has a go at it, misses out. What a great catch from Hussain, superbly done. Catches win matches, could that be the one? Yusuf gets his field set to the left-hander. Andy Nowdy and Jai Warden. Umpires out there, the men in black. And Prajapati, third umpire. Short again, and another wild swing. Head was nowhere. Yeah, just not really looking at the ball at all here. Just a swing in hope. Just have a look at the head here. Nowhere in position. And maybe the one for the over there, perhaps. This one's into his body. That looks like the first runs will come courtesy of leg byes. Yeah. So one on the board. Johnny G asking, did I bring the baseball cap with the duck on it? Yeah, that was great in Gibraltar. No, I didn't, unfortunately. That's to stay there. Joe Weggs and the crew, I hope, will be using that when there's with the tap. But we should get something like this down the leg side. Oh, has he got anything on this? They're asking the question. Certainly is deviation. And I think maybe just, yeah, well, you see Afi Khan there. Afi, you naughty, naughty man. Afi Khan. He's appealing, and then afterwards he looks at everyone and says, nah, it came off his thigh pad. We'll see it here clearly. Yeah, it does. Look, goes for the appeal, and then right, if you stay on him for a moment, he then says, nah, it did actually come off his body. And Andy Howdy, great from him. I like that with the umpires. He's giving the nod straight away. Nah, it's not out. This one's right at the body again. Plays it down. Doesn't want to take the single. Non-striker. Mohan was already on his way. No was the call from Joy. He stays on 0. And the score, what a great start. 1 for 1. What a fantastic start that is, Zishan Yusuf. But all down to a great catch from Hussein. Absolutely sensational. 33 matches now since that last golden ball. What a golden ball that was. I tell you what, it had us all excited in Gibraltar. It was quite fantastic. And it was Gozo that won it as well. It's a crazy match. It really was. An absolute crazy match. But they reset the clock. We're at 33 now. And you know what? We're in Malta. Malta is golden ball territory. There'll be more. Trust me. As Gufras Masi comes to bowl the second. Bowling to Vipan. Oh, look at the shape on that. That is an absolute beauty. Oh, what a Jaffa. What a delivery. That is just superb. Mouth-watering. Absolutely fantastic. Just watch this one go. This is sensational. From the moment it left his hand, it looked like it was going to be a good one. And that was too good for the batter. Vipan Mohan, well, he will have to go as well. Oh, this is, just watch this again. Sensational. It's another one of those, folks, but it was a ball. Well, is this a corker or what? What a delivery. Absolute sensational. And that's another one that goes, and no wonder they're up and about, the Crusaders. Well, the bells are ringing. I don't know if you can hear the bells in some of the microphones around the ground. The bells are ringing all around, and well, maybe that's the bells that are sensing a bit of doom here in this reply from the Masida Warriors. They are 1 for 2 wickets down now. So not just Rocky Dinesh going for a 2-ball duck. Vipan Mohan, well, he does last the ball longer, but he goes without scoring as well. That was a gem of a delivery. Here he is again, now to the right-hander. And this one follows him as well. It's guided away to third man. He does get off the mark. Well, will Masida Warriors get a better opportunity to get one over the Crusaders? Sajid Sukumararan is the man who came in, gets off the mark straight away. That's not a good delivery. It's been absolutely pelted, but to the fielder. Either side of him, you get the boundary. Down the leg side, just not getting it right. You can see he's just indicating the ball's a bit slippery. Well, putting it on the deck doesn't help. Masi. Oh, this one should be called a wide. It will do. There's the umpire, Joe Ordonant, gives the signal. But that's the one that he got. I mean, if this is pitching outside off, it's a dangerous delivery. But a little bit too short. If he can't, does well. Once again, a little bit too much down the leg side again. And I know that Sajid Sukumararan has got a half century in this series. So we know he can bat. He's a hard hitter of the ball. So opportunity for him to try and get his team out of jail, so to speak. This one's just banged back into the deck. Gets it. Bounces it over the wicketkeeper, Afi. But no run. They've got to take these runs, you know. If you're backing up here, you're getting there. This is, look, he starts and then stops. And then he's sort of yes, no, chalo, chaliye, na chaliye in the end. Makes no decision. thin edge, but third man is well placed. Just keeps it to 1. 5 off the over with the ball to go. Sounds like a spaghetti western, doesn't it? If you can hear those bells, doesn't it sound like one of those spaghetti westerns? You know, when you know that everybody's run inside and the gunslingers are going to have a showdown. Nubiyadov is in the chat. Hello to you. Thank you for your kind words. This is up in the air, could go anywhere, and just drop short of the man coming in at point. Going to be a single to end the over. 6 come off it, but what a start it was with a cracking delivery. So score moves on to 7 for 2. And that rate now it gets to 9, and that's what I'm talking about. Remember I said 2 tidy overs and all of a sudden 70 looks like 90? Well, that's exactly what it looks like. Just remind you of where these two teams are. Crusaders unbeaten and looking to keep that 100% record going. And the start they made so far in the field looks like that 78 now is looking more like a 90 target. They need about 9 and over from here on in. And captain is still there. Yusuf will continue. And it could be another. No. Afi, well, he just couldn't get off the deck. The feet were rooted. The body wanted to, but he couldn't. And, well, I think a more agile keeper probably would have had this. And it's definitely catchable. Just a little bit too slow going. And Yusuf, kena farla, ni farhoya. So going to get runs. So Joy living dangerously. Oh, beauty. Gets this one to go the other way. You've seen a lot of balls coming in. This one hits the seam, goes the other way. What a good delivery this is. As the batter playing and missing. Just watch this shape away. So angles it in and then cuts away. Nicely done. And well, Afi, he's not got anything clean in his gloves yet. Hits it hard into the deck. They'll get 4 runs from it, and it gets past the infielder. Didn't look like it had the legs to go to the boundary, but it does. So the first boundary, and it is Sukumaran that gets it. Yeah, you see this? He just had to get it past the infielder. Once it gets past, well, there's nobody backing up there. So valuable, important runs. This be the partnership. You see the Warriors need Yusuf once more. And he goes short. It's up in the air. How far does it go? Not far enough. It's caught. And that's another wicket. So the short stuff from Yusuf seems to be working. A nice, comfortable catch taken there by Curry Wassam. And he's got a big smile on his face. Well, certainly he does, because, well, just talking about that could be the key partnership. And no more as another wicket goes down as Mr. Maximo joins me in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Not an easy day for catching. Not many are at this time of year in Malta, but yeah, Sukumaran goes on the hook. Look, he's such an important player, especially with no Divyesh Kumar in the lineup. And yeah, he goes on the hook and finds the fielder. So pretty good piece of fielding to get him. He goes 4 and out, and yeah, perfect start really for the Crusaders. I fancy them to well, at least make a fist of defending this score in the 70s. But we saw 65 defended yesterday in the first game of the day.
Yeah.
And so, well, no surprises for me. They've come out firing. They don't want to lose their first game. Viboyata from the Sweet United team, he's in the chat at the moment. He's basically cheering on the Warriors because he knows that puts a bit of distance between them and the rest at the top of the table. Obviously, the top 2, they get a free pass into the semi-finals. So the higher up you finish, the easier it is, your path to the trophy. Tony Lewis comes in. Schedule Joy, there's even more pressure on him now at the other end. He's on 3 of 5 balls.
Hey, have you got a sausage club or something going here? I smell bangers. Slides this down to third man. I can smell sausages. There's something going. Hey, where's the sausages, everybody?
Well, I'm too busy. My senses are overloaded with the sound of the church bells going, even though it's a Monday. But yeah, you're smelling sausage, are you?
I'm smelling sausages. There's some bangers going on here. Somebody having the sausage sarnie. I'll have one.
Hopefully it's not what we were smelling back in Brescia last year when we were in
Don't go there.
the ECS Italy. We won't talk about that right now. Yusuf, a couple of balls to go.
good delivery. Well played as well. And Lewis will get himself off the mark.
Yeah, so let me just fill everyone in, if you're not aware of the format in this tournament. This is the end of the power play. It's 14 for 3 after 3 overs. So how it works, the top 8 make it through, but it's not a straight 1 versus 8 quarterfinal because you need, well, essentially you're rewarded for how high you finish up the ladder. So the top 2 teams, they go straight into the semi-finals. So for them to win, all they have to do is win a semi-final and a final.
Right.
They get the Friday off. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you go straight into the second half of Friday. So you need to win a game to make the semi-finals. So you're 1 win away from the semi-finals if you finish 3rd or 4th. Okay? If you're 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, you have to win 2 games on the Friday to make the semi-finals. So if you finish 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, you've got to win basically 4 matches in a row to win the trophy. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you need to win 3 matches in a row to win the trophy. If you finish 1st or 2nd, you just need to win 2.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important to finish as high up on the ladder as possible. That's why we have elimination day on the Friday. Messi comes in to bowl the 4th. So yeah, elimination day will be pretty exciting because we will have 8 teams that will make it out of the group stage, and then we'll have 4 eliminators on the Friday, and each one of those games we lose a team, and then you've got your final 4 that are left on finals day, which you'll be here for, and I'll be watching from Gibraltar.
Yeah, it's a newer concept, but an exciting one.
It's a bit different. I mean, I think it's fairer. Otherwise, you could have a situation. We'll come back to that in a second. An awkward one for the 3rd man, but he'll stop it. Otherwise, you could have a situation where teams playing 18 games in the group stage. You could win all 18 games, have 1 off game, and be beaten by the team that finished 8th and may have had a horrible record. So, you obviously want to incentivise finishing higher up the ladder. So it's a bit new, but I think it'll make perfect sense once we get there.
Well, he smashed this one, and this one looks like it's going to be a Sita. It is. Bolle, kinna sona. Boom. Shaka lagya. That was sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Well, I don't know what that thump, but it made a big sound.
I know what the thump was. That was actually the window of the TV production room. So watch this. It goes bang. And Elza, I know you're not asleep, but you're definitely extra awake after that. That's a knock at the door you don't want. What a shot.
Then he beats him with a good one. This one gets it to go and beats him outside the off stump. So good comeback.
Good for Messi. It's consistently been swinging the ball. Good comeback to him out. It's just whacked you over mid-wicket for 6.
He's looking to go after him again, though, isn't he? That's in the zone, and it's going to be more work to be done by that fielder, but this time he can handle it. Takes it on the bounce. Nice work done there.
Yeah, it's just what you need. In a low-scoring game, if you can get that Maximo away, it makes such a difference. It's worth even more than normal in a low-scoring game.
Vidisha Rashmika doing the fielding there. I remember him from last time. He was a very good bowler.
The shusher.
Yeah,
he likes to shush people.
He likes to shush people.
A bit careful with Messi because he's bowled really well. They're probably just saying, look, let's just make sure he doesn't get us out. We've got 1 away this over, and then let's concentrate on the middle overs. So this will be the end of 4. The score is 23 for 3 after 4. So it's just got over 9 and over the required rate. Yeah, so here's the thing though, if you're going to shush people when you get them out, occasionally you will get shushed. And I think in week 1 he did get shushed.
Did he get shushed?
when he got out. So,
okay.
And look, I'm looking forward to seeing Vidusha Rashmika. He's part of the Malta squad for next weekend. So nice to see him getting an opportunity. And maybe we'll see him shushing at the international level.
Can you imagine? That'd be a good one. That'd be a highlight. Yeah, so Malta as well. I mean, I mentioned with the Spanish squad, a couple of new ones coming in. So Malta doing a bit of experimenting as well.
I think it's a
I
good
don't mind that at all. I think it's a good opportunity, isn't it?
It's going to be super exciting. This is Ishanta Karyawasa, who's going to bowl over number 5. And now it's time for the Warriors to get moving. This Shijil Joy on strike.
This one hits him high up on the bat, doesn't get any power on it. We'll get the single. Well, he's the one who's starting to get his scoreboard ticket now. after hitting that big six. Tony Lewis, what can he do?
I think that's lots of sweetie guys are definitely tuning in. Hello, you guys. And I think Umar Khan's in the chat as well. Nice to see you. And yeah, I know you're watching. Hello to Graham Dool as well, saying, what do you say, Rico, when a six is hit? Well, you won't have to wait too long to find out. Afi Khan's up to the stumps now.
Taking him on. It's good running.
I think they go straight away, don't they? And so often, hesitation is what kills. And you both go. It requires a lot of trust, but they do get away with it. A single, just keeping it ticking is going to make this target look a little bit more under control. Yeah, you'll find out when there's a six hit what Rico says. Already heard it a few times today. Hello to Liam Day, watching from New Zealand as well. And hello to Helix.
Well struck. Be fielded. Yes, they've got two men back on the boundary here on the leg side. She's enjoys eyeing up, playing his big shots. So he's got to go here to clear them.
He's got to be careful, Curry Wassam. He doesn't lose one down the leg side. It'll make things pretty tough for Afi.
Oh, well. This one was pretty tough as well. It hits him on the finger parts of the glove as it goes through for buys.
Yeah, here's the thing. Afi's a good keeper, but he can learn something from this. He just snatches at it. The first thing you've got to do is catch the ball. He's already kind of heading to the stumps before he's taken the ball. It was a good ball. It left him slightly, but yeah, take it first, then look for a stumping. But yeah, I like the fact he's trying that out. Now he's back to the left-hander. Another dot ball. Carry Awesome bowling a good over here.
Yeah, interesting. To the left he goes back. I wonder if that's because of the angle the ball's coming, he's not really able to see too much of it. Maybe it is Lewis, the one who's too far out of his crease, as opposed to Joy. But that's in the hitting zone. Just held it back enough not to allow Schizzel to get the full meat of the bat on it.
Well,
Just a single.
Santos in the chat saying maybe that bit of fielding was Basil George's highlight of the match so far. Yeah, he's not having a great match, Basil. He's got time to turn it around. This is what we're talking about. This weekend, we've got our first ever European Cricket International Series. It's international T10 cricket outside of the European Cricket Championship. It's a 3-team series here in Malta involving Spain and Austria and the hosts. And then the very next day, after that finishes, we'll be in Gibraltar to continue our night cricket action. This time the women's action will get underway. First ever ECIW T10 cricket involving the Netherlands, Italy, Sweden and the host Gibraltar. Looking forward to that. So plenty of international cricket and then leading straight into the ECL, the 3rd edition. Now this should be interesting. This is Mahbub Rahman, who's a bit of a mystery spinner. He bowls a mixture of kind of leg spinners, wrist spinners, and he also bowls some orthodox off-spin deliveries. Keeps you guessing. Not many people take him down. So with 10 and over required, they can't sit in their hands against Mahbub Rahman. Let's see.
Starts outside the off, a little bit short. It's not a bad place to be bowling to. It's just a joy. As you know, anything on the stumps, on the leg is what he's going for the big hit over Cal. So keeps him to a single.
Bit of breaking news in the chat. Apparently Owen Morgan is retired from all forms of cricket. See, when I see that, I see an opportunity. Maybe we'll see him playing for Ireland in the ECC by September this year. What do you think?
Get him in there.
Or England. Take the pick. Ah, that's interesting news. Well, thanks for bringing that to us in the chat.
Yeah, very healthy chat today. Liam Day, Helix is on there as well. Some new faces as well, some new moderators.
Yeah, we do. So, hello to Chris Smith as well.
A name I've not seen before, 7, Pinslow. Hello to you. You're saying hello to everyone. Hello back as well.
Now, what are they chatting about here? Maybe the ball or something like that. What's he trying to say? He's trying to say, look, maybe there's no ball call here that I'm not aware of. We were just looking at the chat for a second. So maybe his back foot is of concern. So he's trying to say, look, yeah, so it must have been a back foot no ball. Again, didn't spot it at the time. So that back foot isn't allowed to touch that side crease at all. It's allowed to be in the air, but it's not allowed to be touching the line. So something to watch out. This will make it a free hit. So a bit of a break going the Warriors' way. And you think the right man's on strike.
Early goes in his favourite part of the ground, but there are 3 men there patrolling it well. Unless he gets it clean, chances are it's going to be cut off, so good work again. This time it's Basil George, and yeah, he's still going to have a part to play in this. You know, Basil will come on the bottom, maybe he'll bowl the next over. He's always got a knack of playing a part in a match, whether it be with bat or ball, or sometimes both.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that, you know, when you play so many matches, you're going to have some matches. Even the best players we got, they're going to have some off matches.
Yeah,
and that's been the way so far.
Whipped away, fielders. Well, the ball stops before it actually gets to the fielder. Once again, just showing how this outfield, though it's starting to dry up.
For the first time, things have crept over 10 and over required. So some concern here. Very few wickets in this game, but the batters have not had an easy time.
We just, well, they're looking for 2. Think about it, but decide against it. So it's, other than that one big Maximo we've seen, it's tiki-taka again. Just seen that 1-6 and 1-4 in the inning so far.
Charlene in the chat saying, Rico, I've been waiting for you. And saying, bale, bale, love heart. So he's not the only one that's happy to see you. I'm happy to see you too. It's a bit wide. Corey is on standby though, and you'll get the pleasure of having some time with Corey, because I am going to head office in the middle of the week to do a bit of planning for ECL. You'll definitely have a great time.
Oh, well, this one is going to be close. It's all about the foot here for me. Is the foot up in the air or not? Let's have a look.
I had a feeling this is, I wouldn't say it's definitely out, but I had my suspicions.
Well, let's see it from side on.
I had a feeling he just drags his back foot.
Let's have a look at this.
Drags. Is he quick enough? He's just back in time. It's done really well, Tony Lewis, to get back there.
Yeah, he gets back.
It looks like he's doing a little dance.
It's like he's
there,
squatting a fly or a bee. But he does get back. Great work once again. Well done to Elsa, part of our crew here. Elsa, Martins and Valentine. Top job from Spring Productions. And again, no pace in the ball. He wants the pace, doesn't he? He's not getting it. You can see he just drags this from outside the off into the leg side. Mid-wicket interfering, but not the best of throws. So they do get a double. And that's not seen too many of those in this innings either.
All right, so it's 6 overs down, 36 for 3. Now, I've got a request. This is a bit of an unusual request, Rico. This is for all our chatters out there. I slept through the Super Bowl, but I wanted to watch it. And I know we got some I know they're about to start talking about it. I've got a plan. Can everybody in the chat please send some fake scores in the Super Bowl? Because if someone says who wins, it'll be ruined for me. So can half the people say Philadelphia won and half the people say Kansas City won? And just even put some fake scores in there so that when I watch it tonight, I don't know who's won. So this is the only time, for this over, I want fake news only.
Only fake news.
Goes the whole day.
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid the score so I can watch it tonight.
Okay.
Watch a replay tonight.
I'm with you.
I want
get what you're doing.
fake scores only.
Well, luckily for you, I had no idea it was even
I know
on,
you
so
don't know.
I can't tell you anything. So
I wanted to get up early and watch the highlights, but I'd like to watch the whole game. So fake scores only, please. I know it's unusual. They want some real runs, not fake runs at the moment. They need 10.5 and over through the last 4.
Yeah, I like to see, I mean, he's playing this shot all the time. I like to see him come down the track and try to hit over mid-on. But you got the 2 men straight. I mean, only one of them is back, so you've got an opportunity. At the moment, it's the leg side that they've really put all the fielders on. So he's got to try something different. So
I love the chat. I want to keep interacting with the chat, but I don't want to know the score. So if you can put some just random numbers or random teams in there, then I'd appreciate it.
Oh, that's hit him on the lid, has it? I'm sure that's got
I think he might have got
on
some
the
hand
lid or
on it.
somewhere.
Yeah, it's a good piece of keeping to make the block.
Let's have a look where this is
I had a feeling he might have hit his hand.
It had a funny noise.
I think it was probably up the arm. Oh yeah, just jumped up into the lid. You might be right.
Up the body into the lid, I think.
Good stop though. It'll just be the 1 wide.
It is a very good stop.
Afi Khan's best possible scenario is a sneaky leg side stumping. You would love it at this stage. But having said that, it hasn't been the kind of game where you need wickets to restrict the scoring. You know, it doesn't seem like when batters have been there longer, they've been batting any better. Shijul Joy, they'll be hoping for 1 or 2 large blows to get this back under control.
Oh, this is big. This should go all the way, and it does. Well, we knew it was coming, and he throws everything out this, and it gets right out of the middle of the bat. Boom! Shaka, yeah, that is sweet. Well, I love that. Una golpe muy bueno, muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Thank you very much. Oh, epic.
Just what the doctor ordered. Shijil Joy, the captain. He would love to knock off the Crusaders here.
Let's see if he can do it again, back to back. Oh, well, he throws everything at this, including the kitchen sink. He's trying to send this one to the moon and misses out on it. Hello to Luke Belgium. He's on the chat as well. Nice to see Luke. I know Luke was also following the cricket in Gibraltar as well.
Yeah, of course. I know he hasn't been feeling too well, so hopefully you're on the mend, Luke. Curry Wassam trying to avoid getting taken downtown again. He's made a couple of good adjustments there, so you see what I mean? No one's had any fluency. There's been the odd free hit, but it's been an outlier, hasn't it? There's been a lot in between that have been missed or mishit. But could still be in for a blockbuster finish, especially with Shijil Joy, who's able to just go bang at any time. And there's a kind of air of randomness to the batting today.
Well, this one was more in the slot. Fielder will get there, will keep it to 1. And not a bad result. It means he stays. Oh, well, that one almost. But it does get over Afi. Thankfully, somebody's backing up. But I think they would have settled for the one here because it takes him back on strike.
That's true. It's 47 for 3 after 7 overs. This is what's coming up, the second match of the day. And Warriors, once again, they won the toss. And once again, they're going to bowl first. Makes sense. I mean, they did keep something Crusaders something reasonable. That match is coming up in around about 35 minutes' time, right here on the European Cricket Network. One of 6 matches today. 4 here in Malta, and then 2 over in Gibraltar tonight. Yeah, so I think one of the key differences with this being a low-scoring ground at the moment is think about balls that get hit to the outfield and bounce once. They have a lot of pace taken off the ball, and they can be fielded before they go to the boundary. You contrast that with some of the fields we saw in Italy last year, for example, where those balls almost seem to gain pace off the outfield, and they're really hard to stop. And that makes such a big difference in the wash-up of how many boundaries you can score per over. Well, here's Boom Boom Basil. He was more bust than Boom in the first half of this match, but he'll be hoping that he can shut the gate in this chase. 32 required off the last 3 overs.
And Basil George. Hey, I reckon in the next match, I think they'll change things up with the batting as well. I'd like to see Basil and Afi open up, see if they'd make a little change there.
Basil definitely go to the top, for sure.
It's where he likes it. It's up in the air, and I think he's going to get it past the fielder. Will he get to the boundary? No. Well, how about that? A little bit of team fielding from the shusher. He says, shush, I've got it. Here's to you. I like it.
Little handoff. But, I mean, well done to the batters. Eventually they leg it out. They get 2, and I think you're trying to keep Shijil Joy on strike as much as possible. So left-hand, right-hand combination out there.
Yeah, how about this layoff here? Look, here's the shusher. Gets down, says, here, Ale. Nicely done.
And what helped was that the fielder was expecting it.
Well, he's not bowling the right line. This one will go to the boundary. I think just drops before the rope. 4 runs. And Basil George, at the moment, just bowling runs. He's bowling short, down the leg side to the left hand. And the captain, Shijil, says, thank you very much. You can keep putting it here. He does come over the wicket this time, but it makes no difference.
Bit too straight to him. Just too much at the body. And Shijil, quick hands, gets through it. That one's lost in the bushes. It'll take some finding. Yeah, so 4 more. That's what they needed. They get it back down below 10 and over again. And
watch out for the snakes. That's what I say. Watch those snakes. And the
we
scorpions.
see snakes in there. The amount of rain we've had in the last week. You know, they had a quarter of their annual rainfall in one day on Thursday.
I was watching some of the videos from Gibraltar and I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was just, I couldn't believe the scene outside the hotel.
I went 2 minutes down the road to go grab some lunch with Corey.
Yeah.
And we were wading through knee-deep water.
You've got to feel for Corey because he's a lot shorter than us, and he probably struggled a bit.
It was up to his armpits.
Did he have the armbands on, the floaters, you know?
Oh, I'm going to show you something in a second from yesterday.
So, Basil, he's moving the field around, but he's got to get the line right. He's bowling down the leg side. He wants to come back round the wicket, looks like. Shijil, I think, is going for the same. I think he's playing this shot already before the ball comes. Let's have a look. There he goes. And this time, it's Tony Lewis that has to take evasive action and get a single.
Yeah, just looking at this partnership. Yeah, Lewis, I guess he's holding up an end, but cannot afford him to have dot balls. Yeah, have a look at this. And we actually had, they cut Corey into this scrum yesterday. This is the women's team.
See this full
coming up.
toss. Hits it pretty well. Oh, what a stop. Nicely done. And that's Gulfraz Masi. Not only does he do the job when he's bowling, but a good stop. I think this hits the deck and changes direction, and he smothers it well. Stops 4.
He does well. Probably just below the waist. But Gulfraz was important with the ball earlier. Basil George. Trade everything in for a wicket right now.
Oh, this one. Not a good delivery, but I think Shizul Joy, it's the pressure of trying to find the boundary. He gets this one all wrong, ends up being the dot. So go on, what was that then?
So they did a they did a version of that, and the production crew put Corey's face in the middle of the two of them, and then someone said it looked like a movie poster where there's like an adoption battle.
Slow stuff in the air. It should be a chance. Doesn't quite take it, and he takes a tumble at the same time. And looks like they're quite happy just to take the single. The two batters are having a bit of a ding-dong with each other. The fielder comes in. He has a ding-dong in the ground as he goes down and takes a tumble. He gets dirty for his side. This has been sliced up. Good effort. But I don't see it. Yeah, he goes. There he goes. Boom, boom. And he does a little tumble.
I think of 2, but I mean, the ball's just too close to the pitch to try it. So you can see they're 9, 10, 9. It's kind of a roundabout where they need to be. But now it makes it 23 off 12, so you need 11 and a half and over from here. Such an important first over, wasn't it?
Are you getting a tingle? A good over here, you know. It all happens in the 9th. A good over here, and it could be tingle time.
Yeah, I didn't have a strong tingle, but now you mention it. I think Shizul Joy, though, he's 34 off 27. Needs to have a good over here. He's going to have the spin of Mahabub Rahman coming at him. So, yeah, big over coming up.
Oh, he misses out on it. That's 2 he's missed out in that area.
I think there's a no ball. Look at this. Because they've got too many fielders outside the circle. And Andy Nowdy's head, I saw his neck. Look at him, his neck. He's like, hold on a second. And then he realises, you know what?
He has a quick count. And
yeah.
He says,
and he's
that's
short,
great umpiring.
And he says, that's a no ball. I mean, either umpire can spot that. Really good awareness from Andy Nowdy. Only 3 outfield. Oh, only 3 infield in the circle, so 6 outfielders. All right, so free hit coming up, a real opportunity. I'd like to see him dance at this, maybe.
He's hit this pretty hard, but he's got to come back for 2. Got to take on the fielder. And they do. And he's going to be out. But look, you know what? I don't mind that. Shizul is going back on strike. There's got to be an odd sacrifice here, there now. They've got to go for everything they can. Good throw. And it does. I think he's out by a long way.
Yeah,
but they do the right thing.
It's a quick pickup, and actually Shizul Joy applauds Tony Lewis for sacrificing himself there. But have a look at Rahman. He actually picks it up, and in one motion, he takes the bails. So it's a smart bit of work from the bowler. But you can see there, Tony Lewis, he knows the drill. He knows it's more important to get his captain back on strike, and he basically falls on his sword. So unselfish stuff, good strategy from the Warriors, and keep the hopes alive. That makes it 58 for 4.
Yeah, look, it's not a bad thing either, because Tony Lewis was there for 11 deliveries, made 9. The next batter, if luck is on his side, gets a few quick runs. If he gets an opportunity, can change the contents of the match.
And this is Soman coming in. He's a guy we've seen opening the batting, and he can absolutely crunch it.
Really?
And he's down here at number 5. Okay, that one hurts Affy. Gets him on the shoulder, I think.
Yeah, it's a good stop, though. It's a good stop. Watch this. It really does lift off the seam. He does very well.
Little sting. It's got a bit of padding there. So Affy doing a good job. But yeah, Soman. Hey, it's almost criminal. He's only coming in here in the 9th.
Use his feet, get to the pitch. Will he come down the wicket? Has to. No, he waits on it. And once again, misses out. So a couple of dot balls. So he makes amends off the no ball. Oh, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Hang on a minute. That don't look like Corey to me.
This looks like it could be you. All you need is a shotgun, and it's like you've got beautiful twins. They keep coming to the house.
Okay.
That'll be the movie.
Just take the one this time, so maybe we're going to see what you're talking about, Soman.
Soman's no Gumby at all. I mean, he's coming in here at 6. I'm just curious to see how he's going to go. Having said this, I mean, spin changing the game again. Rahman getting it right, being pretty accurate. Let's see if he tries to spin it into Soman or goes with the orthodox delivery. Couple to come in the over. 20 required still. Running out of time.
Hits it well, and it's going to go. It goes how far? 4 runs, just short of the boundary. This is exactly what they need. Look, get another boundary of this last ball, and we're on for a good finish here.
Yeah, Soman is saying, oh, where have you been all my life? Comes out in the ninth. This one almost goes for 6. Yeah. And it just pitches inside. It's a tight one.
Yeah, they're looking at this again, I think. Just before the rope, I think, just to see here.
Yeah, there you go. Really great camera work. It doesn't quite hit the rope, so yeah, it is 4, as called on the field.
Just double check. Good work again. I like that. The umpires on the field, Andy Nowdy and Joe Warner, just checking with Prajapati, who's going to have another look at this. It's very close. I don't think it catches yet. They're sticking with the 4, so
good call. 16 off 7. What a shot! First ball though.
Here we go. Soman. Come on, give us a boundary here, and let's. Then we go to party time in the last.
Going to go leg spinner here. See if he pitches it. Nope.
Okay, will be a chance. It's spinning hardly in the air. No, but they've got to go back for 2.
Not so sure. I think Soman, if you had pound for pound, Soman's hit a greater proportion of balls to the boundary. I don't mind him being on strike. It's 15 off 6 required. Ended 9, it's 64 for 4. Oh, Rico, are you going to have a golden return to my commentary box here? Because we haven't been together for a while. Back to the last week of Barcelona. And it's going to be the Shusha.
15.
Is it? No, it's going to stop part of me. It's going to be... They're going to go with Basil, in fact, in the last over. It's going to be Basil George to bowl over number 10.
The Basil bowl, I mean, that last over he bowled, it was all short. And though he was hit for 1 big 6, he never really got it right. So this is an opportunity. If he bowls badly here, bowls the short stuff, he can get punished. Here we go.
He can be a hero here, Soman.
Hits this really hard. Catch it to say. It's not going to be caught. They'll take the single.
I think, look, 2 boundaries, this can be close. 3 boundaries, you probably win the game. 1 boundary is not enough. 14 off 5. Shijil, 36 off 32. He's laboured. He's faced so many balls in this innings.
Yeah.
Can he do something special? Crusaders are still undefeated in this tournament.
Slice, and this is going to be 4, is it? It's racing away. It will be 4 runs. So a slice of luck for the captain, Shizzle Joy. He moves on to 40. That's exactly what they needed, a boundary. 10 required now for.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said 1 boundary won't be enough, but they do get a first one here. Afi Khan can't believe his luck. As Shijil gets just enough bat to take it away from him. Moves into the 40s.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? It's always risky when you're getting close, but you don't have that 3rd man back there at all. In comes George. And he gets the dot ball in this time. It's losing his shape a little, Shizzle Joy. Head was in the air, misses out on it.
Another low-scoring thriller to start the day. And yesterday we had something similar where we saw 65 to 56.
Short, hits it hard. Will it go to the boundary? Yes, it will. It's 4 more. Not a good delivery, and as I was saying, Basil George has got the tendency to drop short, and this time, well, it's boom, boom, coming from the bat of the captain of Masida. Well, he gives his everything, doesn't he? The birds run out of the way to take cover. It's 4 more.
Now I am tingling. There's so many ways you can get 5 in 2 balls. 1 and a 4, probably the most obvious, or 4 and a 1. Could we have our 2nd golden ball of the year? Will it be a golden return for Rico Fulk to Malta? Let's find out. Golden ball 38 just last week was 6 days ago.
6
and
runs.
You know, see the Warriors, they were involved in that as well.
Come on.
And they lost it.
Take the single. Take the single here and 4 to finish. That's what we want here. Here we go. Basil to Shizzle. He can finish it with 1 hit. It's not a good delivery, so wide, and they are running. Can he hit? He does hit, but I think he may have made it. You know, this is going to be really close. This is the big moment in the match. Will it be 1? Will it be 2? This is so important.
Can I tell you what? It seems like I have an instinct this might be just out, you know. I have an instinct it might be just out, but we're going to see on the replay.
Oh, well, have a look at this. I mean, he goes straight away. I reckon I think he's there, you know. I think he does the right thing. I think he puts the bat down in time. It's all about the bat. Is it in the air? Is it down? Let's have a look at this. This is so important, this.
Huge in the game, because Soman, they want him there. This is about as close as it gets. He's in.
Is it?
Let's have a go. Look back. Where does it bounce here? But back one frame, I think. I think you've got to give this in.
Yeah, I think
It's not a great bat slide.
He's just going to make it. It's very, very close. I think the bat also, the other thing you have to take into account here, the bat makes contact before the line as he's sliding to get in, and I think that will play dividends as well.
So not out. Not out's the call. All right, so here we go. What do we got?
4.
That's 4, and there's still 2 balls to go because that's a wide.
Yep. 4
So
off 2.
4 off 2 now. Wow, what a game. Now any boundary wins it for the Warriors. Soman, he's new to the crease.
Hits it hard. Should only be 1. Will they go for 2?
Don't think so. Don't think so. Wow. What a finish coming up. So 2 for a golden ball, 3 to win clear for the Warriors. Obviously a boundary does it.
Here we go. Come on, folks. You're on the edge of your seats. This is what it's all about. The European Cricket Network bringing the finest entertainment you can imagine.
If this goes to the outfield, Shijil, run like you've never run before. Run like the wind. You know that one's no good. Number 1, he just has to get it there. Here we go. 2 for the tie, 3 for the win.
Is it up in the air? Where's it going to go? They're going to get 2 here. They're going to keep running. We are on the golden ball at the moment. And, well, no, they can't run that one. It will be 2. We have a golden ball. We have a golden ball. I'm back, baby. Oh, yeah, I'm back. Bring it on.
My word. My word. A golden ball. Shijil Joy collides with Happy Khan coming back for 2. They were always going to go. They were always going to go. And so, would you believe it? And it's some of our first match for some of our crew, including Sam and Sully. They've just turned up. Steph's just turned up. We've got a golden ball start. And the Masita Warriors are in the same position they were last time. They are batting in a golden ball. Last time against Gozo, they were down to their last batter. Their number 11, Seven Joseph, had to face it because they were bowled out.
Yeah.
Difference today, they've only lost 4 wickets. Now, my question to you, Rico, who do you want to face the golden ball? Do you want to go... Well, I mean, you just saw Shijil Joy score a 2 off the last ball to tie the game.
Yeah.
Or do you go for Soman?
Soman. Me for Soman.
Okay.
Because I think he hits the ball cleaner. He has more, I mean, from just the short period he's been out there, he's got more variety of shots. I think if you bowl a short ball to Shijil, he'll put it away. You'll get your 2 or you get a boundary. But I think Soman, he can play on the leg side, and we've seen him play some nice shots on the onside.
Can I tell you what I would do? And quite honestly, and this is a bit next level, I would have Soman striking, and I'd essentially retire out Shijil Joy, and I'd find whoever's the quickest that hasn't batted yet. You've got 5 people to choose from at the non-strikers end. I think strategically that's the way I'd go.
I mean, Shijil is the captain. It'd be interesting what he thinks that, but I see where you're coming from. Had the quickest man you can out there. But look, we have a golden ball, folks. My first day, Sam Williams' first day, and the Desi boys' first day as well. Nilkesh and Sullivan, bring it on. And
so it is going to be Soman that's going to face it. But yeah, like I say, I think they missed a bit of a trick here. Shijil Joy, he's just batted the 10 overs.
Yeah.
He's blowing, you know, and I think you can bat anyone as non-striker that hasn't been out in the innings yet.
Yeah.
And you've got a choice. Because they're definitely not going to face, right? So that's just something to think about if you're watching this. Maybe you've got ECL cricket coming up or ECS cricket coming out. It could be really important if they have to run 2, how quick you're running.
Just recap. Golden ball. So those of you that are new, 2 runs required for the batting side off 1 ball. Don't get it, they lose.
Yeah, that's right.
It.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. Golden ball.
There we go. So can't be a tie. There's going to be 1 ball unless it's a wide or no ball. Okay, and the bowlers have been very good with these lately. Here we go. Golden ball, number 39 live from Malta. 2 to win for the Warriors.
It hits it high in the air. They've got to run hard or want to go all the way to the boundary. There's a catching opportunity. Apex can put down. They're going for 2. They'll get there. The batting side have got it. They've got the runs they need. Just get back there. He says it doesn't matter. We've done it. Well, there was an opportunity, but the catch gets put down by the fielder in the deep, which allows them to come back and take 2. Well, I don't know if we've seen that before with a ball put down in the outfield, but this is all about the pressure. You've got to feel for the fielder. As the catch goes down, you can see the joy from the batters. They've done it. Oh, well, what a victory. And Saman, well, Jin Saman does his part. Shijil Joy, the captain, kept them in this match. Well, what joy this. Well, they know what it's like when they end up on the losing side, but this time round, they come back strong, and they're the winning side of the Golden Ball.
And that's the magic of the Golden Ball. They went for Soman, but it really came down to an opportunity for the Crusaders to win the game. The ball was in the air, and we haven't seen this in a Golden Ball before, but it was the difference between winning and losing if that catch was taken or not. You got to feel for the Crusaders because they defended as well as they could. But when it came down to it, it was 50-50. It came down to one play, and it was the Warriors that win Golden Ball 39.
Yeah, it all started well, though, for the Crusaders. First of all, that catch. What a catch that was from Hussein. And just see him here diving through the air, taking a fantastic catch. Well, that was Rocky. He went without scoring when there was more in action because Vipin Mohan, he wasn't able to do anything either as he was done by an absolute corker from the bowler there. I mean, bowled brilliantly, the Massey. And they were in all sorts of trouble. And the Crusaders just kept the pressure on. But Shijil Joy, the captain, played the perfect innings. He played and missed out a few, but he was there at the end, 46 unbeaten of 36 deliveries. And then I think, the wicket going down, I think that was crucial with Tony Lewis running out. And we say so many times, Vinny, don't we? Sometimes you've got to play smart cricket. That smart cricket, him getting run out for the cause for each team, allowing someone to come out there, that wins them the match.
Yeah, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, that's for sure. But yeah, I still got to question Soman batting so low, batting at 6. Tony Lewis did well to build this partnership, but I think there might have been a time where he might have not even gone to Golden Ball had Soman got out there a little bit quicker. But yeah, went right down to the wire. And this was the moment you're talking about. Yeah. They had to get Shijil Joy back on strike. You're wondering, look, who can help him? In the end, Lewis helped him by getting back on strike. But Soman, well, he would become a critical figure, wouldn't he, in the final moments of this match?
Yeah, because don't forget the first ball he faces, he crunches it to the boundary. 4 runs, thank you very much. Basil didn't bowl well.
This was crucial as well. I mean, he's just in, and I mean just in. So Soman got to continue. And Shijil, we needed 2 to tie off the last ball. This is the one, it was just in. It was a funny little bat bounce, but he got the decision. And this was the last ball. It was 2, which ties the game. And a bit of the American football in this as well, wasn't it, towards the end? And they couldn't try for a third. And then, ultimately the Golden Ball would come in, and it would be a catching opportunity. And down it went. And so Soman, he wins the game, and one of the batters get one back. And Rico, well, welcome to Malta. We're back at Golden Ball 0.
Hey, listen, I remember saying in this match early on, I said, we're in Malta, and Malta brings us Golden Balls. Well, I wasn't wrong, was I? My first match back. And I sensed it, with 2 overs to go. I just sensed it, that little tingle. You were with me pretty soon after that, and we got the Golden Ball. Shijil Joy, the captain, well, he played his part, and he 46 of 36. He just kept the innings going. But look at the scorecard. Nobody else really was able to make any contribution. But again, that run out of Tony Lewis, I mean, it's a run out as sacrifice, allowed the new batter to come out, and what a difference that he made. I think he batted beautifully, played some nice shots, and like he said, he got the victory for them in the end. Golden Ball, well, we love it, don't we? We love it when a plan comes together. We love it when we get Golden Balls, and that's why we say it's the most entertaining form of cricket that you see, no matter where you're watching from. I hope you enjoy that. Absolutely brilliant.
Can't wait
Crusaders.
to see. Yeah, these teams are going to go. They're going to go to each other again, and it starts in 15 minutes. Yeah, so Yusuf, he took 2 for 7, including a fake maiden because there was a leg bye in there, but still. Pretty entertaining start to week 3, Rico. We're going to take a break. We'll come back, and well, hopefully you've had a golden start to your week. And when we return in around about 10 minutes, we'll have the second match of the day. And once again, the Crusaders batting first. Will Basil go boom, boom, or will it be more bust? The Crusaders fall to their first defeat. They're out for revenge. We'll see you just around the corner for match 58. You're watching the ECS. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Welcome viewers, the waiting is over, the sun is shining and we're finally gonna get this match started. Match number 10 is gonna be the first of these European cricket series in Malta as well, because as you all know, the first 2 days were absolutely washed out. But as we've been told the sun would come out, and it has come out. It is a holiday here in Malta today. It's St. Paul's Shipwreck Day, so back in AD 60 is when the island was discovered. And well, what a beautiful place it is. And we're hoping to bring you some fantastic cricket in this European cricket series. Remember, we've already been delighted with a fantastic international series here. T20 internationals and of course T10 internationals, which featured the host Malta and also the visitors Hungary and Austria. Hungary went away with all of the silverware, but which team will be victorious here in this European cricket series? ECS Knights are taking on Sweden United. Let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss.
Sweetie to call.
Head.
Head is a call. And it's a head.
We will bowl first.
They're going to have a bowl.
So, thank you very much to Tyrone Peters. Sweden United have won the toss and deciding that they will have a bowl. First things first, the weather. Touched on it already, but what it has meant is that this ground is very soft. Now we are going to get the full 10 overs in unless anything happens between now and the next 45 minutes. But I think players have to be careful, and I think certainly the bowlers themselves will have to be a little bit wary about the footmarks when they are running in. And the batters as well. Well, the good news about this pitch is that you've got artificial either side of the main track itself. That means there should be no issues for the batters having to run on some of the soft turf. So that aside, I think we're expecting a good match, but my feeling is that Sweden United are going to be very strong here. ECS Knights are missing some very key players. It's a new look ECS Knight side. They're a team that have been here many times in the final. In fact, they've lost the last 3 finals on the spin last year, losing to Masida Warriors, but they're missing key players. There's no Samuel Stanislaus in the side. He won't be playing in this series. There's no Yadav Manu, who was instrumental for them last year. Giles Matthew with the ball won't be there as well. And Basil George not playing this match. So they're really going to have to be relying on some of those core players. Can they perform? I think the likes of Nihas Mohammed is going to be key, and Adil Latif. But who's going to score the runs for them in the bat when they find out the target that they're going to be chasing? Sweden United, on the other hand, they are powerful. Well, we're going to be seeing a little bit of La La Land because Mahbub Ali is playing for them. He's an incredible player, 1,500 runs, and also taken over 50 runs on the network. And if that's not bad enough for ECS Knights, Wasim Abbas, a national team player, is in their side. You've got the likes of Abhishek Bishanai, a man on the network who has taken 6 wickets for just 3 runs a few years ago. So they're very strong. And then you've got key players that performed for them back in 2023, the likes of Mohammad Amjad and also Mohammad Qasim. They're a strong side, and I think they've already made their intent clear here. They want to go all the way this time. So ECS Knights, they're going to be made to work very hard. Somebody else who's going to have to put some hours in now is Tina Goff. It's lovely to have Tina here in Malta, and it's great to be calling this game with Tina. Let's go over to Tina now for the start of this match. She'll give you a little bit more news about the players.
Out, so we don't want to wait a second longer, but it will be Squeaky United who are in the field first, and facing up for the Edex Knights is Vishnu. First ball coming up straight away, and that's edged and down in the slips. We're straight into the action here on the ECN, and I'll bring it to you straight away, and it's coming in hot. That one was coming in a bit too hot for the slip fielder there. Maybe his hands haven't quite warmed up. Ajmel there in the slips, straight in, straight back out. Looks a bit on his heels, but someone who's not on his heels, fresh from a few days off, and a few longer days off after the rain didn't help us yesterday, is Rico. Rico, welcome.
It's good to be back. Can you believe it? They've waited 2 days, they've warmed up, and then the opportunity comes and it gets spilled. What a start that could have been. We could have started with a royal duck. Anyway, great to be here. Great to have you with us as Bishanai comes back in. And this is another thick edge. This is going to test the outfield and also test the fielder, who's done pretty well there. That's Wasim Abbas. Mentioned him in the intro, of course. National team player. Wouldn't surprise me if he's going to be the next to bowl. I mean, they've got a good bowling attack here. I mean, Ashok Bishanai, 6 for 3. Remember when he played for the Super Kings, and he just destroyed the Gozo batting order. And that was when Gozo were bowled out for 9 runs, Tina. 9 runs.
Just the 9.
Comes Bishanai once again. And bangs this one in short. Bishanai, one thing about him, Tina, when he did bowl that spell for the Super Kings, it was the Yorkers that he got going. He's got a very good Yorker, and he gets the ball to swing in. And if you can't play Yorkers, then he's going to have you. He's a talented player.
Yeah, and of course they've been waiting this morning, both these teams ready and raring to go, and they're enjoying finally being out there after a couple of hours of long wait.
Now that one's a little bit down the leg side. I think it's probably one that's worn by the batter. And, no, giving us runs, saying there was a little. No, it's not. The umpire looks like he was saying there was a bit of bat on it, but then does stick his leg in the air. Yeah, welcome to everyone. Look, I've got to say thank you for your patience and your understanding. Of course, it's as frustrating for us as it is for you, and of course the players. But we're back on, and hopefully we'll be here for good. This quick look at the lineups there. I mentioned some of those key players a little bit earlier, and I think Edex Knights, I think they are looking a little bit weak in the skills department. Oh, that's another one that's banged in short. So Bishanai, I mentioned how he's dangerous with the Yorkers. At the moment, though, he's deciding that he wants to bang the ball in short.
Yeah, I suppose we can give both teams a bit of grace. They have been waiting patiently, but it's worth noting that we have lost 2 days play, but the table is actually all square. We're in Group B now. It's Group A that were the unfortunate victims of the rain the last 2 days.
That struck pretty well. There is a fielder out there, and even the big and tall 6 foot plus Mahbub Ali can't do anything about this. That has been crunched away. It will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginnasuna. Shakalagya.
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to have those sixes raining down on us again. That was just a bit of a flat batted baseball shot there by Mohammed. It gets Edex Knights to 9 at the end of the first over. What a shot that was.
Oh, a crunching shot. He has. Now, he's one to keep an eye on. He was a very good all-rounder with bat and ball last time, and they're going to need him to perform, especially with some of those key players missing. And that's a good sign for him. Solid shot. The first one that really got pitched up. Right, man, with all the 7s on his bat now. Going to have a bowl. This is Asif Shah. A little bit of an inside edge here. It's Vishnu. Well, now they're going for a second direct hit, but that's very good alertness from the batters. They sense the opportunity to double up, and they do.
Yeah, it was well run here. It looked like for all the world to just be the one. as soon as they saw the throw come in and hit the stumps, an accurate throw, maybe too accurate, as if Sharp couldn't do much about that. He was then the victim, the unlucky victim of one more run against his figures.
Goes for that big shot down the ground again. Gets good movement away here. The Sharp, a little bit of movement. Have a look at this. You just see this ball. Looks like it's coming in, and then at the last moment, you see, it just starts to move away, nip away a little bit. You can see that from the way it's been taken. Hey, I've got to talk about the wicket keeper here. This is a surprise. Imran Amir. Now, those that have been following cricket in Malta for a while will know that this guy's normally a pretty key component with the ball, but they've put him behind the stumps. Good all-rounder there, and a really good character when he's playing. Oh, that's going to be too wide, says the umpire, but there's that movement again. Bowler doesn't like it. I wonder if we can see it just one more time here. Good morning good afternoon, I should say, to our crew, production crew here, 2 circles. Got Chris Taps, Valentine and Dennis with us. Yeah, Bowler wasn't too happy with that one. Yeah, just a little bit too much movement that time as he comes back in again. And now, well, this one's another one that maybe, I think fingertips on it from the man that slipped. I think they might be looking to change the slip fielder. Well, they might be looking to change the batter as he wears this one. So much happening here. Well, there's fingertips there. And maybe he does enough to stop that getting past Wasim Abbas. But then what happens here? The throw comes in and, oh, it's right on the chest. Right on the chest. And that's going to sting a little bit. I think it is quite windy. Niaz Mohammed, well, he does get one. Well, people, we are back. Cricketainment, the best cricket that you'll see on the planet. And Niaz, well, I think he's going to have to give that a little bit of a run with Tina while he's being sorted. How are you? And what a start you've had to Malta with that international series. Not just the T20s, but T10 as well.
Yeah, I'm very well. That was a great series, wasn't it? Hungary kind of came in as the underdogs, at least. Certainly with Austria there in the mix. And it looked for all the world that Austria were going to storm through those T20s, and then Hungary had a word or two to say about that, and they got themselves onto the leaderboard a few times as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of green and red at the top of that leaderboard for the ECN, so maybe we can get some more added this week.
Well, there's the medic is out there administering a bit of the freeze spray.
It's a bit cold today for freeze spray, isn't it?
I don't think you need that. Looks like something the umpire was saying. I'll have a little bit of that. Hello to the umpires, by the way. That's umpire Jani and Priyan who are out there. They're the match officials on the field, and Aranga is the third umpire. And there was a little comment there. I'll go to the chat in a moment. A lot of things happening, and of course, we're trying to cram a lot in here. Ghulam Mustafa, good afternoon to you, was asking about the boundaries, 40 metres. No, actually, the boundaries are the normal 50 metres. There was talk about maybe bringing them in, particularly there on the point boundary, because that's probably there, and mid off is probably the most stickiest and wet. But because of the sun and the wind that we've had, they've kept the boundary size as they are. So 50 metres, it was just a good hit, that's all. Right, high in the air. West is dropping. It goes all the way. Gaya, shakala, gaya. When Niaz Mohammed says, "Tu minnu marunga, main tonu marunga." You hit me, I'll hit back. And he hits back with a Maximo.
Yeah, that went very, very high. And Mahbub here at long off, he was interested for a minute or two, and then you realise, you can see there, must have landed about 10 metres beyond the boundary, so no chance for Mahbub there. But another lovely hit.
That's a better area, better delivery. And still gets that little bit of movement away, but a lack of footwork, really. You can see that Niaz does want to be super aggressive, but no footwork going into that shot.
Well, Niaz featured a few times for Malta in the series this last week, but he never really put in a star turn. Of course, he's going to be one of the more experienced players in this EDEX team. He's going to be wanting to get them off to a solid start here and make the most of the opportunity at the top of the order.
And now this time he does use his feet, gives himself a little bit of room, and he thumps this. That is a biggie. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Manos arriba from the arbitro. It's the end of the second over, and a couple of Maximos there towards the end of that one mean that EDEX Knights have moved to 25 without loss after 2.
Yeah, 16 runs coming off that Shah over, including those 2 big hits. But despite that good start, I think for the Elex Knights, they're still behind on the win predictor, has them around 34%. But we know in this game, anything can change with just 1 or 2 big shots.
Yeah, and well, there was a couple of big shots there, and I think straight away, Sweet United and their captain Anil Kadar deciding it's time to go to Lala. And of course, this is Mahbub Ali, also known as Lala. Very good player, and I don't think he's going to pitch too many up. He bowls a good length, short of a length, heavy length, and setting his field here, got third back, got fine on the 45, and a very straight long off on the boundary. And he starts with, just as I predicted, that short of a length delivery, which gets chopped away for a single.
He doesn't have too much of a long run up here, but he's a very wily bowler, and that can be seen in the fact he's hit his half century of wickets on the network, including 26 and just 25 matches last year. Quite a season for Lala, and 2025 has only just started for him.
Bowling here to Mohammed, who started well and gets one pitched up, and that gets played back, but it's a bump ball there. 1 or 2 fielders thought that was maybe an opportunity, but he plays it hard into the deck and right back at him, but no run. Yeah, hello to everybody in the chat, and thought I'd say some hellos in a moment. I know that Dave was first up. Well done, Dave, and Kai Bai was joining him soon later. Oh, that's that shorter delivery. Just checking this side on. That was short, yeah.
Short and high, but I think he might have got away with it.
Yeah, does bend his back a little bit here. You can see batter a long way outside the crease. I mean, that really did take off, but I suppose it's a difficult one for the umpire with the batter out of the crease, but I think probably a fair call there.
Yeah, zipped past his shoulders there. I thought it might have been a bit higher, but really pinged off the surface.
That's well ball taken on the field. And always going to be tricky out there, Tina, isn't it? We can see there, that's a good example of it. Now they're going to get 3. Oh, yeah. I wonder if they even want 4 here. They could try. In comes the throw. And probably could have been on, but maybe he needed a little bit of oxygen there to do better. So 3 runs from what probably should have just been a tight single. But that leads me on to say that I think when you're in the field, Tina, when conditions like this, you just got to be a little bit careful not over attack, because you're going to slide around. It's going to be difficult in areas to get your footing, and also that ball is going to misbehave a little. It will plug, it will slide. Lala just making a change. He brings the fielder that was on the leg side in, so he can get an extra man out on the offside. Long off, gets pushed back. Played nicely. You can see what Mahbub Ali was thinking there. He thought he'd go for the fuller delivery, because Vishnu hasn't really got going as yet. It probably won't be pitching up though here to Niaz Mohammed, who has, every time it's been pitched up, smashed it big down the ground. Lala makes a change in the field. Long off comes back in the circle so that the square leg can go back. And that's that short delivery. This time follows the batter, and that's the end of the over. So power play complete. Nice tidy start from Mahbub Ali, just giving the 5 away, and it's 30 without lost after the power play.
Yeah, that was a good over by Lala, and you could see he was using all of his experience there. He can see that Niaz Mohammed likes that big hit towards the cow corner region, so he put one of his 2 fielders out there and brought in mid-off. Meanwhile, Vishnu's not really got off too much of a start. He's 7 off 9, but when you've got Niaz at the other end, 21 off 9, maybe his role at the moment is just to anchor and get his teammate on strike.
Yeah, looks that way at the moment. Hello to Christopher Ward, Kroom, Emmanuel Robbins, Wayne and Daniela. Kedal Daniela. And Ghulam, as I mentioned already, Terry Richmond, and of course John Hisham, all in the chat and chirping away, as this Jeffrey Mobbs and Thomas Martinez, and I know Mike Seal was on there earlier as well. So very warm welcome to you, and it's great to be finally seeing some live cricket. I know that you all enjoy the classic matches. What about that? A golden ball. It's up in the air. Is he going to get lucky here? And, well, he will. There was a catching opportunity, but doesn't really get his body underneath it. He drops in front of him. You can see that Amir, he's not impressed. It's an opportunity that's Mohammed Amjad out there, not able to hold on to the catch.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It was swirling away and he just didn't quite get in the right position, which meant when the ball came to him, he had to put in a half lunge. And I think that's a couple of drops for Mohammed there. I think he was in the slips earlier. So the ball's chasing him at the moment.
Yeah, it's the one that you really wanted to take though, isn't it? You want to get a breakthrough here. I mean, even though Vishnu hasn't quite clicked yet, but being dropped on 7. Let's see if he can cash in.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a sloppy start in the field for Sweeky. Give them a bit of grace. Cold hands, they've been waiting around. Most of them have been here since probably about 8 AM this morning. So they'll be happy to get on the pitch, but not happy with the 3 drop catches so far, and they're costly, especially with Edex having not lost a wicket at the moment.
Wasim Abbas now comes into the attack. Of course, it's featured for many teams, but also part of the national team setup. Don't know that he was playing those T20Is. Never played in the T10. I think he was just having a bit of a rest really before the start of this series, but always a performer, always in the wickets.
Always in the wickets, and in the T20Is, he was in the runs as well. He came in, kind of got boosted up into the middle order and chipped in with 1 or 2 really decent knocks.
That's hit pretty well. And once again, you can see how the outfield over there, the ball does slow up. The batters will come back for a couple, but yeah, if it's not going all the way over the boundary rope, if it is hitting part of that outfield, it will slow down. So maybe on another day, that definitely would have been 4 runs.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the international series as well, that there was more 6s hit than 4s. For that very reason, it plugs and slows up a bit on the outfield, so aerial is quite often the way to go.
Now that's pitched up and hit nicely down the ground, and well fielded. Fielder comes across and makes the stop. That's Gurjeet Singh. Looks like he's wearing like a bit of kind of a bucket hat, doesn't he, Gurjeet?
Yeah, it looks like he's just come from an early morning fishing session, but he did well there. His foot kind of slipped from underneath him, but did well to stop the ball going to the rope and getting the throw in.
Slow ball, but he does stray on the leg side, and he gets punished. Not the cleanest of hits, but you can see that side of the ground certainly does seem to be a lot quicker, especially that area in the 45, but goes for the slow ball. Batter sees it, picks it, sends it to the boundary. Wasim Abbas will be disappointed. But he finishes by giving away a boundary. 4 more runs then to go onto the total. And the Knights, well, they continue going at around 10s at the moment. 40 with that loss after 4.
That slower ball was a bit misdirected there, and it's an unfortunate way for Abbas to end his over. He'd only gone for just the 6 before then, finishing off with the 4. They're just plugging along nicely at the moment. Run rate is just around, hovering over 10, of course, at the moment. He's exactly on 10. They want to accelerate that a bit. It's difficult to know what par is, to be honest, especially with the outfield being a bit wetter. We were talking about 150 last week. Maybe by this afternoon, Edex are on course for 108 at the moment.
Oh, that's crunched. That sounded beautiful out of the middle of the bat. Oh, well, it wasn't the best of deliveries. Well, Mohammed and Amjad is not having the best of afternoons. Put a few catches down, and his first ball gets absolutely laser beamed out of here. Big 6.
Yeah, that was pummeled, and Nias looks in the mood today.
Oh, that's another one. Shaba, Manos, Riba, Vidro. Too short, down the leg side, and it's lashed into once again from Nias Mohammed. He ain't messing around. What a good hit that is. He just gives himself a little bit of room and gets crunched. Just haven't bowled a good line to him. Every time it's a little bit too short, he's onto it. And it looks like the bowler, wants to try coming over the wicket. Probably a better idea so he doesn't stray on the pads. It's short again, and it's another one. That is out of the middle. Make it 1, 2, 3. We're doing it Calypso style here at the Malta International Cricket Ground. What hitting this is from Nias Mohammed.
Some clean striking, and I think he's really actually liking this left arm bowling from Ajmal, because it just really darts in straight into his batting arc. You can see here, even going around the wicket, just kind of strays a bit too straight, and it's given the treatment again.
Well, the fielders have been pushed back, but he's hitting it way beyond the rope. Goes for another. This could be 4 on the spin. It is. Ay, ay, ay. Así me gusta. It's boom, boom, boom time. It's another 4 on the spin. And Mohammed Amjal, it is not going well at all.
I think he wishes that the rain carried on coming because it's not been a happy start for him so far. 4 sixes in a row.
Oh, well, that one probably should have been another one. It's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side, but it goes through him. I think he had his eyes set on making it 5 on the spin. Misses out, and we see a red dot ball from Amjal. 64 without loss, and Nias is moved to 48 of just 16 deliveries. It's played away, and that one probably will be 4. It will. Well, though that outfield might be nice and soft, it's not stopping that, and that's going to be 50 to Niaz Mohammed. What a start from him. And, well, he raises his bat in delight as he appreciates the applause from his teammates.
Yeah, what a knock that's been. And you can see there, that was hit along the ground, and if it's hit firmly enough, it still races away on this outfield. And Niaz Mohammed, he's been waiting along with the rest of us to get out on the pitch, and boy, has he made the most of it when he's got out there now.
Yeah, well, it's Ajmal, as I said before, his day is not got any better. Goes for 28. So the first magical over in this European Cricket Series. Now, well, that's sweet. They need to come back well. They need to make a change here. They're not going straight back to Mahboob. I'm going to try something else here. And yeah, looks like Wasim Abbas is going to come back. Only went for 5 of his first. And bowling to Vishnu, who's holding up his end pretty well at the moment. And I think if you're Vishnu, your plan is just to try and get bat and ball and get Niaz Mohammed on strike, because he is hot at the moment.
Yeah, it seems a curious decision not to bowl Mahboob his second. He only went for 5 in his first, and I know bowlers love getting 2 in a row just to get a bit of rhythm.
Played away, they will take the single. And that means that the dangerous Niaz gets back on strike. Though, has to say that Wasim bowled pretty well to him. Just let himself down, didn't he, with the last ball in his first over, when he's the slow ball that he strays down the leg side. Changes in the field as mid-wicket and long one go back. Square leg does come inside though. Full toss, and he ain't going to miss out on it. It's 6 more. There's another one that goes over cow corner. Seis queridas más.
Yeah, that's not an action replay. We've had about 3 or 4 go through that exact region out where the covers have been put away, hopefully to not be used again. But Niaz, same result every single time. Big 6.
Yeah, gets that Yorker wrong. As you can see, he's working on the ball a lot here, trying to I think get as much as the moisture off it as well, because that's the other thing. Every time that ball goes out into the rough, it comes back wet. Another full toss. That gets blasted away. It's 2 in 2. It's pretty high, this as well. Yeah. It's worth having a look at it. But the umpires might be asking the third umpire, Ranga. But I mean, let's have a look at this. It's a full toss. Gets it completely wrong. Yeah, I think he's going to get away with it because he is out of the crease. But not good bowling here. And the Knights, well, they're getting some pies at the moment, and they're gobbling them up. Into the pads, which gets missed out again. Not the first time from Niaz Mohammed. So you can see he likes to give himself room. If you tuck him up, he's not able to get hold of it. So leg-wise signal there by the umpire. Another one that goes onto the board.
Yeah, that's a bit of a better line, and the key thing as well, keep that ball dry.
It's pretty well played, actually, and I'm going to say he plays for this. It's outstanding work from the fielder. They're going to get a wicket here. That's how good that was, and I think that is Mohammed Ajmal. Well, maybe things are about to change for him. Not been having a good time of it with the drop catch. He's over, went for 28, but then he makes a tremendous stop here. I think the umpires will want to have a look at this again, make sure there's no issues. but I think he does superbly well. And you can see the batters, they're just poodling along. They think they're going to get a boundary, and then they decide to come back. And, well, he's going to run himself out, is Vishnu. And the first wicket will go, thanks to some brilliant bit of work there on the boundary from Amjad.
Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding and quite strange batting and running out there in the middle, because I think the 2 was on had they run hard, and the 2 would have been the right call as well, because it was the final ball of the over. That takes Edex to 83 off 1, and that means that Nias is back on strike. So if they run 2 from the beginning, I think they would have been okay. As it was, they just jogged through and then set off too late for that second run. But maybe it's not the worst result in the world for Edex. Vishnu never really got going. 16 runs off just the 15 balls, and it brings Eldo's Matthew to the crease, the captain. And he hit some runs in the international series as well. He's got 4 overs left to hit some runs now.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. I think if you're going to lose a wicket, you don't mind losing Vishnu. I think if his role was to try and get them off and get that partnership going, that's worked well. And he makes way now for Eldo's Matthew, the captain. And like you said, he's a good player, good all-rounder. And if he does click, he can certainly make things happen. We're going to have a bit of spin here now, and that's why it's going to be helmet time for the wicketkeeper. Well, I've got to say, the makeshift wicketkeeper really. But he'll have to put the lid on, and he does. He obliges, as we're going to see a little bit of, I think a bit of the old Mohammed Kasim bowling a bit of E-spin. See if you can get a breakthrough here.
It's worth noting, Nias Mohammed, he's well into his high score as well. His previous high score on the network was 48 last year. 28 not out in the T10s as well, but this is his highest score.
It's played away, gets it in the gap in the covers. Will be fielded quite comfortably for a single. Okay, now let's see if that fall of wicket helps the Knights to celebrate here. Edex Knights have made a very good start thanks to some good hitting there from Nias Mohammed. Can they keep it up? It's hit pretty well. It should be just a single as Mahbub makes the stop. Gets a nice gentle throw back into the bowler. Good start then, this from Kasim.
And he's just stopped the acceleration of Edex just a little bit. I'm surprised they didn't turn to spin a bit earlier, because the seamers were getting hit around a bit. Just the 2 singles so far.
Oh, that's an opportunity, I think. You're still asking the question. We'll have a look at this, but I think the chance was there first up. Unfortunately, Imran Amir doesn't get hold of it. Let's have a look at this. So, has the opportunity, doesn't get it, and by the time he does recover, I think the bat just gets down in time, so he's safe. Big opportunity there to remove a very dangerous batter.
It's tough for a part-time keeper, and he almost knocked it onto his stumps the first time, and that would have been out. As it was, by the time he got hold of it, the batter was well in.
And he is well in, isn't he? Because he's got his eye well in, that's for sure. And just make a note of that. He was on 65 when that opportunity came. And let's see what he can end up with. I mean, I know we've had a long wait, but it's been worth waiting for, especially this hitting from Nias, as he now moves close to the 70s. And he is, looking to punish them even more. Kasim will know he should have had him back in the shed. Slow short delivery outside the off, which goes for a completely wrong shot. There's Mohammed. Should have been looking to play this on the offside. Gets away with that, does Kasim.
Actually ripped off the pitch a tiny bit, but yeah, not the best delivery, but there's clearly some turn and moisture in that pitch out there.
Spot bowled again, better areas. And when you're making him work, he struggles to get back on ball. That's a few times he's been beaten outside the off end of the over. And Sri United trying to get the big breakthrough, that of Nias Mohammed. 89 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, and just look what we've got coming up this year as well. What's your pick out of those, Rico?
Oh, well, there's so many good places to go back to, but I have to say it's always nice to go to the new places as well. And Jersey, I think that's going to be fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. We've also got, of course, Finland that we go to, and a couple of places like Hornchurch. We went to, of course, Rains Park last year. And we've got to Hornchurch, and we will go to Rains Park a little bit. So on two occasions we'll go to England. It's just going to be very exciting.
Looking forward to it. We're still only mid-February and we've had so much cricket already and so much more to look forward to.
So United still favourites. The Edicts did jump up a little bit. They took over, but a couple of tidier overs have got them back in front, only by a bit. It's well done by the field. It can't be easy fielding out there. It's soft ground, it's slippery, sawdust everywhere, but that's a shot. Bishnai does really well. Good work from him. He's another one, remember, who only bowled just the one over, so they've got bowlers to come back. One of them coming back is Mahbub Ali here now. Oh, that one is a spicy delivery. And, well, umpire is calling that a no ball, but I think he should be actually saying it's a wide ball. It's the first one in the over, so the correct decision is given by the standing umpire. We'll see it here. And I actually think that was, I mean, it was a spicy delivery, but don't think it goes over the head. I think that probably, rightly so, probably one for the over. Tough one again for the umpire when the batter does come out to it, but I think looking at that again, maybe one for the over is probably the correct decision, but wide has, I think, been given. Now the slow ball, which also ends up being a full toss, and that one gets carted out of here as well as Mohammed moves into the 70s.
Yeah, it was a bit of a double unlucky there for Lala, and that one just slipped out of his hands by the look of it. I think they're checking for height again. This one, I think he's got away with it.
We'll have a look here. I mean, again, difficult for umpires, and the batters are standing outside. I think he charges it a little bit as well, does he? Just a little, so yeah. It's going to be one that umpire Ranga has to look at. It looks like he's decided it's okay. Well, Lala needs to come back with a good one. And that's more like it. It's, again, the slower ball. Bowls the cutter, but he does go down, but he gets up smiling. There's Lala.
Bit of diversionary tactics there from the bowler, just going down in a heap. The batter gave himself a bit of room, but in the end got nowhere near it. Checked to see that the bowler was okay as well. An eventful dot.
Yeah, Sweet United, new kits from them. I'm quite liking it. I mean, I wonder if we can maybe try and get a close-up on it, but there's a lot of things happening with that. Sweet, he didn't play here last year, and when we saw him the year before, I think they were very much in the yellow. And this one, it's got the black, the red, and got a bit of the old bubble effect on the front as well. Oh, that's a great hit. Oh, what a hit this is. And that one, I think, is going over the clubhouse and beyond. What a shot. Shot of the day. Well, this one could be the HCL software shot of the day. Oh, classy.
It's just effortless. I thought maybe it would go just over the rope, but in fact, went well over the rope, well over the spectators, into that danger zone. We had a few cars hit last week, Rico, so car owners in Malta, beware.
There's that shorter ball, scuffs at it. I don't think he's going to be in a hurry, really, to take two. You take the single, and I hope that your partner at the other end, the captain, Matthew, can maybe hit a boundary and leave you on strike. I want him on strike. That big six brought the 100 up as well. Quite staggering, really. 81 he scored out of the score of 103. It's well bowled, and that will be the end of the over, signalled by the umpire. So 104 for one. And Edicts Knights have made a very good start here. Can they finish well? What are you thinking here? They've got 2 overs to go here. They'll probably be looking to, what, 15 and over, finishing round about that 135 score?
Yeah, I think they'd be happy with that from here. They've still got wickets in hand, but of course, there's only 12 deliveries left, so every ball that's a wicket or a dot is going to be knocking down that run rate. But with Nias there and the way he's hitting it, anything's possible, and he's on strike now as well, which is what Edex would have wanted. You can see here the game is finally in the balance. I don't know, Rico, if you've heard about this new phrase we've got for 2025, the Goldilocks zone.
The Goldilocks zone, okay, so tell me more.
So when the win predictor is hovering between that 40 and 60% mark.
Okay, chipped up in the air, and oh, he's completely misread it as the fielder. I was singing his praises a minute ago, Bishonai, but he gets this completely wrong. He ends up looking a bit like a ballerina in the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, he came underneath it. He just came far too far in, and then the ball ended up just dropping over his head. But yeah, the Goldilocks zone, so when the teams or the win predictor is between that 40 and 60%, and it's not too hot, it's not too cold, both teams are in it. Now that's affectionately known as the Goldilocks zone. So when the match is in the balance.
I like it, I like it. Well, the batter will like that. It's a full toss. And Niaz Mohammed, after giving another chance that wasn't taken and getting 2, smashes 6. He has now moved to 90. Could we have a cracking start, an incredible start to the European Cricket Series here, Malta. 2 days washed out, but I tell you what, they've come out hot and spicy. Have Edex Knights. Niaz Mohammed into the 90s. Oh, has he gone right across here? And the umpire, all sorts of hand movements, but says he's not out. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, he goes across. Yeah, it looks like it is going high. It's still worth a shout. Well, that one may be too wide. It's a good stop in the end. There from the keeper. Nicely done by Imran.
And just to add to the Goldilocks zone, so when it's 50-50, bang on half-half, then it's the super Goldilocks. So Vinny and I had some fun last week.
Swivels on this, but they have got the fielder back now, so 3 men on that leg side boundary, including the man doing the fielding there. Square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off. And there is that sweeper, Bishonai, who had the chance to remove Niaz. Plays that well, should bounce a couple of times before Lala makes the stop. So Matthew at the moment just trying to play his role.
Yeah, Niaz Mohammed, I mean, the leaderboard so far, 2 centuries, both Hungarian, so we need a bit of international flair on there.
Oh, that is absolutely smashed. That is huge. What a hit. Well, 91 becomes 97. 3 shy of what would be quite an amazing century. And Sweden United, I don't think they were expecting this, seeing how light Edex Knights were with a lot of their regulars missing. I think they were hoping to be restricting their opponents to around that 80-90 score. It hasn't worked out, hasn't gone to plan.
No, not at all. And Niaz Mohammed, let's remember, he hasn't even got a half century on the network so far. Now he's just 3 away from his century, but he'll have to wait a bit longer. It'll be interesting to see what his captain, who's on strike, does now. Of course, the team comes first, so whether he just gets the single or goes for the big hit in the final over.
Tina, I can't believe it. There's some drizzle. It's drizzling.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of drizzle. Let's hope this wind blows that away pretty quickly. Matthew on strike, hits it up in the air, will lob the bowler, and they'll get the single. So here we go, everyone. Niaz Mohammed, 97 of 35 balls. Will he be the first to score a century in a European Cricket Series? We saw some in the internationals. Oh, swings and misses. Imran gets excited. He is an excitable player, we know that. And one for the over given to the bowler here. This is a shot, Bishonai. Well, if he's going to get it, he's going to have to do it against a very good bowler. And, well, the rain, I don't know what's happening with the weather here in Malta. No schedule of it, but it's still raining. Here we go again. Short, probably too wide this time. Also, yeah, it's square leg umpire is signalling height on this as well. So if the first one was, yeah, it's a no ball. So the first one was over the shoulder. This one is as well. That means no ball called. So what an opportunity. A free hit, and you get a chance to get your century. Yes, the rain gets heavier. He won't want to go off here now. He wants to
Absolutely
hit
not.
this ball to the boundary.
It's exactly what you want. Well, it looks like the umpire, they're hesitating.
No, no, no.
Stay on, there's
Really?
4 balls left. No.
Oh dear. The thing is, though, that's probably the innings done. Surely that's the innings done.
No.
Because this, what we had to go there, 4 balls to go. If
On a
they're off
free
for a period
hit.
of time, that's the innings done. I think he's gonna get stranded, not out on 97, and he was on strike. Oh, hang on a minute.
On strike with a free hit coming up.
It's just stopped. Look at this. The cricketing gods are saying no way. This is cricket. We don't look. Lala knows it. He's marking. He's saying, hey, come back, everybody. The cricketing gods are with us. I tell you what, it's got to be in his fate. It's got to be his destiny to get a century. They're coming back, and he's coming. Don't forget, it's a free hit. Oh, for a moment there, Tina, I thought he would never get a chance. Remember, you said it earlier. His highest score's been, what, 47 on the network?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
You must have sent the world's quickest prayer there up to the cricket gods, and it's still actually raining out there, but the sun is shining.
You know what would be fitting? A rainbow right now. A rainbow right now. And, well, come on. Nobody wants to deprive. Well, I suppose Sweetie United would, but otherwise nobody would want to deprive a batter getting his century. He's batted so well. 97 of 37. Free hit coming up. And he lays his hit all the way to the boundary. Bolle, Ginna Zona. And what a moment this is for Niaz Mohammed. He takes the helmet off, and then he lifts up his bat to the cheers of not just his teammates, but everybody watching. What a remarkable moment. And, well, there you go. Sometimes some things are meant to be. Even the rain stopped and the sun came out for him to get his first century on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, what a lovely moment for Niaz Mohammed. It looked for a second that you wouldn't get the chance with that world's quickest rain delay, but the sun is shining down on the Master Oval, is shining down on Niaz Mohammed after that brilliant century.
Oh, what a moment it is for him. One that he will savour for a lifetime. There's that wagon wheel. And, well, we say the European cricket is all about players' dreams come true. Well, his has come through today as he smashes another big 6 all the way. And that 100, well, to get to the 100, he smashed 14 sixes and 2 fours. We'll make it 15 sixes now, and Dave was giving it the old commentator's curse. What are you talking about, Dave? I'm calling it the commentator's kiss.
Yeah, the rainbow is coming and it's shining down on him, and you can thank all the cricket gods up there for that very violent but very brief shower. He can finish now. 2 balls left, 109 not out.
Full toss. That could be a no, you know. I think that's too high. We'll probably have a look at this side on, but that looked pretty high to me. 6 has been signalled. Let's have a look at this side on. It just didn't look right. Let's see how high this is. And in comes the delivery in. Okay, once again, he's out of his crease. Gets smashed away for 6. What an innings. 115 out of 141. Well, the highest is 123, and that was, of course, by Zemus Deploy.
I did mention that 6s would trump 4s, and he's hit 16 of them.
Right up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. And it's another one where the fielder doesn't get hands to. This time it's Jaspal Singh. He can't take it. He can't hold on to it. It's going to be a couple more to Niaz Mohammed. And, well, we had a painstaking wait for the start of this European Cricket Series. There was misery and there was doom as the weather played its part. But as soon as the sun came out and the cricket started, we are treated to a magnificent century from Niaz Mohammed.
Yeah, I think that was worth the wait in the end, and the misery turned to delight. The clouds cleared as Niaz Mohammed takes all the plaudits he deserves. as he walks off the pitch unbeaten. Having started the innings, he finishes 117 not out, just 41 deliveries, and rightly so. Even a guard of honour from all of his teammates there. And he's put his team in a really commanding position here.
Yeah, well, let's roll the highlights here. And it was all about one man, it has to be said. 117 of 41, including 16 sixes and 2 fours. And, well, this is how he started, hammering it big and hard down the ground.
Just in that innings, just the 2 fours, and that's exactly what we said earlier. Going aerial, especially with the wet outfield, is the way to go. But it wasn't a chanceless innings. There must have been about 4 or 5 drop catches by Sweeky in the end, and that's what paid. He got one hit right in the chest there. So it wasn't without a bit of pain along the way, but there was also pain for the fielders as they dropped a fairly sizable amount of catches there, and yeah, didn't Nias Mohammed make them pay?
He did make a play. It's just worth pointing out that the throw probably that came in there was also from Mohammed Ajmal. And Ajmal, well, let's just say that he should never have hurt him, because once he hurt him, oh boy, did he hurt them back. I mean, it was quite a magnificent display of batting. And Sweet United just had no answer to it at all.
Yeah, this was a strange run out, but I think it almost played into the hands of the Edex Knights, because it meant that Nias Mohammed got back on strike for the next over, and he made them pay. A few cars in danger there in the car park, and yeah, in fact, Nias Mohammed was the only one that hit sixes, so Vishnu and Eldo's both just really playing bit parts, standing at the non-striker's end. You can see a bit of slipping and sliding out there. It is still wet on the outfield, especially after that probably ECN's quickest ever shower, and we were worried that Nias wouldn't get the chance to score his century. Not only did he get to the century, he then pushed on 17 runs further, and there's still a chance for 1 or 2 more drops from the Sweeky fielders, but they'll have a chance to reply. But it was really all about one man, and that man was Nias Mohammed. 117 not out off just the 41 deliveries. And out of the 143, 117 scored off the bat of one man. Just 20 contributed by the only other 2 batters that actually got out there. Vishnu at the top never really got going before that quite bizarre run out. And Eldo's Matthew, the captain, he was happy to come in and just watch the chaos unfold from the non-striker's end. Meanwhile, the bowlers, they tried 6 of them, but no one really got going. And of course, no one got on in the wickets column, because the only wicket was that run out. I think Mahbub was probably the pick of the bowlers, going for 10 off his 2 overs, so 20 off his 2. Wasim Abbas, fresh from bowling in the T20 series as well, he went for 12. There was one big magical over from Mohammed Ajmal as well. The bowlers, not much joy, but they'll have a chance to reply. The Edex Knights, 143 for 1. Nias Mohammed, it's the first game we've got on after a couple of days of rain, and boy, wasn't it worth the wait. 117 not out of 41 deliveries. So that means Sweeky United need 144 runs in 60 balls, at a run rate of 14.4 runs per over. It stopped raining here, so fingers crossed we will get the full run chase in. We'll come in just a few minutes time, so join me and Rico then for the run chase. See you in a second.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back. And I don't know, the weather today is just outrageous. It rains, the sun comes out, it rains, and it's one thing or another. But it's been raining runs as well. As well, we saw another century, Nias Mohammed. Fantastic from him. That means that Sui United are needing 144 for victory. They need a good start. And one man who can give them that start is out there opening. It's Mahbub Ali. And he's got another good batter with him, Mohammed Kasim. And these two are looking to get off to a quick start. They needed to go at around about 15s to win this match. And going to start probably with a wide here. Wide ball to start. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Tina Goff. Tina, I think we're going to have a cracker here.
Yeah, I think so too, as long as the rain stays away. I'm getting whiplash from all this weather.
What is happening with the weather? It's great. You know what it is? I can tell you what it is. Of course, it is a holiday here today.
Yeah.
And it's St. Paul's Shipwreck Day. It's many, many years ago, over 2,000 years ago, it's when he was shipwrecked onto the island and discovered Malta. And I think in honour of him, the weather is deciding, well, it's got to be stormy, it's got to be shipwreck weather. Well, we certainly had enough of that the last couple of days. And hopefully it's going to come to a stop here. It's going to be another wide as the bowler just misses the lines there. Mahbub is swinging hard as you'd expect him to do. Let's have a quick look at the bonus point equation here. So 100 exactly. If you restrict them to, you get all the points here. Edix Knight will love that. Or, what seems unlikely, if all the points are to go to Sui United, they've got to do this in 7 overs. It's a good delivery. Dot ball, good comeback. First legal delivery then. Ends up being a dot ball. This is Sujith Sukumaran doing the bowling. And welcome back to everybody on the chat as well. I think everybody was in shock with that innings. It really just came from nowhere. And, well, hopefully there'll be plenty more of innings like that to come in this series. High in the air. Will it go to hand? No, it won't, because it's your comedy moment of the day. You gotta feel for Adil Latif here. He's backpedaling to try and get in the catching position, but whoopsies, down he goes. I told you that part of the field is pretty difficult to get your footing on.
I mean, fair play to him. He was running quicker backwards than I can run forwards, but yeah, he did end up on his backside and the ball landing safely between 3 fielders in the end.
They're taking the single and risky one. Oh, well, hang on a minute. Oh, this is going to be single. That goes all the way. That'll be 5 runs. Pick up and throw. Well, the outfield might be slow in some parts of the ground, but not over there. Let's have a look here. I think he might have been struggling. I mean, it was a risky one to take. Does he get there? I know he's a big man, but yeah, probably just gets there. But it's worth having a go. But the field is backing up. Couldn't get there in time. And what should have been a cheeky 1 becomes a very handsome 5.
Yeah, we love seeing the 5s here on the network, and you can see how much they're going to have to dry the ball, especially when it skids along for 4 runs there, because it's still wet. And every time those heavens open, it gets a bit wetter out there.
It's going to be another wide, so getting good movement is Sukumara. And I've got to say, he's bowling with a fear, but he's got a bit of zip about him as well. But he's just got to get that radar right.
Yeah, he's got quite a skiddy little action, and the way he slings it means that he does get a bit of lateral movement. A bit too much for his liking and the umpire's liking at the moment. Still just the 3 balls bowled, 3 legitimate balls in the first over.
You can see from the shirt there of Sukumara that the wind has picked up here as well. That's well picked up by the batters. Mahbub Ali, he likes to go down the ground, and he'll be hoping that's the first of many. Well, you can see one of the sponges that we have, or that we will. Well, you can see he's having a rest because it's been well used the last few days. There it is, and it almost gets wiped out. Yeah, somebody better move that. It's out there drying. I tell you what, some of the equipment that's been used to dry this ground or try to keep it dry has been amazing, and good work from all the players, the ECN crew, the umpires. And if it weren't for them, I can assure you we wouldn't be on the field now. So A lot of hard work being put in, and Mahbub Ali gets his first boundary, 6 runs.
Yeah, Nias Mohammed, I think, will be sending a thank you card to all those people who got the innings on this morning, especially look for all the world that you might miss out.
So that's a really good shot. It's a slightly slower delivery, but he waits for it, and then he sort of whips it away for Cuatro Carreras. And that's the talent of Mr. Lala.
I went for the slower ball there, and Lala, I don't think he picked it, but then as soon as he saw it coming, he just adjusted his front foot a little and just opened up his body so that he could play it a bit square. And I think Lala will be the key to this chase. There's a lot of experience at the top of the order.
Yeah, he's the man that they're going to see the back off. I think you've got to go back to pace on here and keep it outside the off. And, well, that's that movement again. This is probably not that far away. It's a good delivery, goes fuller, gets good movement. Let's take a look at this again. And, yeah, look at the swing on that. Really good delivery. And it finishes with a dot, but 19. No, 19, that's right. Does come off the first. I mentioned there's a holiday here today. Did you know there's a holiday in Germany as well today?
Oh, is it?
Ah, yeah, it is.
Oh, it may be in the southern states because us in the north, we get deprived of a lot of the holidays. So tell me what it is, Rico.
It's a holiday which is worth celebrating,
Okay.
actually. Today, it's Children's Hospice Day in Germany. And it draws attention to the importance of the children's hospice work that's done by the health workers there. So, and a big shout out to, of course, all those people involved doing a fantastic job and helping and taking care of young children with life-threatening diseases, as well as supporting their loved ones.
Absolutely.
Played away, it'll take a single here. And Kasim will be wanting to try and keep the big man on strike. World holiday today, and might be worth mentioning this because we haven't had lunch yet. It is World Pulses Day today, so of course very good for you. Pulses, do you like pulses? I love lentils.
I love, yeah, lentil soup, a lentil curry.
Oh, well.
Wowza.
You gotta laugh at this. Oh, the wicket keeper, AJ John. Well, look at him. He was like a jelly bean, wasn't he? Look at this. Look how he takes off trying to get to this. Oh, that is a little bit of the kung fu fighting, and he ends up on his back. Oh, that is gold. I'm telling you, that is gold.
He ends up completely starfished on his back because despite that amazing leap, I think he's got a future in the NBA. He got about 2 meters away from it and it still kept on soaring past his head.
Wow. I mean, it was being banged in here by Adil Latif. But, well, let's just say, I mean, if Mahbub Lala can't get to it, that's gone about 8 foot up in the air. Oh, that's a better ball. That's better areas. Just a single this time.
This is Adil Latif bowling the second over for the Edex Knights, and we got 1 for 25 in last year's final. Remember, Edex Knights got all the way to the final last year before losing to the Masida Warriors, so he's got some experience in big games.
That looping slow delivery, and the umpire says that's okay. Let's have a look at this. He must have just caught some of this line here, and yeah, that's a very good delivery. Deceptive and well within the legal requirements. Top ball. Yeah, not this time. This time you see he just falls away as he tries to put a little bit of extra power into that delivery, sliding away probably.
Yeah, he gets that lovely outswing, but just toying with that wide line, and the previous ball was perfectly executed. That Yorker falling just inside the line, but I think that one just strayed the wrong side of the line, and as a result, Adil is now going to go around the wicket, so cutting across the right-hander.
It's firmly hit, nobody stopping that. That's going to be 4 runs. I think this is where you can see that Kasim knows what's coming. He knows what Adil Latif is trying to do, and this time he just sort of hops across, gets himself behind the ball, and a good solid strike for 4.
Yeah, and that's the danger if you go around the wicket, and without getting too technical, if you go around the wicket, then the field has to adjust, and the mid-off there was far too straight, and you've got a right-hander bowling around the wicket to a right-hander. It's going to cut right across them, which means the shots are going to come a bit squarer, and the mid-off there, he has moved round a bit. the captain there as well, so he needs to keep an eye on his fields. Although he's gone back over now, so a bit of everything this over.
Oh, that shorter delivery, but Kasim not able to get away. Kasim, back in 2023, did score 250 runs. He wasn't the leading run scorer. Mohammed Ajmal scored 350. So between them, you got two very good batters, and then when you add the likes of Mahbub Ali to that, so we know they've got some powerful hitters. They're certainly going for this. Oh, that's well struck. Not going to get it past the infielder. And a good throw onto the stumps. No run there. And that's the end of the over. So 2 overs complete. It's at 31 without loss. And right on course to pull off a big run chase here, Sweden United.
Yeah, we're right in that Goldilocks zone. They're on 54%. You can see, because we're so early in the group stages as well, and the washed out game this morning means that the 2 teams that are playing here both on 2 points. We'll see the other 3 in the course of today and tomorrow. So Group A as well will look very similar, because the previous 2 days all those washed out games were from Group A, which in some ways it's a bit of, well, in German you say Glück im Unglück, which is luck in bad luck, because at least Group A is still balanced. No one has been disaffected by the rain.
Oh, that's 6. Well, that is a blaze. Through the covers, goes over that extra cover boundary, and we know about this guy and his power. And it's worth mentioning that last year when he played for Malta Day, and he scored some 330 runs for Malta Day, really kept Malta Day in the tournament last year. Malta Day finishing in the top 8, and therefore qualified ahead of Marsa on net run rate. And this guy was the man who was doing all the damage for them, but he wasn't 100% fit. Go back to that in a moment. Oh, power.
Yeah.
That's what he brings. That's what he brings to the party. Sheer power. And he's just made to play this format, and that demonstrates it there. But I spoke to him before the start of the day, in between the showers, of course, and he said he's fit, he's healthy, and he's ready to go, and it looks it.
Yeah, he's showing it there, and that was almost just a short arm punt. He didn't extend his arms, but he didn't need to. He saw the line outside off stump and just levered it across to the leg side, and it's racing away 24 off just the 8 deliveries.
Oh, thank you to Sam Williams, the gaffer's here, and he's bought some lunch. What do you reckon? World Pulses Day? We're going to have some pulses here. Oh, well, I'll tell you what. Talk about pulses. There's pulses that are raising at the moment. That is an incredible shot. Now, where's that going into? Is that going into our scorers tent? That could have done some damage, you know. I think that could have done some damage. Oh, well, there's smiles. Something's broken there, I reckon. Something is broken. And look at them. They're all saying to Mahbub Lala, what are you doing? You're breaking the equipment of the European cricket crew. And this, oh, look at it. That's smashed into something without fail. Yeah, that has caught something. Well, the good news you can tell from the reactions that bodies are okay, equipment maybe not.
Rule number 1, Rico.
Oh, okay. Chance and taken. Big moment. Well, one thing that the Edex Knights couldn't do, and or what Sweden United couldn't do, was hold their catches. Edex Knights they get one chance to remove Mahbub Ali, and they take it. And Mahbub Ali, I think the blue crew will say karma. If you attack us, well, then, well, look, the gods will be nasty to you, and they are, and he will go for 30. That is a big wicket. And even though there's a lot of time to go in this match, that could make a big difference.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for the Edex Knights, and they're celebrating it like they know they're in the game now. And yeah, that was maybe 1 wicket for ECN, because Mahbub might have an invoice coming his way.
Yeah, that was absolutely crunched, that shot. So Mahbub will go 30 after 10 balls that he faces. Got to say, that's a good catch. And I'm not going to give the scorers a hard time for not getting the graphics updated quickly. They're probably trying to sort out their broken equipment. And that catch was taken by Kanan. And Sukumaran picks up the wicket. And that's well bowled. It's Jaspal Singh who comes in at number 3. So they decide to go to Jaspal before Mohammed Ajmal, probably because Ajmal's probably not having the best of days so far.
Yeah, and Jaspal, he's had some international experience the last week as well. He played for Malta in the ECIs. Didn't get too much of a look in. He's got a big chance now. It's well bowled.
Yeah, he's got that nice sort of whippy action, and I think because of that, he gets that sort of natural late swing. What an over that is. That over could really make a big impact on this match. And just goes, well, it started bad, didn't it, with those 3 sixes, but then as soon as he takes that wicket, it ends up being 3 dots. And that's the sort of things that you'll see on European cricket. You'll see overs like that. 18 come from it, 6-6-6, wicket, dot, dot. And, well, this match must surely be about a 50-50 at the moment. So we could be in golden Goldilocks zone, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so too. And Sujith, he went 49 off just his 2 overs, so 1 short of his bowling half century. But I think in a weird way he'd probably take that for the wicket of Lala, and it was a big wicket. Looked like he was going to get his half century, but pulled it back magnificently.
That's a good hit, and somebody's got to take over from where Lala left off, and then the umpire's just checking if this goes all the way or not. I think it was pretty close to it. Let's have a look at this one more time. It gives it a good solid strike, and yeah, well, I think that's just catching the rope actually. I think that might be 6. You see the rope? Yep. That's been given as 6. Catches the ropes as 6 runs as the captain, Aldous Matthews, gets attacked with his very first ball. And that's good looking shot as well, and well fielded. And as the sun once again comes out on what really has been, when you talk about the weather, very topsy-turvy.
It's been 4 seasons in one day, and it is quite windy as well, but maybe that plays into our hands a bit, drying out that surface that has had a lot of rain the last few days.
Played out in the off, taking it on. In comes the throw. Ooh, well, if he was able to get this onto the stumps, Altos, that would have been out, I think. That's a really good bit of fielding. Good throw. I think that's Sukumaran who gets the throw in quickly. And you can see he's just trying to get that onto the stumps, but fails to do so. And you can see he knows it. If that hit the stumps, it would have been out. A bit of luck for Singh. And wide ball. Extras could be key here. There's been quite a few of them. Don't forget we had the 4 overthrows at the beginning of the innings as well. We've got a tight game here, folks. A lot of people joining in the chat.
Sweeky just bowled the 3 wides, and Edex here already up to 10. So that, as you said, Rico, could be the difference.
High in the air, another opportunity. And that's really well held. What a quality catch that is. And that's Vishnu. And he came off the boundary quickly, got himself in a very good position and holds on to the catch. I think you've got to say here, it's in early on, the difference has been in the fielding.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 2 catches held on to in the field for the Edex Knights. And if you think back to how many were dropped in the first innings, that's Vishnu there, safely under it. It's really not hard, very hard, sorry, in this swirling wind. It's not easy, but he held on to it there, and that's both openers now back in the shed. Mohammed Kazim, 17 off just the 9 balls, but it means 2 new batters out of the crease now, and one of them really, they have to do a bit of a Nias Mohammed and go big if they want to chase this down.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, keep an eye on that rate. Remember, it started with it being around about that 14.5. So because of the big hitting from Lala early on, they've taken it down. I mean, it's below 14, but it will soon make its way upwards if they don't get going here. And this over, 9 have come from it. Remember, starting with a 6. Will just be a single. So 10 off the over. And they need a boundary here now, really, to just stay up with the rate. Jaspal Singh, he's swung at a few, but has only got 1 to his name.
That brings Mohammed Ajmal as well, who just faced that first ball. The left-hand, right-hand combination could be of benefit to Squeaky as well, but Mohammed Ajmal, he's got some runs. 73 not out in 2023 is his high score.
gets played away, and again, single, a few oohs as this one. A direct throw just misses the stumps. End of the over. And it didn't start well for Matthew, but he did finish well. Keeps it to under the required rate. That means that rate will start to creep upwards as at the end of the 4th over. It is 60 for 2.
It's Sweeky now. 84 needed, 36 balls, so exactly 14 runs needed. So you can see by the Manhattans, they've had a few decent overs so far. Not quite magical, but first over going for 19, third for 18. And look at the 5th over for the Edex Knights was the one that went to 28. So if Sweeky get one over like that, get a magical one or even more, then that could put them in the driving seat. As it is, they're on 46%, very much in the Goldilocks zone, but they're just behind according to the win predictor.
Yeah, it's quite amazing that really, after 4 overs, that Sweeky are well ahead. It was they're on 60, their opponents were on 40, but things can change pretty quickly. But at the moment, they're looking to stay ahead, and well, now it's more fireworks going in the direction of some of those marquees. But this time, I think it just lands in between our scorers and one of the teams. But that's what you call being in the firing line at the moment. Here's another one. Where does this go?
Looks like Ty went for the catch for the match referee, but he realised it was going to go safely into the team tent there.
Oh, that's very wide, and it's going to be some freebies here, and well, they might even double up, think about it, but decide not to go on the misfield.
I need to make sure in the field here, Edex, just not get too sloppy, because that's what let Sweeky down in their fielding innings, and every kind of extra, every misfield brings that run rate down, and now it's more towards 13 than 14, so this has been a good over so far, and it's only one in it.
Yeah, this is the Centurion. Now this could be close, and in fact it's more than close, because he's gone through and hit the stumps. Well, Niaz Mohammed, he can do no wrong. I know that the cricketing gods were shining on him earlier when he got his century, and now with the ball he gets him straight through. I don't think he realised himself. He was like appealing to the umpire, and I think it was only one or two of his teammates that said, hey, he's gone, you go right through him, look right through onto the stumps, and that is out, and that is the end of another batter. So now Edex are well on top here.
Yeah, Niaz Mohammed, I think he's got the player of the match sewn up whatever happens now, and he was busy appealing to the umpire, and it was only when he turned round and his keeper AJ John was running towards him celebrating that you realised that no need for the appeal. He cleaned him right up.
Cleaned him right up. So well, 2 Singhs out there now as Gurjeet joins Jaspal Singh. And though the runs are not the issue, wickets could be. Hit that firmly. That's a good strike. Well, that is a message of intent straight away from Gurjeet as he hits this one through the gap, in through the covers for 4 runs.
Yeah, and that was a lovely shot. That was a proper cricketing shot. When you hit it hard enough, it doesn't matter about this wet outfield that just skipped along the surface. And even though Edex have a player out here, he had no chance to run around to his left to stop that.
Yeah, hit very well. Right, Nias comes in again, and this time's a little bit shorter. Gets worked down onto the leg side. Will just be a single. Jaspal now needs to get going as well. 8 or 5 at the moment, Jaspal, so he needs to up the tempo a little bit, up his rate. And that will do nicely as he goes up and over, and that is going to be 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras más. And just when Jaspal needed to get going, he does. So the 2 Singhs are finding their touch now. Gurjeet started with a great boundary, 4 runs, and now Jaspal responds, going all the way over for 6. Game back on, and look at that. Well, you wanted to talk about the golden Goldilocks zone. We are there.
Yeah, bang on the money, and this game is really, really in the balance. 3 wickets down, but both of these batters can bat.
They will take this on, and they'll get their very good running, good backing up. You've got to hustle. And, well, what's happened here? Well, I've got to admit, some of the umpires, when they're singing at the end of the over, has me confused. I thought he was giving him out there. I thought he was giving him out.
As it is the end of the over, and that's a magical over, despite that one wicket as well.
The umpire confused me. I thought he's giving somebody out here, but the umpire is just signaling over to the scorers.
Keeping us on our toes.
Keeping us on our toes. So, I suppose another good over. It's 20 come from it with that extra. So, magical overs, even though there was a wicket in there as well. Oh, that's well bowled. Good delivery. Dot ball to start.
Although Matthew, he didn't bowl much in the T20 internationals for Malta. Just the 4 overs, but he did pick up a wicket. Of course, he's taking on the captaincy here for Edex Knights and really leading from the front with his bowling. He got that wicket in the first over, his first over as well, so he's really chipping in here.
Yeah, he's a good campaigner, he's a good workhorse, he's a good captain as well, leads by example. And I know there's a lot of newer players in this side, and he'll lead them well, I'm pretty sure, and they'll want to perform for him likewise. It's in the air, but in the gap, and that's going to be 4 runs. A little bit unlucky there. It's not a bad delivery, but at the moment, it's all about getting bat on ball with the 2 batters. And if it gets through the gap, it does go through for 4. It's quite interesting, isn't it? In the amount of rain that we've had, and yet we're still seeing balls like that race to the boundary.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit unpredictable, this outfield. Sometimes it really stodges up and plugs, especially if it's hit high in the air, but if it's hit firmly enough along the ground, it can still race away for 4.
This one does skid through. Probably doesn't come up as much as what Jaspal was hoping it would do. Hello to Steve Cook, who's joining in the chat.
It's a bit of Super Bowl chat, and I know Vinny in previous years doesn't want the result spoilt for him. I don't know if he's listening in today, so we'll keep quiet. Obviously, it's not real sport, not like T10 cricket.
You know, it's quite interesting. I know that some of our guys were talking about it yesterday, and I remember reading something about it and looked up yesterday, and it's actually a fact. They actually call today Sick Monday, especially in places like America, because the number of people that go call in sick the day after is mammoth. So a lot of people enjoy your sick day as this one gets played out, and a bit of hesitation, and he gets thrown to the wrong end. You can see that one of the batters was quick going. That's Gurpreet. And Jaspal wasn't as quick. And you can see here, by the time he gets going, he survives because the fielder goes at the wrong end.
Yeah, it was the wrong end, but Elders Matthew wasn't back behind the stumps at the non-striker, so it would have needed a direct hit at the non-striker's end.
Oh, talk about hit. That comes sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai is that one. Goes for a big 6.
Yeah, that was a lovely hit, and there's a few brave souls. It's not the warmest out here, but they're sitting there up in the bleachers, and they were ducking for cover there because that was hit cleanly towards them, and takes it to 91 for 3 off 6 overs. So Sweeky needing 53 in 24 deliveries. So the run rate is hovering between that 13, 14 per over. If one of these two goes big, they're very much in this, aren't they?
They're very much in this. They're keeping it around that 13, as you said. And they're getting, the thing is, they're getting the boundaries that they need. So even in that over, 11 come from it, but there was the 2 boundaries. Over before, of course, from Nias, though, despite the wicket, it went for 20. So Swee at the moment probably are in the driving seat, and that's reflected there by the win predictor as well. But not much in it. Let's see what Adash Kanan can do. That is a lovely shot. What a beautiful shot. It gets a bit of width, and that's played away beautifully. Jaspal took his time to get going, didn't he? I think he was on 8 of 5 deliveries, but now he's found his rhythm, he's found his timing, and he plays a beautiful shot to move into the 20s. Oh, well,
That is right in the hitting zone. It's, I'll call it in the swing zone. That is mullered. And I think this has gone into the archery range. It's gone over the fence into the archery range. That is a biggie. That is a Bizaway Super 6.
He just rocked back and pivoted on that, and it's just as well we haven't seen the Archers this week at all, because they will have had Grizzlies raining down on their head. I know we had a bit of argy-bargy with them last year because they weren't too happy about the balls flying in, but maybe they've heard about the series this week and stayed away.
Oh,
It's a bit windy for archery as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit windy. It's a holiday, I suppose, so maybe the Archers are enjoying the holiday. Not us cricketers. We're out there. We're doing our bit, and Jasper's trying to do his bit and win this match for Sweet. That's another short one which he doesn't quite latch onto, but he'll still take the single and hand the strike to Gurjeet Singh, who's made a good start. 11 of the 3 balls that he's faced.
Maybe they need to relocate the Super Bowl to Malta, because they do have the bank holiday here, so no one would need to call in sick.
And now that is a very good shout from you. And in the air, it's another one that goes into that soggy part of the ground. That is very, very good fielding. It ain't easy out there, and the fielder, I'll tell you who that is in a minute, has done superbly well to come around, keep his foot in, and keep that in play. That's Arun Ajayan. Excellent work. Right in front of Russ there. That's Russ. Russ who flew into Malta yesterday. Nice to have Russ here, and of course, safe travels to Andy House, who's made his way back, of course. Andy did a good job here, starting things off.
That's a great bit of fielding, and round of applause from the teams that are arriving for the games coming up today as well, because that was a boundary saver.
Just making a little tweak in the fielder. You can see that point has just come around a little bit for that cut shot. And straight at the fielder. And it gets sent back. And no run this time. That's nicely stopped. That looked like that was Boss Paul. Makes a stop, and the 2 batters, once again, a few times we've seen that communication between them hasn't been the best. Down the ground, 6 runs. Don't need to run for those. Sweet out of the middle, 6 more. Sweet United getting the boundaries at man, and when you have a look at each over, they've managed to get that important boundary right at the end of the over, which keeps them ahead of the run rate. So 18 come of that, and 2 6s and a 4, and 109 for 3. Yes, we have a look at what's coming up next. Power hitters, a new side, but I've got some familiar names in their lineup. But Mater Day, I mean, what can you say about Mater Day? They're a team that always do play some outstanding cricket, and they're well led by their captain Muthu Kumaran, who, by the way, is on 49 wickets on the European Cricket Network. So let's see if he brings up 50 today. And, well, I'll tell you what could be coming up today is a good run chase as we United. They are in charge here now, as Gurjeet and Jaspal Singh are really cashing in on some short deliveries.
Yeah, and the ECS night bowlers are just not quite bowling in the right spots at the moment, giving a bit too much width, a bit too short, and both Singhs here are just loving this bowling. Dealing in mostly 6s at the moment, and just 29 needed now off 17 deliveries.
Right, now this one is an opportunity. It's not easy though, and it's well held. That's one thing that the ECS Knights have done. When they've got the opportunity, they've taken it. Now that could be a big moment as this partnership gets broken. Gurjeet Singh loses his shape, skies it up in the air, and this ball would have been swirling up there. It would have been spinning, and he does ever so well, does Sujith Sukumaran, to take and hold on to the catch.
Yeah, it's never easy when it flies behind the keeper. It's coming off the edge of the bat. But Sujith sets himself, takes the catch nicely, so Gurjeet has to go. But he's putting a good little cameo, 18 off just the 6 deliveries, so he didn't use up many deliveries, so that means Sweeky only need to go at a run rate of about 10, 29 in 17 deliveries, and it brings Anil Kadir to the crease.
Every time there's a wicket, you believe that you get yourself back in the games. Anil Kadir, well, hits it firmly.
down the ground. Will just be a single. Gets fielded there by Vishnu. So Edix hoping that their fielding can keep them in this match and maybe go and win this match. They've fielded well. Held on to the catches, made some good stops in the outfield as well. Latif, 15 wickets last year. Key bowler. High. Where's this one going? And oh, it would have been a great catch. It's Sukumaran again. And the batters will come back and take two. This one's gone up in the air. He lost it, didn't he? Found it again. And I think, Tina, you'll agree, probably the hardest catches to take.
Yeah, extremely difficult. And he almost had time to turn around again, but he tried to take it over his shoulder. And that's always so difficult to judge. In the end, I don't think he gets his hands anywhere near it. It just pings up off his chest.
And just Jaspal. And now he's gone. Well, I was just about to say he gets a life when he gets dropped on 36, but that's the end of him now. It's Adil Latif who finds the right delivery. We said earlier that they were bowling just a little bit too short. Well, if you change your line and you pitch it up, you'll get success. And now that could be a match-winning moment.
And once again, the game swings in one way and then back in the other. That's the 5th wicket down for Sweekin. It's both set batters have gone now. As Jaspal Singh has to go for 38 off 19 deliveries, so a good innings from him. But he would have liked to stay there until the end, because as it is, 2 new batters at the crease. Imran Amir is the latest into bat, but he's got a 50 to his name on the network as well. Got 2 experienced batters out there.
Yeah, the experience is the word. The captain with Imran, and well, I said he's very much a showman, is Imran Amir. He's great to watch, he's entertaining, and he's always in the action. Speaking of which, it looks like he's broken his bat the very first ball he faces. As we'll have a quick look at the old worm here, and you can see they are ahead thanks to some good hitting from batters that have been and gone. That's the problem. Jaspal Singh goes for 38, got them back in front after Mahbub Ali got them off to a flyer. But this game, well, it's got something about this last match that we watched. That classic match did go to a golden ball. We're not surely going to start with a golden ball here, are we? 119 for 5.
Interestingly, it looks like they're changing tactic and going to a new bowler in the form of Vishnu, who hasn't bowled yet. It's a big move in the 9th over, but it looks like they want to take pace off the ball as one piece of equipment is changed out for another.
Yeah, well, Imran Amir does get another bat after taking the single. He's on strike. So needing just over 12 and over here, 12 and a half. And gone. Well, he should have stuck to the original piece of timber. He gets a new bat, but it's the timber that gets destroyed by the bowler. Timber, says Vishnu. Vishnu with his very first ball, he's on the money, and he knocks him over. Chakadewate, and that is the end of Imran Amir. Well, probably not the right shot to play here. Running out of batters now as the 6th wicket falls.
It doesn't matter what type of bat you select, if you're going to miss it all ends up, you might as well not be holding one. Imran goes for the big swing, doesn't really get anywhere near it in the end, so he can put that bat back in its casing because it hasn't been used. As Wasim Abbas, who I'm surprised is so far down the order, he comes in at 8. This week he's still needing 25 off 11 deliveries.
Wasim Abbas, another experienced campaigner. He's pretty useful with the bat, paces away, and he's going to get a boundary. 4 runs. Well, we've just been commenting on the fielding of Edex has been pretty good up until now. Well, that is a foot fielding fail, really. It's a good day when the outfield is nice and soft to get a slide and a dive in. Goes for the foot, misses it, 4 runs. Abbas
didn't want to do his laundry, so he didn't want to go for the big dive. But as it is, gives up the 4 runs instead.
Abbas out there with his captain. Full toss and gets hammered for 6. Ginna Sona, Gundi ball, Ziggy. And if you got a full toss, there's only one thing you got to do with it, and that's put it to the fence. And that's exactly what the experienced Wasim Abbas does.
Yeah, and this is exactly why I was expecting Abbas to come in a bit earlier. But if he's going to come in and kind of play the finisher role, then Sweeky will be more than happy with that.
Oh, that's nicely played. That's going to be 4 more. Wasim Abbas has come out and he's hit 3 boundaries on the spin. That wasn't a good ball. Strays it down the leg side, and well, with the pace that Vishnu's trying to bowl at, all Abbas needs to do is get a bit of bat on it, and it's going to race to the boundary. So 11 required of 8 deliveries.
And I thought at first the bowling change, bringing in the new bowler Vishnu for the 9th over, paid off with that wicket first delivery. Since then, he's gone 3 boundaries in a row, 14 runs coming off those 3 balls.
Got a bit of a slinky action, hasn't he, Vishnu?
Yeah.
Tulasiddharan slings that ball in, but at least that time he gets it a bit straighter. Just a single, but still plenty of time now here for Sweet United to register a very good win.
Just needs to not go to the rope if you're Edex Knights.
It's well bowled, but once again, Yorker length. They will get another run of their leg by, so it does catch a bit of the pad on the way through. So we're going into the last, everybody, with 9 required for victory. And of course, remember, 8 would take us to a golden ball.
I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility here. And they took that single off the final delivery, and that brings Anil Kadir back on strike. And that's probably actually the better result for Edex Knights, keeping Wasim Abbas at the non-striker's end. But it's just 2 big swings away. So you know what the brief is for the batters is just swing hard.
Yeah, swing hard, and interesting who they go for. I think it looks like it's going to be, well, you'd have to go with him. Yes, Mohammed, of course. That scored a century. Started well, but his first over did in the end go for 19, 20 in total, because there was a bye as well. So it's a bit of a gamble, but I suppose captain is thinking, well, who are you going to go to here? Aldous Matthews, and he says you've got to go with the man who's got the Midas touch. So going into the last here, 9 required. Anil Kadir, the captain of Sweet United, on strike. Interesting that they've pushed out here. I would have tried to put a squeeze on him. And they're going to take this on, and they're going to get there. That's unfortunate. Keeper doesn't take it cleanly, opting to stand up, and allows him to get a single, and well, that could make a huge difference.
Yeah, there's a bad misfield there by Ajay John behind the stumps, because they would have dearly loved to keep Wasim Abbas, who's gone 15 off just 4 deliveries, at the non-striker's end. But as it is, he's on strike, with Sweeky just needing 8.
And it's going to be called a wide, so it becomes 7 in 5 balls.
I think that was called a wide by the batter first.
Yeah, he said, come on, umps. And yeah, there's the chase. Got to try and keep it in the field of play. And I think he's done amazingly well. What a flick back this is. That's superb. That really, for me, keeps the game alive. They'll get a couple, but this is sensational. Brilliant work. Sujith Sukumaran has been outstanding out there.
Taken a catch already, and now he's kept his team in the game. That was bound for the rope. As it is, still runs needed here. 5 off 4.
Wicket keeper decided he won't stand up. He goes back. Don't want to give any buys away. Smash down the ground, and the fielder's going to miss it. It goes, I think, for 4 runs, and that was an opportunity, it has to be said. Not easy. The fielder had to make a lot of ground to get there, but Adil Latif did have the chance. And you can see there, misses it, 4 runs. Wasim Abbas survives and scores a tide.
Yeah, that was a costly drop. That could have been the difference. A wicket and a dot ball instead of 4. Just the 1 needed now off 3. So I think they're going to bring the field in. Edex are making sure to not make a mistake here. Bring everyone in. You've got to stop the single.
And, well, should be out and will be out. Well, okay, score's tied. 2 balls to go. And bat on ball, and they go for it. Was he Mabas? I don't know. I mean, you had 3 more balls to come after this. He didn't have to do this. It's straight to the fielder. And he's going to have to go. So a little bit of pressure on the next batter coming in here.
Yeah, it was a strange decision. There was never, ever a run there. It just went straight to the short mid-wicket. Wasim Abbas, he was 21 off 6 deliveries, so he would have definitely been the most experienced batter out there. As it is, the new batter comes in, but he will be at the non-strikers end, so it'll be Anil Kadir on strike, leading 1 off 2 deliveries, and you can see everyone's creeping into the frame here.
Oh, dot ball. Well,
Here we go.
Scores tied. And it's the last ball. Bilal Khan is at the non-strikers end. Captain Anil Kadir on strike. 143 to 143. Just going to be the case of bat on ball and go for it. And he's going to get lucky. It gets scooped over the vacant third man area. They'll come back for 2, but as soon as the 1 is scored, the match is done. And it's a close finish. Swee United need to do it off the last ball, but they will be victorious in a very highly entertaining match against the Edex Knights. And it is victory to Swee, and what a match it was.
Yeah, what a match. We had to wait 9 matches, watch the rain fall, and match 10, we're back out there in the middle, and it's really delivered. We had Nias Mohammed, the Centurion, in the first innings, and then almost a golden ball finish, but it just squeezed away. Bilal there getting big hug from his teammate. They just managed to squeak over the line there.
They did. Well, you can see that's Wasim Abbas, who gives the captain a bit of a hug there. But of course, I think he must have been thinking, especially when he runs himself out, well, you know, what have I done? Especially when the next ball was a dot. But, well, fortunately, the captain did manage to get the runs. Well, we had a few comedy moments in there as well, but it was a highly entertaining match.
Yeah, it was an entertaining match from start to finish, and it swung this way and that. It was Mehboob Ali who got Sweeky off to a good start. Mohammed Kasim at the top of the order as well. So we thought that it might even be an easy chase in the end for Sweeky, and Edex, their catching was good, but their ground fielding was a little sloppy at times, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they'll go and look back. I have to say, I mean, out of the 2 teams, I think that Edex Knights, their fielding was much better. Remember that. I mean, we'll have to find out exactly what did happen there. It certainly crunched something. But I think, yeah, there was this little moments after. I mean, they took 3 catches in through, but little moments, of course, throwing that ball away for 5 runs. I mean, how costly could that be when you look at this? And then there was this one here. That was so close. If Matthew could have got this back into the stumps, that probably would have been out. So little moments, little margins sometimes do decide the way matches go. But that was a really good catch. And, well, he wasn't very happy, was he? And that was Mohammed Kasim when he got himself out. And this one again, close. But batter just manages to get in. But then there was that beauty, absolute beauty from Nias. But the thing was that though he did pick up that wicket, there were still 20 runs that came off that over.
Yeah, and it was the Sings in the middle that did the business as well. They didn't have to go at too much of a rate of knots, but they just ticked along. Jaspal Singh contributing 38 off 19, but a few wickets towards the end made it interesting and always went down to the final ball. We almost had a golden ball.
We almost did, and well, that's what we like. Matches that go all the way down to the wire. So well done to Sweet United. They get the win there. But Edex Knights, don't forget, they do go away with a point from this match. And of course, the first match between these two was abandoned. So both teams would have shared the points there, 2 points each. So we do finally get some cricket. And it was a start of Group B. And what a good match that was. And remember, we've got some exciting cricket coming up for you in around about 15 minutes time when Martyr Day of Queen means, of course, Mother of God. Martyr Day, a lot of those players do work at the Martyr Day Hospital. They will be in action against a new team, the Power Hitters. Looking forward to that one. And if it's anything like the first match we had here, it's going to be another humdinger.
Yeah, we had to wait 10 matches to get on, but I think it was worth the wait, Rico. And the chase there, it was not a flashy chase. We didn't have the big hitting of Nias Mohammed from the first innings, but Jaspal Singh their top scoring 38 off 19. It's just small contributions throughout, which got Squeaky over the line.
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, Mahbub Ali, the start that he gave them, 30 of 10. I mean, that strike rate 300 and Jaspal is exactly what they needed. And I think against Sweehy, what they've shown there is exactly what I was expecting. They're a team that have got a squad, and if they can keep themselves fit and healthy throughout this series, I'm expecting to see them make their way into finals day. They definitely will be challenging. EDX Knights, I mean, we saw a great century there from Niaz Mohammed. It's not often that you talk about a century and still talk about a player ending on the losing side. But it was a marvellous knock from him. He gave his team a chance, but in the end, Sweet United were just too strong.
Yeah, well, they'll come back fighting, will the EDX Knights, and they've proven they can do it with the bat. I think they bowled quite well as well. They got a few wickets shared around. They got those 7 wickets. It's just their fielding that let them down a bit, but they'll come back fighting, I'm sure.
They certainly will. Look forward to seeing them when they're back. But remember, we are going to be back ourselves in just under 15 minutes' time with the next match starting. Match number 11. Join me, Rico Full and Tina Goff, right after a short break.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and Victorinox.
Some things are just meant to be waiting for, and we had to wait a long time for the start of this European Cricket Series in Malta. And what a start that was, with a century in that last match from Nihas Mohammed. Well batted to him. Next match though, this features Malta Day and a new side, the Power Hitters. Let's go straight to the coin toss.
Malta Day to call.
Head.
Head is the call. And that's the tails.
Yeah, tails.
Yeah.
So,
What do you want to do?
yeah, I saw bat. Sorry, bowling first. Yeah.
They're going to have a bowl first.
Power Hitters winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bowl first. So they're looking to restrict Malta Day. Malta Day, look, they're a side that always do entertain us. They've had some stunning victories in the past. Something like Mohammad Rafi is going to be key for them, and Shiradeh Patel also. But the thing is, are they going to be lucky with the weather? Because as you've seen here, it's absolutely pelting down once again. So I think without further ado, I'm getting out of here. Let's go straight to the commentary box where Tina is. And Tina, hopefully, will be talking some cricket action.
Hello folks and welcome back. I did survive, and well, Tina's not here because Tina's tucking into some of her lunch, and I've had mine. It was very nice. Thank you very much to the Maltese Federation, of course everybody here at the Marsa Sports Complex for providing us with the lunch as we get ready for the next match. So the Power Hitters taking on Malta Day. I tell you what, I don't know about the Power Hitters, but the rain was pretty powerful there as well. Boy, have we had some strange weather here in Malta. But the good news is that it just came and went, and we're ready to carry on. Let's have a quick look at that. Well, Happy Singh, well, he looked a little bit confused out there in the middle. Did Happy, but Tyrone put him right. Tyrone, of course, used to be a school teacher. You could tell, can't you? He decides that he is going to have a bowl first. So let's have a quick look. Malta Day there. Got some familiar names. Michael Nazar, Sam Aquilina, and of course their captain, Muthu Kumarana. Muthu, he's on 49 wickets. On the European cricket, and let's see if he gets number 50. The thing about Muthu is he doesn't always pick himself the ball. He's the sort of captain that likes to give others the opportunity, but I think sometimes he doesn't put himself onto bowl as soon as he should. Let's see if he does this time around. So looking forward to go, and also look, good luck to the Power Hitters. They're a new side. They're on debut here. Let's see how they go. Malta Day, as a result of having more experience, I think, on their side, are a team that are favourites according to the win predictor. Not by a lot though, 57 to 43%. Malta Day last time, of course, they did have Mahbub Ali in their side last year, and I think he helped them finish in the top 8. Remember, they pipped Marsa, the home side, on net run rate to make it through. And but thing was though, when it came to the second round of matches, they only managed to win one and didn't make it through to the final stage. So looking to go well here and have a good start, and weather permitting, we should see 2 contests between these 2 sides. So ready to go. Well, welcome back to everybody on the chat that's been joining in and being very patient today as well, I have to say. Muy buenas tardes. Tomás Martínez, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo está bien? ¿Y cómo estás las cosas ahí in Madrid? So here we are, we're ready to go. Hopefully we're going to have another very exciting game. What about that last game? Well done, of course, to Nias Mohammed, scores the century, doesn't end up on the winning side, but he does pick up the Player of the Match award, and I think that's quite right too. And we are, of course, at the Malta Club, which was inaugurated in 1902 by British Armed Forces, and still today remains Malta's premier sports club, and has that spiritual clubhouse as well here. And of course, it's the home of Maltese cricket, so it's always good to be here. The wind still blowing quite strongly. It's blowing things around a little bit. It's something that I think the bowlers and the fielders will have to contend with. So they are ready to go. You can still see there that there's a lot of dark clouds still around, but the strong wind is moving them along pretty quickly. And that is really the forecast for this afternoon. A little bit of sun and cloud as we go through the day. So let's have a quick look at the power hitters there. Liking the kit. Oh, it's sort of a combination. I wouldn't say it's quite a red. It's almost like a sort of between a red and a pink, those colours. And looks like the wicketkeeper was having some last-minute adjustments as he makes his way out there now. Happy seeing moving his troops around. It looks like Jamkur Singh is going to be bowling, and he's going to be bowling to this guy, Shijay Patel. Now, one thing about Shijay Patel is when we saw him last year, he has a tremendous array of shots. He likes to get funky. He's a good player, but then at the same time, because of that style in his approach to the game, he did get himself out quite cheaply sometimes as well. So he needs to stick around, and he needs to make him being out there count, because they do rely and will rely on him scoring big runs. But he's an exciting player to watch. Umpires just waiting for the official timekeeper, Rado. Nice to have Rado on board to give them the heads up to start. So Shijay Patel to open up, looking to get off to a good start. Umpires are ready to go. So here we go. Here's the first in the match number 11. Only the second, of course, in this European Cricket Series, because it's been badly interrupted by the weather. That's not a good start, is it, for the new team? It's down the leg side, and we're going to start with a minimal. Well, down the leg side, and the wicketkeeper there, Vikesh Yadav, not able to stop it. Doesn't really get across in time. You can see he's very slow moving, and I have to say, I don't want to be too unkind to Vikesh Yadav, but from that first delivery, it doesn't look like a man who spent too much time behind the stumps. 5 wides to start. Jamkur Singh needs to find his radar pretty quickly. That's better. Better delivery. Gets played and goes to hand, and no run there. Better line from Jamkur. Maybe he's got the loosener out the way. Sense that they're a team, first time on the network, a little bit nervy maybe. They're very quiet out there. It's nicely played, and the batters will take a single. A rotation of the strike. Azim Abbasi goes on strike. He hasn't really clicked as a batter on the network. We've seen him play a few times, and only has the highest score, and that was last year actually, of 18. So he's been given an opportunity here to being more successful with the ball actually. One a day, just changing things up maybe and giving somebody an opportunity. Maybe he can click. Well, that's a bit of a wild full toss, and he swings the bat at it, and that one is going to go for 4 runs. It comes out the hand all wrong. I don't know if Singh tries to bowl a slower delivery here, but that was very wide. Probably would have been called a wide had the batter not hit it. But it'll take 4. If you're going to, we always say, if you're going to go after the wide ball, if you're going to go chasing, well, make sure you hit it to the boundary, and he does. Oh, and he's gone. Well, what a surprise. Well, what did I just say about the wicketkeeper, Vikesh Yadav? Well, that's going to come back and bite me, isn't it? I said from first impressions, he didn't look like much of a keeper when he had no movement in him at all when he, with the wide ball down leg side. But how about this for a catch? Well, how much of it did he know? He gets a hand to it, it goes up in the air, he takes it to the second bounce, and it's going to be a wicket. Chamkor Singh gets a wicket, so the first wicket that the power hitters take on the network, and it's going to be a big one. As Azim Abbasi, after, well, lashing out and getting a lucky boundary, you would say, he's going to go for 4. Caught very well there by Vikesh Yadav. Well, that certainly surprised a few people, including me. So Abbasi gone. Yadav holds on to the catch. First wicket goes down, we'll just go on 10. 10 for 1. And Chamkor gets the breakthrough. And it's a good finish to the over as he beats Lazar Sharan outside the off. So first over complete. And a score, 10 for 1. And a welcome to everybody that's joining in the chat. Hello to John Gray, who's tuning into the action. And talking about action, we're going to have a bumper packed year for you. Action all the way along. And of course, Malta comes to a close. And as we finish here, the Western Shield is going to be fantastic there at the Carlama Oval. Joe Wild has sent us through some pictures of the ground and is looking absolutely stunning. And remember, this time round we also have the rest of the world and Team Asia joining in. 4 teams will be in action. Well, it's okay, says the umpire. Look at the batter. Well, the batter not happy about that decision at all is Patel. And, well, I think that's okay. But I think the only thing the umpire, and quite rightly so, I like that from the umpire, had to deal with, that's umpire Ranga, just has to tell the bowler not to be running in front of him. But yeah, I think that was okay. It was a good delivery actually. Just has to remember not to be in front of the umpire, Subrab. And that's picked up beautifully. That's going to be a boundary. It's going to be a biggie as well. Goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Says Gaderas. Gets whacked away. You can see there, I think Subrab, because he's aware of being in front of the umpire, takes himself away from being in front, but as a result of that the ball seems to also drift down the leg side. So something that you'll find, I mean, Surab maybe has played a fair bit of cricket, but not with umpires who are going to be following it to the law. You see here, there, that's probably okay. Nice took his shot, the chase is on, it's the wet part of the ground, and very well done. Oh, wipe out! And that's the sort of action you're going to see that part of the ground. First of all, it was a good flick back from the first fielder. And then, well, how about this? You can see some of the conditions the players have to deal with. But first, it was a great flip back, but you can see ease goes. And then, spare a thought for our man here. That's Amish Singh, who also loses his footwork. Asking the question, and it's a snick, and it's out. That is a big wicket, as Lazar Sharan will go. And he goes without scoring. And smiles all around. Let's have a look at this. So, swings, gets an inside edge. Easy decision for the umpire. And they did run 3, which I was thought was good running. But in hindsight, well, running the 3 puts Lazar Sharan on strike. And he's going to go 2-ball duck. Oh, there he is. Not a happy chappy. Good catch again from Vikesh Yadav. And it's going to be a 2-ball Derek. The old for Lazar Sharan. I'll have to ask Tina when she comes back if the ducks have arrived. I know when I was in Portugal and Porto, they were having a bit of a makeover. That's well bowled. Good areas. The Subrab He's got something about him. He's getting the ball, he's landing it in the right areas, getting some good rhythm going, getting good bounce, good carry through. And you can see if he stays out of the way of the umpire, he's going to cause problems. There's no doubt about that. Michael Nazir. And, thinks about the single, but says no, stay there. Michael Nazir is probably played in all the series that I've covered here in Malta. Of course, this is the 6th year we've been coming here. He's a handy guy to have. He's somebody who's adaptable, who can come in at different parts of the batting order when needed, and he can turn his arm over as well. He's got to try and stick around a bit here at the moment. With Malta Day, 2 overs in, 19 for 2. And it's a fine time to welcome back to Tina.
Yes, thank you, Rico. And what an exciting prospect we have here. The power hitters coming in new to the network, and despite their name, they're doing well with the bowling at the moment. 2 early wickets. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, they'll take that indeed. And well, you were still, I think, tucking into your pasta when, well, let's just say a pretty lethargic wicketkeeper, Yadav, tried to stop a ball, and I thought, well, he didn't really look like he looked like a stopper. It looked like somebody who was just filling a gap, but he's done all right. He's taken 2 catches, and that's a nice stop from him as well. Maybe he just needed 1 ball to get going.
Yeah, he must have heard you on commentary there, and he came back and took that catch at the second bite of the cherry, but he held on.
Mandir Singh banked this one in short.
I don't think we have, you mentioned about Derek. I think Derek is still getting his makeover. He's obviously getting extensive work done, but I'm sure when he's back it'll be worth the wait. Just like this today, seeing the games for the first time. We've waited a long time, had a century straight away, so I'm sure when Derek is back we'll know about it.
Okay, well, this match is a record for you, and it's one that you're going to have to keep track of, because he's all over the place here, and that's close. That is close. It's being backed up. Power hitters, well, they're certainly giving it everything, but now have a look at the number of sings in the lineup of the power hitters. So 9 sings in there. I remember, I think in Barcelona we had a team with 7 or 8, 9. Now, is that a record? The only 2 names that are not sings is Vikesh Yadav, and he's of course behind the stumps, and Surab. And Surab's only got the 1 name to him. Maybe he is Surab.
Maybe he is a Singh.
He just didn't want to confuse anybody by putting Singh down. But yeah, 9 Singhs in the side. I tell you what, I'm going to put in a request for next time they play to maybe bring some aloo paranthas. And well, it is World Pulses Day today. Maybe a bit of dal makhani would be nice. Do like my dal. Catching chance, dropped. And that was quite a straightforward one, actually. And he can't believe he's put it down. Yeah, it is cold. That's Parminder Singh. No, it's really guided straight to him. And it's straight in, straight out. And Michael Nazir, well, he could have been gone. Very first ball without scoring. Gives another chance. And now this one's straight down the leg side. They will take 2 wides there. 2 wides given. So Randir just lets himself down, really, looking to finish the over well. But he'll have to bowl this one again. Well, maybe he can, if he picks up a wicket, he'll say it was all part of the plan. All the 2s at the moment, 22 for 2. Make a wish quickly when you see those numbers together. That's what they say in Spain anyway. Oh, well, he will get punished for the wide. And that one has been absolutely pebble dashed into the fence. That's Surajay Patel. Remember, he's still there. Now that is the key. You might today they will struggle in their batting. We know that from them in the past, but the 1 or 2 batters that they do have, and this guy is one of them, if he clicks, he can still get them to a decent score. And then off the power play, Amada Day are 28 for 2.
Srijay's high score on the network, 82 not out in 2023. And he also featured once or twice for Malta. I think actually only the once in the ECI, but he did take 2 catches, so he was more than handy in the field. He'll have to be handy with the bat now. And Randir Singh, after his first 5 deliveries, Went for just the one ball. His final delivery, if you include the wide, went for 8. He went still only 9 runs off that over. I'm sure he'd take that. Looks like it's going to be Singh again back for his second.
That's high in the air, but that's going to clear everybody. That is a really nice shot. Well, what a start that is from Michael Nazir. Remember, he's lucky still to be there. He was dropped and straight forward, but he uses his feet well. He gets to himself in a good position, and that's a really good elevated shot down the ground. 6 runs.
Yeah, and that super stopper, who probably won't be used again, fingers crossed, is getting in on the action. He's getting peppered by those balls.
Jump cord now, after being hit down the ground for 6, and delivers the wide. Did take a wicket in his first over, and went for 10. Gets brought back here by the captain, whose name is Happy Singh.
Yeah, he'll be, I'm sure, happy enough. We can't use that pun too many times, but I think he'll be happy with the start his team has made here.
It's a nice looking shot from Michael, but well fielded there as well with the fielder with the bandana. Makes a nice stop.
Wikipedia in the chat saying so many Singhs should be a choir.
Like it. I think we get a few more of those in as well, no doubt.
I'm wondering if it makes it easier or harder for us as commentators if everyone has the same surname. You can hedge your bets a bit, can't you?
Yeah, that's a good looking shot. It's a really nice shot from Patel. He's lovely. I mentioned it before, Tini, before he came in here. When I saw him last year, he played some lovely shots. But the thing was, he would always get going. And apart from that couple of times, on one of those when that 80 he made, he would find a way to get out in the 20s. And it's such a shame because, you know, you want to watch him bat. You want to watch more of him because he's got all the shots.
He's one of the most experienced batters in the lineup as well. They don't have enormous amounts of experience to Malta Day. So I think Srijay really has to lead from the front here. He's the one he's got runs on the board for the network. Needs to get a few more runs on the board here. 40 for 2.
40 for 2. I know we just had our lunch and it was very nice as well, that pasta. So once again, big thanks to the Federation. But let's talk dessert.
Okay.
As this one is hit in the air, but it's going to land short of the 2 fielders out there. They'll come back for a second. Yeah, so lunch. Let's talk about National Cream Cheese and Brownie Day. I didn't know it existed. Cream cheese brownie. And it's celebrated today in the USA. And the brownie recipe itself, or this recipe, has been around for 200 years, and I've never heard of it. Have you heard of a cream cheese brownie? I haven't. And I was thinking, that'd be nice for dessert right now, actually.
Sounds very American, so probably Super Bowl related.
Flicked away this time. Nobody's there to stop that one. And I think, yeah, 6 runs. It does go all the way. Nice shot. Just uses the timing. It's not a good ball. It's down the leg side. And he just helps it along. It will go all the way. And Patel, well, at the moment, he just wants to have as much of the strike as he can and try and get Malta Day to a good score. 4 overs complete. They're on 48.
Yeah, and that one goes magical in the end. Chamkar Singh, his over, going for 20 runs. But still, I'd say Malta Day, yeah, I'd say power hitters would be more than happy with this. Most of them new to the network. Getting out there is pretty cold. Restricting Malta Day, probably got a bit more experience than them in this T10 format. 48 for 2 off the 4 overs. The expected score, 119. I think with these conditions as well, Vinny and I last week were talking about, well, with the internationals as well, maybe par score around 150. I think if you're looking at 130, 140, you'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I think also it's worth pointing out, even with, you know, we're talking about a day after we've seen a lot of rain, the ground is very soft underneath. There's some, as we've seen already, with some wipeout, very slippery part of the ground. But the ball still seems to be going to the boundary pretty quickly. So I'm with you. I think I'm going to say that probably for me, 130 is probably par here.
Yeah.
You know, I think 130 is around par. Oh, that's an ugly swing from Michael Nazir, and he's quite lucky again still to be there.
And it's Dilbag Singh with his left arm round, kind of slingy spin action into the bowling lineup.
Gone. And it wasn't long, was it? If you're going to be playing shots like that, head up in the air, then you're going to be gone. Marco Nazir will be very disappointed with this. We saw him play a lovely shot when he used his feet, and here just swinging. And, well, Dilbag bags a wicket. A good start for him. As Marco Nazir is going to have to walk off.
And it was a bit of a ugly shot in the end. That angle just angling into the right-hander. Michael Nazir, in all honesty, got nowhere near that. He goes for a runner ball 7, leaving Marta Day 48 for 3 halfway through the 5th over, and Dilbag Singh with the 3 numbers on the back of his shirt, the 133. He's got 1 wicket to his name.
Yeah, just full and straight. Sam Aquilina, somebody who's been around a while. He's very, I mean, first of all, he's a very tall guy, as you see, but very good wicket keeper. It's not usual that you see somebody who's so tall behind the stumps. Very classy keeper. Has in the past played for the national side as well, and now he needs to just be thinking about putting some a partnership together here with Patel, and playing shots like that won't help. I think you need somebody out there who can play with a straight bat, get a partnership going, and look to rotate the strike and keep Patel on strike. And that will do. That's what I'm talking about. Be playing some smart cricket and say, right, I'm here to stay with you, give you the strike, and if I have to sacrifice myself to get you on strike, then I will do it, because I think in Malta they are going to get past or anywhere near that sort of 130 score we're talking about, then this guy is going to have to score most of the runs. Surajay Patel up in the air, fielder does well, watches it well, just a single.
Yeah, Sam Aquilina, he's played in a few series before. His high score 31, that was back in 2021. His high score last year 19. But as you said, Rico, if he can just play the anchoring role alongside Srijay here, that might be enough for his team.
That's good. Yeah, after swinging wildly at the first couple of deliveries, he seems to have got the message and what he's got to do, what his role has to be out there at the moment. End of the over, and well, it's a good start for the new side, the power hitters. At the moment, they're trying to restrict Armada Day, and then let's see if they are power hitters. Remember, here in Malta, we have had teams with explosive names, the Wajiba Blasters. The first time we saw the Blasters, they did do a bit of blasting, but last year they were firing blanks. And let's see what how the power hitters go here. And certainly always good to see a new team, and always good to see new players as well on the network. Wish them well, and they've made a pretty good start so far. 52 for 3. They've restricted Malta Day to at the halfway point.
It's a full start there from Randir Singh. Well, in fact, I think Sam the batter stepped away. Randir just went for 9 in his first over, and he's got a bit of ECN experience, unlike most of his teammates. So he's played previously for Marsa. He played 1 match back in 2023.
It's well bowled and well dug out by Sam. Gets bat on ball, they'll take the single. Interesting field. I'm having a look at this. He's just got those 3 on the leg side, so mid wicket, a wide mid wicket, and square leg, and a short in the leg side. But everybody else on the off seem to be protecting that, the 45 between the keeper and point. Just going down leg side, not out, an easy decision there from the umpire. You can see why he's trying to play that area, Patel. You can see that there's not that much protection there, but if you keep the ball nice and straight, it makes it difficult.
Yeah, and the power hitters have just put the strangle on a bit. No, there wasn't a boundary in the previous over. Hasn't been one yet in this one.
That's nicely done. It might even, no, I think there's just set it for 1. You can see Patel says, no, that'll do. Sam Aquilina was quite happy to try and come back for 2. Very quick in between the wickets as well.
Rico, just your mention of food and brownies has set the chat off, and there's all kinds of chat about pies, apple pies, whether the Americans can claim it or whether it's an English recipe, so you can tell it's around lunchtime.
Okay. I have to, this one I think it's a wide that gets sport here actually. That's caught him on the toe, that's going to hurt a bit, he's hobbling around. But and as as most people know, I started the year in Portugal, in Porto. A fabulous cricket ground there and clubhouse. And great food. And their apple pie, and not apple pie, beg your pardon, apple crumble, the best that I've tasted.
Okay.
And the whole crew, as that's Gandhi. And well, talking about pies, that was a pie and it's been put away quite handsomely by Patel. Beautifully played, 6 runs, but not a good ball. But yeah, their Porto, in the clubhouse, the apple crumble was fantastic. And everybody from the crew and the teams that were there that had it will vouch for it. It was magnificent. But yeah, I must admit, apple crumble, very, very nice. Best I've had there in Porto.
Was it an English-inspired apple crumble, or did it have a Portuguese twist?
No, it's definitely English-inspired, but it's what makes a good crumble is the crumble mix. When I was told
Agreed.
that it was made, it's not something that comes out, it's made there. Mixture of biscuits, flour, and oats and things. Oh, it was just great. You couldn't get enough of it. And every time we saw people eating, saying, "You having dessert afterwards?" Oh yeah.
What a question. There's only one answer to that. Are you a warm kind of apple crumble guy with a bit of custard or with ice cream?
Always custard. I think most puddings, if you call it that, puddings, old school here. Yeah, I like warm puddings. Warm puddings, and normally with custard, hot custard. That's me. Warm puddings with custard anytime.
It wouldn't go amiss in this weather at the moment. So if anyone in the Malta area is listening, 2 apple crumbles with custard to the commentary box.
Yeah,
ASAP.
Yeah, apple crumble challenge. Is yours better than the one at Porto? There you go. Come on, bring us those apple crumbles. 62, 3 down, 6 overs complete.
Purely in the name of science, of course.
Of course, yeah. Just a 10 of that last over from Randir.
I don't want to say it, Rico, but there's a bit of moisture in the air. But these clouds are moving so quickly that I'm hoping it's just one of these passing little showers.
Yeah, things are getting wet in here again. There's that drizzle. Because where we are, the wind is blowing straight into us. So that tells you 2 things. One is we're going to get wet. Secondly, that the batter's hit straight, then the wind is going to help because that ball is going to travel pretty well this way. But yeah, but I didn't know that chocolate. I mean, I don't mind chocolate brownies. Once again, given a chance, like them warm, work to be done here and nicely done. Thinking of 2, and
Good
he'll
running.
get 2, especially with Sam running to the danger end. He'll get there quickly. He's like a giraffe, isn't he? He only has to give 50% effort to get to the other end compared to the other guys, but he gets there easy. Edge gone, and Yadav, well, would you believe it? He takes another because Yadav, that's his 3rd victim, and it's a big wicket. Shujay Patel getting out on 39, and with the score on 64, we're in the 7th over. Malta Day here now could really struggle to get even near the 100. That is a huge wicket. Fair play to Dilbag Singh, who bags another. That's 2 for 6 for him, and that's the prize wicket that they wanted.
Yeah, and it's a big wicket for the power hitters, and again, safe hands in the field, and it brings a new batter to the crease. It looks like that's Pintu Ghosh. He's got a lot of experience himself. Played a few games in the international series for Malta. He's not got too many runs on the network. His high score was 12 in 2023. He'll need a few here to get his team up to a respectable total. They're still halfway through the 7th, 64 for 4.
And just plays that away quite nicely. I think now you probably need to see a little bit of sensible batting. You're right, because if you've seen there, Tina, that a lot of the batters coming in now haven't really got big names, big runs in the past. So it's all about now hustling together and trying to get to a score. Sam tries to get hold of this, but it's a good area, good length. It's that Yorker length. Can't work it away.
And that's actually what's quite fascinating about this game. Both batters in some ways, or both batting sides, an unknown quantity, not an unknown quality, because the power hitters, they don't have much experience on the network, and if they are anything like their name says, they'll have a lot of big hitting in there. But we don't know how they're going to bat. So at the moment, we don't know what's a good score really. Malta Day, you'd expect You know, expected score 94. They'll definitely want to get into the 3 figures by here.
So another bowler, and this looks like it's going to be Subrab to come. I really liked his first over. I mean, once he sorted out not being in front of the umpire, he got the ball to really go through, and it's going to be a wide. And yeah, I think umpire probably will have a chat with him again and say, okay, like the first over you bowled, you're running in front of me, so you've got to stay away. But when he gets it right, he's a bit of a handful. Pinto Gosh just allowing that one to go through. So we'll take, I think, a bye here. No, it's going to be called another wide. Gets plenty of bounce as well, doesn't he? I mean, it doesn't look like he's a big chap. And that's the one for the over. You can see how much that bounces as the wind and a little bit of the drizzle once again flies in here. And of course, quick reminder, 9 days to go to the Western Shield. That's well bowled. That's better areas. Changes his angle here now, so he's going to come now around the wicket, which probably takes a little bit of that element of surprise that he can get being a left armer away from the batter. But if he gets it in the right area, especially against batters that are not known for scoring big runs, he can still be very economical. Angled into the pads there, and the tall Sam Aquilina will be a leg by.
Surab has quite a round arm action. He almost doesn't go back with his arm until he's already landed. That can make it quite difficult for a batter to pick, and also makes the bowling seem a bit quicker than it actually is, because you're not quite sure when that ball's coming out the hand.
That's cleverly played. Placed it fine off the man who's on the boundary at third, but he's still able to get round and keep it to just a single. So the boundaries now, with the dismissal of Patel, starting to dry up here. And that will suit the power hitters. If there's only a bit of tiki-taka, without the boom, that's what they're after. Sam Aquilina once again strays down the leg side, and what an improvement from the keeper. Got to say, Vikas Yadav. It was this sort of delivery that he got first up that he made a total hash off, but since then he's come back brilliantly well.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, that's a good pickup, and well, that's not the way to do it. And if you do want a visit to casualty, Gurvinder Singh, then carry on doing this, because this is dangerous. He goes at it with his feet, and if that got his leg, he would have been in trouble. And that's a lapse there in the field. Needed to be stopping. That's a boundary, a rare one at the moment.
Yeah, it was a very well needed boundary. That was only the second boundary since the start of the 5th over, so they've really dried up, and even that one was very much fielder assisted, and he can count himself lucky he didn't have a bit of free dentistry there.
Well, the apple desserts conversation still continues. That's a great delivery. That is such a good ball. And Surabi just takes a little bit of pace off this one. You see, he just lost his line a little bit when he's trying to bowl fast. He's gone down the leg side. But this one, from the moment it comes out of his hand, you know it's going to be trouble. He does go back to over the wicket as well. And that's the angle that confuses and gets so many batters out. What a good delivery that is. That is a delightful ball. And I know it gets Sam Aquilina there, but that would have got many a batter. Well bowled.
Yeah, Aquilina was almost waiting for the ball to tail back into him from that left arm over angle, but it just held its line. And Sam Aquilina was beaten all ends up, playing completely the wrong line there. But I don't blame him. Sometimes you've just got to say, yeah, that was a good ball, and I was beaten by it.
Yeah, Subrab, very, very well bowled. So new batter will come out. And at the moment here, 77 for 5, Malta Day. Malta Day, a lot of people that have been following the cricket over the years here in Malta will know that Malta Day, they're a team, don't necessarily score big runs. And but even if they get into the grade 80s or even a score in the 90s, they're more than capable of defending. Of course, a lot of people will remember some of the historic defences that they've had and matches that they've won. So you never count them out. So let's see though how many more extra valuable runs they can get here.
It's Surid Roy who is the new batter. He got the one off his first ball, which means he's going to be back on strike. First ball of the 9th over.
Hits it in the air, and this looks like it's going to get over the infielder. It does. They will come back for a couple, and they'll make it as well.
I was happy seeing it in the outfield, but he didn't quite pick the length of that ball in the air. But Surid Roy, he's got quite a bit of experience. He's played for Master Southern Crusaders, Malta Super Kings. His high score is 4 not out on the network, and he's already dangerously close to that. He's on 3 not out, so let's hope for a big score for him.
Hits it pretty firmly to the fielder.
I'm loving the colourful headwear by the bowler at the moment. I mean, they've already got a lot of colour in their kit. They've got kind of a reddy grey number, but he's backing it up with a bandana with all the colours in yellow, black, red. I'm loving his style.
That's played quite nicely. It's sort of a controlled hook shot. And just wants to get bat on ball and keep rotating the strike. Well, that's what we're talking about. And this is, of course, Rajwinder Singh. He's been pretty busy out there in the field. Raju. It's into him, really. It's one that I think is going down the leg side, but gets himself into an awkward position and not able to work it away. And well, I say awkward position, I think it might have hit him in an awkward position as well. He's on the ground. Well, he's up now. And that's nice. And Rajwinder just a little apology he offers there, say, I'm sorry. And Surid Roy says, it's okay. Well, he says he's okay. He's still struggling a little there. Well bowled. Ooh, wide given here.
He almost kind of wobbled in and out of that line, depending on when you looked at it.
Yeah, it's sort of, yeah, that's a good call actually from the umpire. That's a very good call. It just looked like it had hardly any pace on it, that the wind just took it away from that line. Taking it on, in trouble. Well, if that hit, that would have been out. It's action happening too quick really there for Vikas Yadav to get behind the stump, so it was a direct hit or not. In the end, the batter does survive.
And I think the power hitters, every ball is deep into the 9th over. Every ball that's not a boundary is a win for them. But even if they didn't get that direct hit, it's still only restricted to 1 and no boundaries off this 9th over so far.
It's over the head of the infielder. They wanted to double up again and go for 2. I think you've got to do that here, Malta Day, and really push and try and get as many runs on the board as you can. That over comes to an end, and the power hitters at the moment restricting Malta Day pretty well at 86 for 5.
Yeah, it's just the 1 over left, and they're going to have to go quite big with 14 to get into triple digits. But it's been a good bowling performance. Randir Singh there, his 2 overs just went for the 18, and look at that. Dilbag Singh, 2 overs for 7 runs and 2 wickets. That's a great first performance for him on the network.
Yeah, really good. He bowled well, very clever as well. Subrab, though, a little bit expensive also. They're getting that ball to create problems for the batters. So Malta Day at the moment in the 80s. Can they get a big finish here and finish sort of close to that 100 mark? And bowler coming on, looks like it's going to be bowling here with it. No, he does take the cap off, he remembers. It looks as it's Ashish Singh going to bowl the last over. It'll be his first. Bowling here to Pintu. Well, I think he gets caught here on the shoulder. Well, it's a strong shoulder. Almost goes to the boundary. That's good work from the fielder. Well chased by Surab. Doesn't give it up.
Thinking about the 3, but he underarm bowled it back in. For a moment I thought he was going to hit it flush into that helmet. Almost hit the helmet on the way down as well, but avoided those 5 penalty runs, and it was a good chase down to that boundary.
Yeah, Surab does well. Well, all the birds there, they're happy there at the moment. It's good weather for getting to those worms, isn't it? I think they're having a bit of a feast. Hit down the ground, and will only be just a single. He hit that too well, really. So another one to the board.
Yeah, I think the birds are enjoying this weather more than the humans have the last 2 days. I think when we took the cover off the pitch yesterday, it was more worms on the pitch than there has been players the last couple of days, but we're happy to be back out there now. Finally, only took us 9 matches.
Gives it a big swing of the bat, but will only go just past that 30-yard circle, just another single. So what is the latest then on our Derricks, on the Ducks? So where are they then?
Well, I think they're just, they had a big 24 and they just needed a bit of time off, as did we. So they're just getting a refurb. They're going into the spa, having a little facial, and they'll be back looking fresher than ever, I've heard.
I tell you what, they would have loved the first 2 days here of this European Cricket Series because it was the perfect weather for Ducks. Well, let's hope they're not away for too long.
I've heard maybe the Western Shield, although the big icon players there won't be hoping for too many Derricks. What squads we have for that as well, but maybe Derrick will fly back in time for that.
It's nicely played. A lot of talk about custard and custard's tarts, and of course, don't forget, cricket also continues tonight. They're in Portugal. They're at the Miranda da Curva cricket ground. And I know that Phil G and the gang there, I bet you they're getting stuck into the pastilles de nata, the custard tarts. And I think they're the best, I'm told, in the world. And I'm not going to disagree because I must admit, I do have a soft spot for them. I know that, oh dear, it's an error. There were so many backing up here, but yet it still managed to get all the way through. And now just asking the question here. The umpire says, I think he's saying he's out here. Well, let's have a look. Probably is. So the last ball of the innings, you've got to throw yourself around a bit. So I think here we're going to see, let's see if we get the up-to-date score here. We're going to get 3 or 2 here. Let's have a look. Here comes the throw. And that will, yeah, I think that bat does fall short. That will be given out. 95 at the moment on the board. That's with 3 being given out, so maybe it's not out. We'll have to wait and see and get that clarified, but at the moment it's 95, so they do get into the 90s. They'll be slightly disappointed with that. They were past the 50 mark at the halfway point, so certainly would have liked to get to the 100 mile a day, but I've got to say, power hitters, give them credit. They did bowl very well. And, well, that gave us an indication of the win. Well, this was 4 runs to start off with. I'll say we'll take that, but that was the only one that Azim Abbasi would get, because then after that, Vikas Yadav, well, he woke up and he took a very good, sharp catch. And this was telling you about the conditions. Still a little bit wet and slippery, yes. Some of the fielders would find out, but fair play. He never let go of the ball, kept his eye on it, as did Yadav, as Subrab took a wicket. That was huge for Michael Nazir, and we thought, okay, Michael, maybe he's going to turn on the start, but he too would get out pretty cheaply. That really was, Tina, a horrible shot.
Yeah, that was an ugly shot, just heaving across the line. But Dilbag Singh, he'll be more than grateful for those wickets, because he went 2 for 7 off his 2 overs, and it's been a great debut performance for the power hitters. Their name suggests they're going to come out firing, but they came out firing with the ball here, and quite a few unforced errors on the boundary, a bit of fancy footwork that wasn't quite so fancy. The bowlers did the job with the ball. They did really well here, and a couple of really good fielding moments as well, scattering the birds there and pulling the ball back in from the boundary. So I'd say the halfway power hitters will be more than happy with that. Malta Day, though, we know they've had some low-scoring thrillers in the past, and it'll have to be Another low-scoring thriller for them here if they're going to take home the points.
Yeah, I think we're absolutely right. But Power Hitters, yeah, I like what they did. They worked hard. They, in the field maybe, when it comes to the catching, they probably weren't at their best, but certainly no shortage of effort. But I think the bowlers, they learnt quickly. And I think they all bowled a very good line. They kept it outside the off. And that's where they found the edges a few times. And some very good bowling performances that we'll see there. We'll have a look at the batting scorecard first. And no surprise, it was Surajay Patel who led the way, 39 of 23. And then the only other batter who would get into double figures was Pintu Ghosh there right towards the end. He finishes 11. Not out, so a bit of a personal highlight for him. But let's just have a quick look at the bowlers. And I have to say, for me, the pick of them probably would be Dilbag Singh. I think he bowled very well. He got the key wickets when he had to. And he was well supported by all of the bowlers as well. Remember, there was those 2 wickets there for Surab. He was very good as well. And you couldn't really fault any of the bowlers there. Jamkar Singh, he lost his line a little bit when he went straight down the leg side, but I think Power Hitters, for their first outing out there, will be very, very happy.
Yeah, you could have forgiven them a few nerves in their first outing, but they got onto the field and they came out with a bang. And yes, they lost a few runs at the top of the order, but they came back, and Surab and Dilbag both with 2 wickets apiece, which means that this game, it might be a low-scoring thriller, but it's delicately balanced here. The Power Hitters needing 96 runs in just 60 deliveries.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. Like I say, though, I never write Malta day off. They're a sort of side, and they like these sort of low-scoring matches. They like to go out there and really make a fist fight of it. And Power Hitters, remember, we've not seen them before. We don't know too much about what they have to offer. The question is, will we see a bit of power out there from their batting? Will they coast to a victory? First time of asking on European cricket. Or will Malta Day register another good low-scoring defence? Join me, Rico Full and Tina and the rest of the gang here. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello folks and welcome back, and it's good to see that the umpires and the players coming out there because the weather continues to play games with us. We did have and still do have a little bit of drizzle around at the moment, but nothing that should stop the play. Let's hope that it doesn't get any heavier. Rico Full here, I've got Tina with me as well, and it's great to have all of you tuning in the chat. And for some reason the chat has gone from chocolate brownies and apple crumbles and apple pie to pineapples and all sorts of things, but keep it coming. And it's not quite the last match of the day when we talk about food matters, but still I don't mind it. And talking of food, one thing that I love about coming to Malta is the meat pies. I have to admit, they have a lot of these little sort of pie shops all over the place, and get a nice one of those meat pies in there. It's sort of, on a day like today, they are lovely. And I have to admit, I was a bit naughty yesterday as I went for a bit of a walk and got caught up in some more of those showers, and I saw one of those little food shacks and got myself a nice slice of pizza. It was lovely, and yeah, you can't beat it on a cold, sort of wintry, rainy day. So yeah, some of the meat pies here in Malta are wonderful. We'll check with Tina if she's tried one of those pies. But first, let's see what happens with the first ball. And wow, that one's going to be a wide down leg side. It just tries to play this with one hand as a Subrab. Tina, have you had one of the meat pies?
I have, and yeah, they're on every corner here, aren't they? Is it pastizi?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, and they're so cheap as well and warming, and it's the perfect thing for a day like today. But Vinny and I had a very vociferous pie chat earlier the week as well, because the Australians do weird things to their pies. They put tomato ketchup on top. And
oh no.
Yeah, agreed. That's the reaction I was after. But we didn't fall out over it. We called it an honourable draw. Yeah. But I don't want to be drawn into that chat again, because we know there's only going to be one outcome.
That's right. There's one thing though. I mean, we're in the Gezira part of Malta, next to Salima. Gezira meaning island, by the way. I know that we do have teams that are named after Gezira. That's a better delivery, gets in the right areas. And looking at the umpire thinks, yeah, just sneak that one in. I'm happy with that. But yeah, it's food, and in terms of restaurants, there's so much choice, isn't there? There's so much along that strip, and from anything you fancy, it's there. That's well bowled, getting this ball to cut in, and I have to say Subrab, who's opening the batting here, bowled very well. Just doesn't look comfortable with that ball coming into his pads.
Yeah, Pinto just gets a bit of cut on that ball, and Surab, the left-hander, it's always going to come into him. It's a left-handed batter myself. I know how difficult it is when it's kind of tailing into you. It's chasing you down that leg side. They always say left-handers have to be good off their pads, but it's easier said than done.
Pinto stuck around there at the end of the innings. Got a very important double figures. But now just struggling with his line. I had to adjust now from Surab, the lefty, to Chamkor Singh. And well, these two opened the bowling and opening the batting team.
Yeah, well, you don't see that too often, but I suppose the power hitters, they've got one or two probably more experienced players and leading from the front here.
That's another wide, and just getting this ball to, I think it's seaming around a little bit too much for him. And you can see umpire Jit Patel has to spread those arms and say it's another wide. Jit is out there with Aranga, and this time Uma is the third umpire.
Yeah, Chamkor Singh is one of the ones as he scampers through for a single here, despite the direct hit. He is one of the ones who has a bit of experience on the network. He's played for the Royal Strikers. His high score, 64, not out. He scored over 400 runs in the 2023 season, so he knows how to hit a few runs, and he'll want to guide his power hitters team here.
Yeah, I wonder if in that respect these two teams are pretty similar. Of course, we know with Malta Day they're relying a lot on Shujai Patel, and maybe Chamkor Singh is the man that the power hitters are relying on. Surab at the moment is struggling a little. Didn't like that ball coming back into him. Let's see how he fares here as Gosh comes back into him. And once again, he gets beaten. Sees the back deep inside his crease. You can see then doesn't really come out of it. Likes to go back. Surab, but plays and misses at another.
There's a lot of pie chat now. We've opened up this pie and food chat very early. Paul Kempin says empanadas that you get in Malaga as well, so we can have a whole pie ranking of all the places we visit. That would be up there, I think, the empanadas.
Right, talking about up there, this is up there. It's a catching opportunity, and it's being taken. So Surab never looked comfortable, and in the end, Pinto does get his wicket. Nice catch taken, and had to keep an eye on that as it went up in the air. And Shijay Patel makes no mistakes as the power hitters lose their first wicket for 6 on the board. Surab, well, he's going to make a 4-ball duck. Lucky for him, the Derricks, well, they're still having a makeover.
Yeah, Srijay, he took 2 spectacular catches for Malta in the international series, but that one was a bit more straightforward. Surab not troubling the scorers, but Derrick still not quite ready to be making his public outing. Surab, yeah, it's a difficult one when you're coming into this new format. You don't really know how quickly to score. In the end, didn't trouble the scorers one bit.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make posters missing and put Derricks on them and start sticking them all around town. Come on, everybody, get involved. Our Derricks are missing. We want them back. Oh, so what's going on here? So the batter sees something. Didn't look happy to take that delivery from Pinto, who's looking to finish the first over well. Need the 5 from it. And this is Ashish Singh coming in at number 3. And, defensively played. End of the first over then. And despite the extras, Gosh keeps it pretty tidy. There were 4 wides in there and a leg by. And then was the 1 run. So 5 coming off the over. 5 for 1. Yeah, speaking of, I mean, empanadas, of course, they're very famous in Spain and in Argentina. 49 matches since the Golden Ball, by the way. So well, this will be number 50, and we came pretty close in that last one. It was a last ball finish. But yeah, I think the difference between the empanadas and maybe the pies that you get here is that the pastry seems to be a little bit softer here, where the empanadas traditionally it's a much harder and tougher pastry, and here they're bigger as well. Nice big pies. Actually, the place I had the pizza yesterday had also even Cornish pasties, which of course I remember from the UK.
Well, we'll be going to the UK twice, so Hornchurch and Wimbledon, get your pies ready.
What's your favourite? What's your favourite sort of meat pie or savoury pie, I should say?
I quite like the traditional beef, but there's a really good pie place in Hamburg actually that does traditional British pies, and they put like a layer of Stilton on top, and that's hard to beat. I do like a bit of melted cheese in there, and yeah, especially on these cold days, gets you through the winter months. But the Germans have their kind of equivalent as well. I suppose they would have the Maltasche, which is more of a filled kind of ravioli pastry. It's more of a filled parcel. But all these kind of things, it's making me hungry. I've already had lunch, Rico.
It's that sort of day, you know, when it's cold like this, you want some more of that stodgy food, don't you? I must admit, I think people on the chat know that I've got a real soft spot for anything that's cheesy. So if it's not meat based, then for me it's definitely like a sort of one that's cheese and onion. And of course here in Malta you get a lot of those, the cheese ones.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Yeah, but then meat pie has got to be minced beef and onion.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. What pizza did you have yesterday then?
I just had, again, it was chicken, sweet corn and some peppers on it. Asking the question, not out. So here's, we're talking about pies, and you just mentioned Germany and that you got a British pie place there. So here's a tricky question for you, because obviously, you know, you're sort of in between sort of Germany and England. Let's talk sausages.
Let's talk sausages.
Let's talk sausages. Now then. So, there's always been a debate, so I'm going to put you in the spot now.
Yeah.
Best sausages, German sausage or British? That's up in the air. Oh, has he overrun it? He did, but he takes a good catch. He does well, you know, because just for a moment I thought the fielder came in too quickly, but he adjusts himself really well, does Lazar Sharon, and then holds on to the catch. You watch this here, he comes in, then he has to backpedal, but he takes the catch and then, well, he guides himself gracefully down on the floor.
Yeah, I'm glad he came up smiling because he went to the ground with quite a thud there, but the main thing was he kept hold of the ball. He sends Ashish Singh on his way. Power hitters by name, not by nature at the moment. Another 5-ball duck. Derek still firmly tucked up though. They're finding themselves in trouble here. The power hitters 7 for 2, and that was a nice grab from Lazar Sharoon. It's never easy when you're backpedaling. You don't quite know who or what is behind you. It's a bit soggy out there. A smile on his face as he tumbled to the ground, said it all there.
Yeah, well done to Lazar. Really well taken. And yeah, come on, let's start that campaign. Our ducks are missing. Where are they? And come on, we're going to put you back on the spot. You're not getting away with this. Oh, that's a really good delivery. This one comes off the seam, defensively played here as the captain, Happy Singh, comes out at a difficult moment for his side. They are 7 for 2 at the end of 2 overs. That over, only the 1 run came from it. So come on, let's talk sausages.
I thought I was going to get away with it. Well,
Nah.
I think the sausages are situational. So if you're talking about a full English breakfast, then you've got to have a British sausage.
Okay.
But German sausages, and it's the same with bangers and mash, the same with toad in the hole. There you can only do British sausage. But when you're talking about throwing sausages on the grill, I think the Germans edge it. It's just the different types of sausages more than kind of the flavours. Whereas in England you have like the pork and apple ones now, the different types.
Yeah, you have different types.
Whereas Germany just tends to go for the classic pork sausage, and they do it well.
Firmly hit, and with nobody that part of the ground, it will just give the boundary rope a little bit of a kiss. 4 runs, good shot. So Chamkor Singh, well, he's going to have to get going because it looks like none of the other batters really are up for the fight at the moment. So Marta Day, probably you would say here on top. We'll have a look, see what the win predictor thinks about things. Well, we could once again be in the Goldilocks zone. No, not at the moment. Marta Day, 70% favourites.
Yeah, I think that's also because the power hitters are a bit of an unknown quantity when it comes to their batting. And Chamkor Singh, we've said before, he is one of the only ones that has really had any kind of experience in this T10 format, at least on the network. So you imagine the hopes of the power hitters rest firmly on his shoulders. He's 6 off just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, look at Steve McVeigh and to Ian Sullen. There's a bit of talk about Port as well from Ian Sullen. Of course, myself, no, Steve McVeigh was there as well. Just came from Portugal and Porto, where of course the port wine is famous and made. And oh, isn't it lovely? So, and that also, a nice glass of port wine would also warm me up on a day like this. But no, good answer, I think, on the sausages. I'd agree with you. German sausage, I think, if it's grilled, barbecued, and sometimes we have the sausage with some of that, you know, the various nice German breads you get.
Yeah,
Works wonderfully. But I think when it comes to breakfast, I think, yeah, the British sausages, and I like the ones which have got the herbs in them.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's some sausages they've got some herbs, and I like them as well. But for me, they've got to be like the fresh sausages that you're cooking on the frying pan, not the frozen or
No.
deep fried. They're not the same.
fresh from the butcher, that's the
ones.
way to go.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
a
the
fry
ones.
up, hopefully, if you value your health, is not an everyday occurrence. So when you do it, you've got to get the proper sausages.
Agree with you. Power hitters, no power at the moment. Somebody needs to plug them in. Pin 2. Oh, wow, they plugged them in. This could be coming pretty close to us. Well, that is a biggie. Almost beats the wall and climbs up into our commentary setup. That's a cracking hit. Happy Singh. Oh, he's happy with that one. He gets the bottom hand involved in that and crunches it for a big 6 down the ground.
Oh, that was a big shot, and I think one of the first occasions today that we've been in real jeopardy here in the commentary box. Luckily, it just went off to our left, but it certainly had the distance on it to put some of our equipment in danger. And we know rule number 1 was almost not adhered to earlier. We got the news that actually it clattered flush straight into the router.
Ah.
But the fact that we're still live and kicking means that somehow they might find the backup router somewhere. I guess that's probably a better outcome than anyone hitting anyone or hitting the laptops. So you can do a plug for whatever router or whatever brand that router is, because it can survive a cricket ball hit flat straight at it.
Yeah, it did. And it was an amazing shot, actually. I mean, 6 straight over point and flat. That was the power of it. And well, Mahmood Ali though played that shot, then would get out, but his team would still go on to win. So he's still a happy chappy. Well, moving all over these crease, but works in his favour because he gets the bowler to dig it in short, and Chamkaur Singh just guides this away. Yeah, I think the right delivery here from Sagar would have been just to go for the stumps, because look where he ends up standing. He goes right across that off stump. The bowler wants to bang it in short, but probably wasn't the way to go.
The rain is whipping around a bit here. The wind's picked up. It's still fine enough to stay out there, but it's not easy conditions for the fielding team here.
It's a better delivery this time. Goes a little bit wider outside the off, and Chamkaur not able to work that away on the leg side. Sagar. So looks like they're gonna, 2 bowlers are gonna bowl themselves out here.
I think it's a good call as well, because if you've already got into the middle order, you don't want to continue making those breakthroughs, and if the openers are doing the business, then keep them on.
This is good from Sagar. Even though that ball went for 4 when he banged it in short, but down the leg side, he's recovered well and getting the ball back in the right area. Chamkaur Singh probably just getting a little bit frustrated here. He's not getting bat on ball. See that shuffle across, but it's almost like Sagar now knows what he's going to be doing, and he's already ready to hang that ball across him. Let's go have another change in strategy here, does Chamkaur.
Sagar got 10 wickets last year in his 9 games, so he's picked up exactly where he left off from there.
That's not the good delivery. That's the one where he strays down the leg side. It's very similar to the way he started. He's over short, but this is going down the leg side, and that's the one that Chamkaur Singh is waiting for, and he just helps this along the way. That will be another boundary. Trying to keep the rate around that 11-12 mark. I don't think you want it to go any higher than that. Keeping it to 2 boundaries and then take the singles and over works. So really here, with this last ball coming up, you're looking to get something from it. Boundary would be ideal. And this one, not the healthiest of contacts, and it just buries itself into the soft topsoil here. That's the Grizzly. And they're just going to get a single, but it looks like he got the bottom of the bat here. And watch this ball, it just hits the ground, it just sits there. Shows how soft it is, but yeah, right off the toe end. Will only get a single. So 9 come off the over. And after 4, it's 27 for 2.
Yeah, the rain has kind of very much settled in now, and it's that sideways kind of sleety rain that just gets you saturated straight away, but they're looking to stay out there. It's still kind of light, but you imagine it's hopefully also just one cloud passing by, because we don't want any more delays.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, when you have a look at it, and I mean, it's a sort of light drizzle, but with the wind, you can see the rain sort of being carried across the ground, and it's got to be uncomfortable if you're batting to have that blowing into you. So I think it's a question of just how long Tyrone Peters and the umpires will wait. If it gets any heavier, I think they certainly will be off, because not only does it become dangerous for the players out there, but also with still, after today, another 9 days of action here in Malta. You've got to try and look after the pitch and the field. So I think if it doesn't stop, or if it does get any heavier, you know, I know nobody wants to see or hear that, but you could see the players come off. Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? It looked like it was going to start out being a horrid full toss, but in the end, the ball dips and fools everyone, including the keeper. It's going to be buys.
Yeah, it's Surid Roy who's come into the attack here, and his right arm leg spin. It's going to be so difficult to grip the ball as a leg spin ball, and you can see that with the first one slightly over pitched. In the end, it kind of beats everyone. Not much Sam behind the stumps could have done about that. Let's see if he gets the second one to come out right.
It's good. I mean, if he's going to be bowling that length, it's really teasing both the two batters here. And I think it's a good move, actually, from the captain here, Muthu, because what he's basically saying is, right, they've got to go after it. And if they make a mistake, and if I can break this partnership, then I'm in. That's what Muthu's thinking. Remember, Muthu himself probably holding himself back. I think everybody would like to see him have a bowl and pick up his 50th wicket on the network. So he waits on this, gets played on the leg side. He does prefer, both these batters I think do prefer to go on the leg side, Chamkor and Happy. Just a single, but singles of course don't hurt Marna Day. So at the moment everything going just the way Marna Day would like. Chamkor saying will be looking to hop across, right in front of his stumps there. It'll take again just another single. That's good bowling. If you know a batter is always looking to jump across and try and play on the leg side or go over long on, you've got to try and keep the ball slightly wider. And this is good control from Surid Roy in these conditions.
Yeah, it's very impressive over so far, given the rain swirling about.
Gets back onto this. Got to be looking to double up here. Not the quickest of runners, really, is Happy, but he will get back. They will get a couple.
So Malta's not exactly being shown in the best light here as they do.
Oh, this is really risky.
That's been scuttled through for three, head on hands all round, hands on hips.
Yeah, this never should have been three there. I mean, the throw comes in, and Colina probably will be disappointed he doesn't take this. And you know, it's risky because it goes straight to the fielder, but he makes it. Good running.
Yeah, but I was going to say Malta is not being shown in the best light here because of the rain, but it is a beautiful, beautiful country. And Steve McVeigh asking in the chat, I think he's going to Valletta later in the year. Whether we have any recommendations?
Ooh, well, that's got to be half a chance. It's there, and the fielder throws himself at it. It's Sagar Arif himself not able to get there. I mean, it would have been a great catch in these conditions with these. It's windy, the rain spraying around, but still you'll take that, Roy. It doesn't pick up a wicket, but doesn't go for a boundary. Just the 7 that come from it, so 38 for 2 at the halfway point. I think we say to everybody, I mean, as we have a look at the European Cricket League, which will follow the Western Shield, and we'll leave that up there while we talk a little bit more about what Steve McVeigh is saying.
Steve Cook, actually, sorry.
Steve
in the
Cook,
chat.
yeah. I mean, it is a lovely place, and I mean, like I say, I've been coming out here since 2020, and every time I come, there's always new places to go to, things to see. I mean, going onto the boat trips, going across to Valletta if you get a chance is fantastic. But it's every time of year I've come here, whatever the time of year, it's always a very lively and bubbly place.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And the Blue Lagoon, if you like any kind of nature, that's a great place to go. And the sea is so warm. If you're used to the Baltic Sea in Germany or the Atlantic Ocean out in the UK, then any kind of warm water is a real treat, especially in summer. We're not quite in summer at the moment, but it'll be worth the wait, I'm sure.
Lazar Sharoon does well again there. He's been in the action. Can't miss him with his red pumps on. Comes across, makes the stop, and keeps it to, once again, just a single. So they've got to go here now. That rate approaching the 13 mark. Just haven't been able to time the ball. And that's the other problem. You see that one. Oh, let's have a look at the height on this side on if we can. So obviously losing it, but if you leave this alone, it's going to be a wide. That gives you an example of some of the spray as well. But yeah, I mean, interesting one, that one. I think that, yeah, it does get called by the umpires. Good work there from 2 circles. That's Chris Tapps and Valentine and Dennis here at the ground. So free hit to come, got to capitalise. Could that be the changing moment in this run chase? No. How many times have we seen that where a ball It's going to be a wide. It's going down leg side, and the batters managed to get something on it and spoil it. So they're not able to capitalise. It's just going to be another single.
Yeah, and they're not out of this, the power hitters. They only need to go at just over 12, which is, we've seen much higher run rates been chased down in the past, but they just haven't really got going. They've not found the rope with any kind of consistency.
Wow, that's high. Now this is a catching opportunity. Be a great catch in these conditions. And unfortunately, we've seen a lot of this today. Doesn't get himself in the right position, Sagarif. He had the time, but once again, he's not able to hold on to it. So another one gets missed. Jump court. We'll come back for a couple. But yeah, you see, just never really got a solid base, but not easy in these conditions.
It's tough when it swirls up there. Sure, they've got a few cold fingers. You can see Nazir here at long off, rubbing his fingers together, hoping to get a bit of warmth in. That one's just a big air waft by Singh.
They only actually get the one there. That's the other thing with these two. They're not running well. You've got to be doubling up there. You've got to be getting two. And Chamkor, if he is your key batter, he's got to get most of the strike. Happy Singh at the moment, he's almost run a ball. Captain hurting his side at the moment. It's up in the air, won't carry, won't go to hand. And you can see that that's quite sensible also from Malta Day. That's Pintagosh, who's signals to his players that, hey, there's no point getting excited. If it's only a single, we'll take that, because it's another over that's just in the single figures, which is not helping the power hitters at all. 6 overs now completed, 43 for 2. They've got to be going at around about 13 and a half from here on in.
Yeah, they haven't found the boundary in the last 2 overs. Still needs them 53 runs and 24 balls. It looks like Malta Day going to Surid Roy to bowl again, and rightly so. He only went for 7 off his first over. So another over like that, and it'll be swinging firmly the way of Malta Day. It currently has them, the win predictor, at 70%. I think that's a fair reflection at the moment. Happy really needs to get in on the boundary action here.
And, whoa, how has this missed? He must have managed to get a bit of bat onto this and onto the pad. Let's have a look. How does this not go through into the stumps?
It's a bit of a friendly fire, yeah.
Just what I thought. Otherwise, there's no way that was going to miss. So gets a bit lucky. Does Happy. How he misses out on that one. It's a pretty wide delivery. And the other thing that's worth keeping an eye on, Tina, is what they need, the target just to get a point, 67.
Yeah, and they'll definitely be eyeing that up. If they can't get the full 4, just be really valuable just to get 1 point on the board. And we've seen in previous tournaments how important those single points can be.
Okay, up in the air and throws himself at this, and got it again here. See, this time they do go for the 2, and they will get there. So at least they are showing that a little bit more intent. But once again, in the field there, I think the right play there maybe is to say, right, maybe not overcommit, keep it to 1, because 1's always a big win, but he does throw himself at it. Would have been a very good catch, but I think keep it to the singles and keep the pressure on.
Yeah.
High, in the air, gone, 6. And that's what you need, a few more of those as the captain, Happy Singh, gets his second boundary away, and he needed that, need more of them. Uses his feet this time and gets a good swing, gets under this. So Roy concedes 6 there. This is the over. They really want to go big. The 50 does come up. But yeah, first point of call is get to that 67 to at least ensure you've got a point. Well bowled. And little celebration there from Surid Roy after being hit for a big 6. This time I think he's just a little bit quicker. Feels like he was a bit quicker in the air there, and he beats Happy with the pace.
Yeah, it's really well bowled, and nice little celebration with Surid there with his sunglasses on. He's hoping for a bit more sun, but he's been showing a lot of control actually. It's tough as a leg spinner when the ball's wet to really get the right grip and control on it. He's picked up his wicket, and a deserved wicket. Before that 6, he'd only gone for 10 off his overs so far. And it's a long walk back for the captain, Happy Singh, who will go for 19 of 14 deliveries. That one big 6 just then made his figures look maybe slightly better. But it's a tough ask now for the power hitters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. I think Happy was out there long enough for us to see what he's about, but maybe somebody can come out there and change the way this match is going. Good quick hands there from Sam Aquilina as this one gets past the swing of Randir Singh. But yeah, just somebody, if somebody can get going. That one stays a little bit low. Randir, he did bowl pretty well. Let's see if he can also use the long handle. This is down the leg side, and that's one that you need to put away. Good brave keeping there from Sam Aquilina. Just puts his body in the firing line.
There's a lot of his body, but it's still tough as a tall keeper, as you were saying earlier, Rico, to get down to it. When you can't get your hands to it, just make sure you get something in front of that ball.
It's played out down the ground. Should just be a single. Good one-hand pickup from Pintu Ghosh. So we'll take the single. And that will be the end of another over. So with 18 balls to go, 42 runs are required. So the power hitters are really have to go some. And remember, we will see a double header of these two teams at the moment. Malta Day, are they going to cling on to a victory here and be another good defence from them and be looking to go better in the next one? And you can see in the next game that it is the power hitters that have won the toss and elected to bowl again. So for them, it will be very much the same if they can with the ball. Maybe remove Patel earlier and try and restrict Malta Day to even a lower score, maybe in the 80s. But their batting has to improve from what we've seen so far. I'll take the single.
Yeah, I think obviously we've not seen much of the power hitters batting at the moment, but from what we've seen so far, I would say their strength is with their bowling and their fielding. Well, I think their fielding can be improved, but they bowled quite solidly. So they're obviously hoping to get back out in the field and restrict Malta Day to a similar, if not lower total, and see if they can chase it down again.
Going down the leg side, no run there. Got Azim Abbasi got a fair bit of pace. Does keep it uncomfortable for batters. Don't give the batters too much room. And that's why he can be a difficult bowler to get away. He bowled a very good first over. And looking to follow it up here. Only 5 of his first. And he comes. If you just have a look at the body here of the batter, the head is all over the place, loses, not really watching the ball, head goes up in the air early, just hoping for luck. And you're far better off getting bat on ball than dot balls. Swinging hard, Chamkor Singh, but just not happening. 21 of 19. And this time that's well played. He leans away, uppercuts this away, and he will get a boundary. It's a nice looking shot. It's good to see him think about what he's doing there. So just winging blind doesn't work. This time he decides, okay, if that's the areas he's going to be bowling in, I've got to do something different. And he plays that pretty well. And that sort of keeps him still in it by getting that boundary.
Yeah, and that was exactly everything he didn't do on the previous shot. He just swung wildly, and that time just used a bit of the pace that Abbasi is throwing down and just guided it to that vacant region, which they now have covered with the fielder down there at third. But that was a lovely guided shot.
It's a hit firmly, but won't beat the fielder. Good, solid ground fielding there on the boundary. He gets down. That's Michael Nazir. I think he was fielding in that part of the ground. Nicely done. Hello to Michael Nazir's family, who often do come to the ground and watch him play. And always like to see his kids as well. Always dressed in the team kit as well. The little Nazirs. And that's another example of a loose delivery which doesn't get punished, doesn't get put away. And also spoils the wide by getting a bit of pad onto it. It's one thing that the power hitters have to learn. So that over comes to an end, and it's been a good spell from Azim Abbasi. They just haven't been able to get him away. 7 come off that over, and power hitters now 61 for 3. Still 6 runs shy of where they need to get to at least pick up a point here. But Samar today, though, they look firm favourites as the rate required per over now. If they're going to do it, they have to go 18.
Yeah, you can see the power hitters are above the red line, which is the bonus point line. So as long as they get to that total, they'll pick up 1 point. But you know, they dearly love to get all 4. They need to up the run rate a bit if they want to get there. Earlier in the innings, the run rate was around 13, and now it's over 17. So this will have to be a big over if they want to get close to that total.
Looks like Morgan is here after doing some good fielding. He's going to bowl it, and wow, he starts with a very wide delivery. And well, this one, even though they are chasing after it, well, oh dear, it's a little bit in, out, shake it all about, and amazingly they make it. Well, let's have a look at this. And well, is it being signalled no ball because of the height? Well, have a look. So
well, it landed off the pitch as well, so that makes it a no ball.
And just
if it wasn't for the height.
Look at the bat just hit. I mean,
ding ding.
Look where it is, and they just. I mean, you would have thought he would be out for all money, but well, Sam Aquilina might be a tall man, but he hasn't got the power in getting the throw back to the bowler. So it was a no ball, free hit to come. So can they cash in? They need to. And no is the answer. Now, it's a pre-signal coming here for the umpire. That could be a wide. It is. So the free hit stays in place. And I suppose maybe that's a result, because that it does mean that maybe Chamkor Singh now goes on strike. Maybe he can put it away. 26 or 22. Need a big shot. And, well, I think you stay. What do you think, Tina? Stay where you are? Well, that's gone all the way anyway. So that's going to be 5, a wide. So it's another minimo. So Michael Nazir, at the moment, he's what they've been waiting for. The power hitters. That means that, I think that means here that they'll get a point. They will get a point. There's not been a legal delivery here.
And they've got 10 somehow.
They've got 10 so far. Well, how about this?
It's actually moving quite a lot in the air after Michael Nazir's bowled it. So maybe he just has to go cross seam, because you'd think just get 6 balls on the pitch and make the power hitters do something. At the moment, he's just delivered 10 on a plate.
And, well, he gets a dot ball in here. Can't believe they pushed third man back on the boundary to Michael Nazir. I think that was all about the wides and extras. So, well, they have picked up 10 of 1 ball. And gone. Excellent work. Very, very good work. Well, he may have not been too good in getting the ball back to the bowler earlier, but no doubt about this. So there will be a wicket, and it's Chamkor Singh that will go. So the man who had to really stay there and try and finish it off way down the track, and very good work there from Sam Aquilina. Doesn't miss from there, and that's the end of Chamkor Singh. And well, Morgan is here. It started off being a bit of a nightmare with the first 3 deliveries, but he has picked up a wicket. So it's 1 for 10. And Chamkor, well, he's going to have to find a way to accelerate that strike rate. 26 or 24 is not going to win you too many matches. As a new batter comes in, as Vikash Yadav, who made a good start behind the stumps, was involved with a number of dismissals. Let's see if the left-hander can add a bit of oomph to this batting. 71 for 4. 10 balls to go in the innings, and then 25 required. Bat on ball.
I think Michael has even changed from seam to spin here. So he just wasn't able to control how much the ball was seaming away. I don't think Sam behind the stumps was too impressed either, whereas now he's gone for just a bit of tweaking, and it's worked so far. If he just pretended like the 10 before the over even started, it didn't exist. So far he's gone 0 wicket 1, so he'll take that.
So Aquilina just checking the field. I think they probably had 1 too many out, as the man on the 45 had drifted out. Well, that's a nice
Wow.
hit. Now then, Randir Singh really whips this one away with real power. That has gone lightning quick. 4 runs.
That's almost like a hockey shot, foot together, or French cricket. Because if that hit him on the pads, that was out all day long. But he just whipped it through square region. That was an unusual shot, but it worked.
It worked. All right. Well, don't bowl at his pads. Is the lesson there for Michael. And he doesn't. This time he does bowl it wider outside the off and gets the dot ball. And that will make it very interesting going into the last over. That gets whacked for a big 6. And that means that going into the last 14 required for victory. The only problem is that Vikesh Yadav will be on strike to start off with. They'd love to try and get Randir Singh there. Oh, it's not over yet.
Yes, that over went magical in the end after 10 before delivery had bowled, and then still managed to get 2 dots in there and a wicket, and still went for 21. So if they do that again, the power hitters will be more than home.
Well, are we going to have a twist in this match? So 14 for a victory, 13 takes us to a golden ball. Maybe we won't get to 50 matches without a golden ball. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like they are going to the captain, Muthu Kumaran, on 49 wickets on European cricket. Bowling to Vikesh Yadav, who needs to get bat on ball. Wide, leave it, he does. 1 less to get 13. How many times has 13 been the number of the last time we've got to that golden ball? Could this be another? Muthu Kumaran, the captain. That's good there from Yadav. He left it. He wasn't tempted in spoiling it. And he plays that away. That's a good shot. The chase is on. Under, Eva. They won't go to the boundary, but they do come back for 2. Tina, from nowhere, they're back in this, the power hitters.
Yeah, we say it all happens in the ninth, and it did. 21 runs coming off that. That's more than a fifth of the total in just, well, a quarter of the total in 1 over, and still got a game on our hands here.
Well, taking it on, and we'll get there. Nobody at the stump, says Sam Ecolina, is not having a go. So, all right, Randir Singh, we saw him finish the last over with 2 big hits. And can he do it here again? 10 off 4. A little bit of late drama here. And wide ball signalled. Quarter wide.
That's a tight one as well.
Oh, how close was this to getting any of that line? Well, it's a very good call from the umpire. He goes for that favourite shot of his again. And this ball, how cruel is that? He's got to try and get back here. I think he will make it, but that was 4 from the moment it comes out of the bat, but then it hits the soft outfield and it just sticks in the ground. They'll come back for 2. Well, have a look at this. You're thinking 4 runs, nobody there, and watch. It actually almost goes backwards when it hits the ground.
We were talking about Custard earlier. That one felt like it landed in a bowl of custard because it just didn't go anywhere. That's really unlucky from the power hitter's perspective, but they get the 2. So they get Singh back on strike.
Well, if it comes down to the wire, how important could that moment be? Well, they've got to run hard here.
Run it.
You've got to try and go for 2, I think. And, well, you got to go there. And I know Vikesh Yadav is probably thinking, I won't make it, but you don't mind that. You get Randir back on strike. That could be a key moment. Got to hit a boundary here now. It's down the leg side. And now they're asking the question. It's all happening here. Well, what is going on? What is going on here? Now the 2 umpires, they're coming together.
Well, it went down the wet leg side, So maybe a wide, but if there was something on it, that's why they appealed, I think.
Well, a lot of things for the umpires to discuss here. Let's see here, and he's out of his crease. And then, well, again, he's giving him out here. So it certainly wasn't it's caught. So either way, Muthu Cameron, the first thing to talk about here is he does pick up wicket number 50 on the network, courtesy of a sensational catch from Sam Aquilina. And more importantly, with that wicket going, 7 now required. And let's just get the correct details there. Yeah, so 6 to tie, 6 for a golden ball as Gurvinder Singh comes out. Are we going to see some late drama? 6 runs takes us to a golden ball. Could he? Gurvinder Singh. Well, he can't hit the 6. He gets battle ball, but it's just going to be 1. And, well, that will be it. It's going to be victory for Malta Day. And how fitting that is their captain that comes on to bowl the last over. He defends the 14 that was required and also picks up wicket number 50 on the network. Malta Day get a win against the power hitters, but Render Singh certainly did give them a few scares. Remember, if you liked the look of that match, stay tuned because these two teams do it again.
Yeah, and it was another topsy-turvy game. We thought it would be an easy win for Malta Day. Then they had that magical over in the 9th. It brought it to the last, and we thought you could have a hero on our hands. Final ball, Gurvinder Singh. 6 would have taken it to the golden ball, but as it was, he only managed to just chip it up in the air. But what a game that was, out of nowhere almost.
Yeah, it comes down to, you know, Tina, we often say about little moments, and there's a few all the way through this. That was a good catch, by the way. But that last over there, when they should have run the 2, they don't run the 2. And then you see Yadav stays on strike, and then he chases a ball down the leg side rather than leave it alone, manages to get a bit of bat on it, and gets out. I mean, if he'd gone for the 2, Randir would have been on strike. It could have been a different story. But, well, power hitters, it's their first outing out there. They get a taste of what it's all about, and they do pick up a point. But Malta Day, well, Malta Day, we know, stands for Mother of God, and the sun is shining for the Mother of God because they get a victory, first time of asking, and, well, it sets us up for another very exciting game between the same two teams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I love this double-header format where the power hitters can get immediate revenge, and they'll be wanting, and they're fielding now, to kind of put the pressure on Malta Day straight away, but it was Malta Day that kind of put the pressure on the power hitters. Wickets kept on falling, and Sam Aquilina behind the stumps, one stumping and that all-important catch in the final over. He had an impressive innings, didn't he?
He did, and of course that was that over we just saw. And what about this one? I mean, you think it's going to be 4 runs and it hits the deck and comes back. That made, I mean, they did get 2, so he does go back on strike, but little moments, and there's a big moment. Should have left it alone. It was going down the leg side. Should have run the 2 beforehand. It doesn't, and therefore it's a wicket, and then it means that 6 required on the last. And it wasn't to be. Gurvinder Singh just couldn't get enough of it to send it for a 6 and take us to a golden ball. So well done to Malta Day. They start with a win. And well done also to Muthu Cameron for picking up wicket number 50 on the network.
I think that was just a classic ECN game as well. It had a bit of everything. It had comical catching, it had run-outs, it had big hits, it had hockey shots. And in the end, it was Malta Day that came out on top.
Yeah, and Malta Day, if we have a look at that scorecard, they'll once again be thanking their bowling and perhaps their fielding as well. 26 runs were scored there by Chamkor Singh, but it took him 24 balls to do it. Having something like Randir Singh out there at the top may make a difference. Maybe they'll make a change with the bowling. I think all the bowlers, apart from, of course, that one over from Michael Nazir, bowled pretty well for Nazir. Yeah, 19 it shows up there, but there was a few byes in there as well. That over went for 21, and that gave power hitters an opportunity to come back and pull off a bit of an upset, but it wasn't to be. as Malta Day, they did hold on. I'll leave you with the match summary. The next match, again featuring the same two teams, will be up in 15 minutes time. We'll take a short break now, but we'll be back in 15 minutes for the next match. Match number 12, Malta Day and the Power Hitters do it all over again.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to this ECS Malta 2025 match 12, and we have a rematch of the game we've just seen between the power hitters and Malta Day, and Malta Day won that one by 5 runs, so the power hitters will be looking to seek revenge now. But before we go to the live action and have a chat about the game that's coming up, let's see what happened at the toss. In fact, I'll tell you what happened at the toss. We've been having a bit of rain around here, and I think the rain gremlins got their way into the system. But it was in fact the power hitters that won the toss. They elected to field, so we do in fact have an action replay of the game from just now. As I said, the power hitters in that one just got on the wrong end of the result. They fell 5 runs short of the chase. Malta Day put in 95 for 6. And in fact, we do have the coin toss now, and we don't want to miss out on the lovely action there and seeing Ty, the match referee, on our screen. So we will go to the coin toss now so you can see what happened.
Power hitters to call.
Head.
Hitters a call, and it's a head.
Yeah, it's ball first here.
It's ball first.
So I gave a bit of a spoiler there, but it's nice to see it live, and it's also nice to see that rainbow just appearing in the back of the sky there. And even nicer, joining me in the box here is Rico Full, and it's going to be a good final game, I imagine.
I think it will be. I like the comment there of 1 or 2 people in the chat. I think Ghulam Mustafa was saying he was planning to go to bed after the last match, but he said, you know what, this entertainment, it's free, he loves it, so he's going to stick around for this match before he goes to bed. And I think a lot of people will probably say the same. I think it will be a good match, 60% to 40 in favour of Malta Day, and it's quite fitting that now that all of the rain is over, that the sun comes out and there's a rainbow that caresses this ground. Here's the first ball. And it'll be the first ball, but the first ball will have to be re-bowled, as it's Randir Singh who takes the ball first up. Doesn't quite find his lines quite yet. Yeah, Randir, he could have been the hero in the last match. He kept his team in it after hitting Nazir for that big over, but unfortunately couldn't get back on strike. He's not quite hit his straps yet. He did bowl in the game we've just seen. He bowled his 2 overs, went for 18 runs, didn't get a wicket. So he did play that 1 game in 2023, but he hasn't yet got a wicket on the network. How he'd dearly like to get an early wicket now, and it's Srijay Patel and Azim Abbasi who are opening the batting for Malta Day. A bit of experience between those two. Srijay Patel in particular, he's got a high score, 82 not out in 2023. He also featured just in the 1 game for Malta in the ECI, and he'll be wanting to get his team off to a good start. And we saw that you don't necessarily have to hit triple figures to post a competitive score here. It's a low scoring thriller just now. And that's up in the air and it's dropped. An early chance there for the power hitters in the field. That one, unfortunately for them, been put down. It was not an easy chance. It went hard to backward point and he just couldn't quite get his hands around it there. That was an opportunity, wasn't it? I think that's Rajwinder, the man who's got the bandeja on, who had the chance now. You get the chance to remove somebody like Patel without scoring, you take it, especially when you know that he's going to score the bulk of their runs. He was the player of the match for Malta Day in the last, and well, they missed the opportunity, and that could really come back and bite them. Yeah, and we saw in the first game, their ground fielding was actually not too bad, but there was a few dropped opportunities, and we saw another one early on here. Can't give Srijay Patel too many chances. It looks like the rain is going to stay away. It's a beautiful rainbow in the back. It's currently shining down on Srijay Patel, who's had another life, but Ranveer Singh, he's found his lines here, and there's a shout for a stumping, and actually a
big call there from Vikash Yadav behind the stumps. He was really interested in that. The umpire was unmoved.
Well, Abbasi doesn't really know what's going on. I wonder if we got this. I mean, he's a big time out of his crease, so let's keep an eye on this for a moment. Now, you know what?
Oh, that look, I mean, that's tight. It's difficult on this camera.
That's really, really tight. Now, you've got to sort of say, well, is there any part of that foot behind the line? I don't think there is. I think it's on the line. And if it's on the line, that could be out. And the umpires are discussing it. And he's gone. And I think that's a correct decision. You see it again there, courtesy of 2 circles. And he is gone. And, well, Azim Abbasi is going to go for a duck, thanks to some smart, quick work. And guess who? Our friend behind the stumps, Vikash Yadav.
Yeah, well, after he had a pretty shaky start to his ECN career, he's come back firing. You must have heard your words in his ears, Rico, because he took a stunning catch. And now he's come back with a cheeky bit of keeping there. But in fact, you have to say, that was quite sloppy from Azim Abbasi. The ball had gone nowhere. He must have known he was batting outside of his crease, and he just forgot to go back in the crease. But, you know, it was great work by the keeper there.
He's done really well as Yadav, and well, out of nowhere, Randir had just picked up a wicket, and well, unfortunately, Azim Abbasi is going to have to go back, and Lazar Sharon comes in at number 3. So no change in the batting lineup at the moment, but still got to reflect on that opportunity missed to remove, of course, the Danger Patel. So power hitters are looking once again. What do you think, Tina? I think going by what we saw from them, their batting, they'll be keen to keep this to around about an 80-85 score.
Yeah, they don't have too much experience in their ranks, and the expected score for now is 96. But that was enough in the first game to get the win for Malta Day, so power hitters really want to keep this down as much as possible, and that one isn't going to help. It's going to run away to the boundary. It's quite slow out there, though, and it's a great chase by Govinder Singh. They do run through for the second. You can see sometimes this outfield can zip away, especially if it comes hard off the bat, and other times, as we were saying, it's just like a bowl of custard.
Yeah, you're right, and there was a lot of custard talk later. Now, hey, first of all, let's talk about this tonight. They're at the Miranda da Coimbra cricket ground in Coimbra in Portugal. This is what Phil G will be talking about. Marlow taking on Fiders CC. And 2 teams, the good teams, were going head to head. And of course, we saw Punjab CC of Amdora get 2 wins over Coimbra Knights last night to go further up the top of the table. But Marlow have plenty of games in hand. And if they can get 2 wins against Fiders tonight, then they will certainly make inroads to catch them up. So that's the action happening. And what I was going to say, we mentioned the word custard. We were talking about desserts and things earlier. It is, of course, a National Brownie Day today. In some parts of the world being celebrated in America. Cream Brownie Day, by the way, to be more specific. And it is the last match. So now we can have random questions and talk about food. So we'll keep an eye on the chat. If you've got any questions, do fire them in.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for that apple crumble to be delivered to the commentary box. So brownie points for anyone who can bring us some dessert, because we've been slaving away here, really, Rico, the whole day. It's been chilly. We've battled through it.
We deserve that treat on a day like today. Well, not just a day like today. Don't forget the last 2 days as well. I think we deserve a treat. There's a few people. Well, the rainbow sort of... No, actually, it doesn't disappear. It's still there. I wonder if we can... I'm going to put a challenge out to Chris Tapps, who's in the engine room now. Show us that rainbow, Tapsy. Show us what you can do, because it looks pretty fantastic.
Yes, the sun is definitely shining down on us now, which is good to report after a dicey few days of weather. As today just scamper through for one. It's Chamkor Singh who is bowling the second over. He's one of the more experienced players for the power hitters. He's played for the Royal Strikers. He's got a decent high score, 64 not out, and with the ball. There we go. Let's talk less about cricket, more about rainbows, because there we have it. Great work from our 2 circles friends.
Yeah, we'll never back down from a challenge to 2 circles. Thank you very much, Chris Tapps. Today sent to Valentine. That's a nice looking shot. And this one is not going to slow down. No custard stopping this as Patel gets another boundary. But once again, just keep remembering he was put down on what was a pretty straightforward catch. So just imagine if you had him in the shed already, I think Malta Day would really be struggling. But he just has, you know, he puts away the bad ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and especially on that offside, it does seem to race away more than on the leg side. Despite that chase there from Amnish Singh, will go all the way. It's a slower ball, which you often see after. I'd love to see the statistics on that. After you've been hit for a boundary, how many times do the bowlers bring out the slower ball?
Dave was just saying, I think a lot of people saying about lovely rainbow. Dave saying, has there ever been a horrible rainbow? Good point there, Dave. Well, I hope you enjoyed seeing the rainbow here. And let's hope that there's going to be very less talk about rain for the days to come here. Let's hope we've heard the last of it here. Tries to do the old switch hit there, Surjay Patel. I did mention that he is a funky player. He has got all the shots. And you can see it there just at the top of your screens, that rainbow going right the way across. And it looks quite stunning at the moment. And as we have a look at the standings of Group B, remember Group B hasn't been too badly affected by the weather. We know the first match between the Edix Knights and Sweden United, that one was abandoned. But then after that, we have managed to bring you the cricket, and pleased to report. And it's been exciting, 2 close matches. Let's see if this one can be a close one as well.
Yeah, and has been indeed, and I'm sure the Red Stars will be raring to go. We'll see them on Wednesday for the first time, because tomorrow we switch back to Group A action after, of course, they missed out on 2 days. And here we have Surab brought into the attack. I'm so distracted by this absolutely stunning rainbow at the moment.
It's getting better, isn't it? I mean, look at it now. It is. Go on, go take. I know you want to take a picture. Go do it.
I'm going to take a picture of it because I'll put it on my social media, because this is a
look
really
at it.
stunning
Now we got
rainbow.
it on the screen. There you go, people. That is what we're marvelled by at the moment. That is quite amazing. I know that Martina's taking pictures. Dana was out there with her burrito. She'll take a nice picture of this. It is amazing at the moment.
The good news is that there is a bit of drizzle around, but it's definitely not hard enough to get off the pitch, so we'll be hoping to stay out there. And it's just really, that's already the ECN, I think, photo of the year, because that's just beautiful. And as Dave said, there's no ugly rainbows, but this is really up there.
It's quite breathtaking, isn't it? It is quite breathtaking. I mean, it just, we thought it was fading away from a moment, but now it's come back, and unfortunately, so is some of that drizzle, but hopefully it's not going to stick around too long, as the power hitters are trying to, you can see what the plan would be here. Try to keep Patel quiet, and they managed to do that by just a single from him here, and then with the likes of Lazar Sharon, keep him on strike a bit longer. But every time that wind changes direction, so does the light drizzle in the air.
Yeah, Surab, who's bowled very well with his 3 balls so far, just conceding 1 leg by and the 1 run. He's got this lovely round arm, kind of left arm round the wicket action. It's not very easy to get away as the rain kind of sweeps in a bit into our faces in the commentary box, but it's still very much a light mist, so nothing really to trouble the umpires. The umpires have got headwear on as well, so they're more than happy, and the power hitters will be happy with how this fielding innings has started for them so far. Malta Day, we know that both these teams after the first game can be involved in low-scoring thrillers, and Malta Day, they've kind of got this reputation of the last few years of being involved in low-scoring thrillers. So it might be another one on the cards here, as Srijay Patel just steps across his stumps, just brushes his pad, so they'll run through the second leg by of the over, and that will take it to the end of the over. Malta Day 17 for 1 at the end of the power play, so you'd say the power hitters be more than happy with this start. As we were saying earlier, there's not an enormous amount of strength to their batting lineup, so they'll want to keep the score down as much as possible, as the rain does come down a bit heavier now. Umpires seem happy to stay out there.
Yeah, it just it's been one of those days, isn't it? It reminds me, I don't know about you, Tina, but it reminds me of some of my cricketing days in the UK. This used to be the norm. This is like say you could say it's like a typical English summer. Sun, showers, rainbows, the works. This one actually doesn't miss that leg stick by a lot. I thought for a moment that Patel was going to be bowled round his legs. That was pretty close, but you can see and sense some of that rain there on the screen at the moment. And sun goes, and so does the rainbow. But fair play. Big shout out to all the players, not just those that have played here today, but all the players that have been at the ground the last 2 days, especially those that have given up time, as that one gets walloped away. That's 6 runs. Nice hit. Patel, he's the danger man. You've got to see the back of him.
Yeah, that was a nice hit. He just waited for it, kind of took a step or two forward. It sat up nicely from the hand of Randir Singh. He's already got that one early wicket, but that was the first big hit of the innings. And yeah, I mean, the players have been standing around a lot. They've been waiting, and they've pretty graciously helped us with the covers. We've been doing a bit of a Macarena, in, out, shake it all about with the covers the last couple of days. But hopefully there's not too long to go today, so we can get today's action done, as that one's just cut off on the boundary, and they do run through for 2. And Srijay Patel, I think he'll be the key to Mataday's innings now. You could see that both teams were maybe somewhat light in the batting department in the first game. Srijay, he has a lot of experience. He'll be wanting to use all of it here.
He will too. Well, the bowler ain't going to be impressed every time that the ball gets dried. They give it back to him and it ends up on the floor again, so he's going to have to dry it again. This is Randir Singh. It's a question there from Dave. I mean, I've never heard a missed Yorker called a Lancaster. What about you, Tina? Well, I tell you what, that's called a biggie. It's called a bomb, as that one is mashed away. Or we call it a Maximo, or maybe a little bit of a bulle. As Randir Singh goes into the pads of Srijay Patel, and it gets walloped. That's a Bizway Super 6.
It's just as well that the tennis players don't fancy playing in this weather, because they would have been in danger there. That went all the way, and Srijay, he's really leading the charge here for Mataday, takes them into the 30s. He's on 23 himself.
Absolutely right. So what about a missed Yorker called a Lancaster? Have you ever heard of that?
I've never heard of that. I
No.
suppose you can have different types of missed Yorkers as well. It can be overpitched, it can be underpitched. I suppose you can have a wide one as well, as that one's a bit too wide down the leg side, and that has just been levered all the way over the rope. 6 runs through the kind of wide fine leg region. Srijay just rocked back on it. It was too short of a length. You can see on the replay there that the rain is falling quite heavily now. And that was just another brilliant shot from him, and that takes him to 3 Maximos in that over.
Yeah, one thing that I like about Srijay Patel when he plays those shots, it's timing. He's not trying to muscle the ball, it's timing. Gets in really good position, and if you miss your line slightly, if you go into his pads, he's onto it so quick. And Randir, got to feel for him a bit, probably struggling to get a good grip on that ball. And now down the ground it goes. Volley, 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 as the birds scarper away. And Tina, that's the 4th 6 in the over.
Yeah, this is a big over. It's already gone for 27. Still 1 ball left in it, because we started with that wide. That was probably the best hit of the lot, just straight back over the bowler's head. It wasn't a bad delivery, in all honesty. Maybe slightly overpitched. Maybe it was one of those Lancasters that we've been told about. It's slightly overpitched. In the end, gets the treatment all the way to the boundary. 27 runs off this over so far. Still 1 ball to go. There is a fielder out there. And there's a fumble there. It's not going to go all the way, but they don't even go for the 2. And the rain, unfortunately, it is getting a bit heavier now. I think the umpires are going to convene. I wouldn't be surprised if we go off here. You can see on the screen on that wide shot just how heavy it's getting.
I get the feeling they might get the nod to come off here, because it's heavy and the ground, as we know, has already taken a pounding the last couple of days. You can see the umpires are communicating with the tournament referee. I think at the moment they're going to see if they can weather it out, but I think if it doesn't get any lighter, I think we're going to once again see the horrible side of the covers being brought on, and then playing the waiting game again.
And I suppose they're just hoping for the fact that it might be a passing shower. We've had a few of these very violent but very brief showers in the last couple of days, so they're determined to stay out there. They have gone to the slower option of Dilbag Singh, so maybe that plays into the hands of staying out there for just a bit longer, as there is a half-hearted appeal. I think there's not much on that at all. Might have brushed something on the way through, but as it was, Yukash Yadav behind the stumps dropped it anyway. Dilbag Singh had a great spell in the first game as well. He got in on a couple of wickets. He got 2 wickets and went for just 7 runs in his 2 overs. We get a little hockey shot in the play again. He steps so far across his stumps, I think he exposes them again on the offside. But whatever he did, it worked. So that's rolled away for 4. Look at this, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost played that shot from a ball that's missing off stick. It's quite an incredible shot from Lazar Sharoun. And the power hitters, I think they're wet, they're damp, they're cold, and they're feeling it here. Shijay Patel's moved to 36, was dropped on 0, remember, in that first over from Randir Singh. Randir Singh, that second over of his goes for 28. They're not having a good time out there at the moment, the power hitters. They need a wicket.
That's a better delivery, just pushed outside off stump. I will report happily that the rain has subsided, so I think maybe that was a good call by the umpiring team and the match referee to keep them out there. It's kind of a bit of a game of chicken. You got to keep yourselves out there and just hope for the best. In this case, the gods were shining on us because it's more or less stopped, I hope, because our equipment is taking a battering here.
It is, isn't it? So one of the, I mean, one moment ago we were talking about magnificent rainbow and the sun coming out, and next thing we know we're getting soaked. Oh, he's missed out on this one and gone right across the stumps here as well. Dilbagh Singh was quite surprised actually they waited so long for him to come on the bowl. He was the pick of the bowlers in that first match. Bowled very well, 2 wickets. Just 7 runs conceded, but it's all about controlling and gripping the ball at the moment.
He's pinned the batter in front there. The umpire's not interested, so it's going to be leg byes. I think maybe the left arm round angle will just get it taken away from the leg stump. Maybe you could kind of see the stump's exposed. He steps across. Yeah, it's going to go well wide. It's a big appeal, but it's more in hope than expectation.
Yeah, it's always missing. A good, easy call there for umpire Anga. You can see the leg stick there. The next ball is the one that we just saw here. It's fired down way wide, outside off stump. So this is the follow-up delivery. In fact, only just gets it on the pitch.
Yeah, you can see how much they're working on the ball. They've got the rag out there, but the rag itself is probably wet. So just trying to do everything to keep it dry. Dilbagh is drying the ball on his shirt, and he throws that one in. Batter tries to get a bit funky. It's Lazar Sharoun out there. I'm not sure he gets anything on it. He doesn't. The umpire signals for 4 byes. So it all happened there, and in the end, no one got a glove on it. Went straight through all the way for 4.
It's the perfect dummy from Lazar Sharoun. And look at I think the wicket keeper, that's the best shot. Vikas Yadav, I know sometimes he has these little moments where it's almost like he has a little doze. He didn't move at all. And it wasn't maybe expecting that ball to get past the batter. It does, and it goes all the way to the boundary. 4 byes.
And that's a better ball. And Lazar comes down the pitch to it. In the end, gets nowhere near it. 13 runs off the over to Dilbagh, plus those 4 byes, 5 byes even. So it was another eventful over. Had a bit of everything. A bit of rain, a bit of sun. We haven't got we do have the rainbow back, not quite in all its glory just yet, but when all is said and done, Malta Day 58 for 1 at the halfway stage, and expected score 116, but I think the power hitters would dearly love to keep them to just double digits here.
Yeah, it's very similar to the first match. Malta Day, they were on 52 at the halfway point, but were unable to really capitalise. This time they're looking to do so, but it's all about this guy on strike. Once he gets out, then the runs, particularly the boundaries, dry up. But, a couple of times he's just overcommitted to going outside the off stump there. You can see he's trying to, because they've left that area, the 45, open, he's looking to play in that area all the time, but sometimes he steps across too much.
There's Chamkor Singh. He went for 8 off his first over. He returns for his second. That one's high up in the air. Long off is interested in it, but it's just going to go over his head. I think he could have actually put in a bit more of a jump there, could Surab at long off. He's a tall guy, but he kind of gave up on it quite early. He had a bit to go to the rope. In the end, it just drops slightly over his head. And they have to even check if that goes for 6, and it does. Lovely camera work there by our team. It just goes about 50 centimetres. That's one of those 50.5 boundaries there.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think the Surab probably, if you're there, you've got to be on the rope. If he's on the rope, I think he has a chance to catch it, or at least save the boundary.
That's a precious 6 for Malta Day. Shrije is really leading the charge here. Lazar Sharoon is more than happy. I think, in fact, before this game, he'd not scored any runs on the network. Of course, in the first game, he got a duck. So he's more than happy with his 9 off 10 to just play the anchor role. And Shrije at the other end, he's on 43 off just 20 deliveries. So he'll be the key. When the power hitters get him out, they'll be well into the middle order of Malta Day. You can see Lazar's maybe not quite as experienced as a batter. Didn't get his feet moving at all there.
It's a better delivery.
Meanwhile, I mean, Rico, we started the food chat quite early today and it's not stopped yet in the chat. I think people are still on chatting about custard. Thick custard, thin custard. It is a hotly debated topic.
Custard keeps coming back. We don't mind food chat.
We love food chat.
Well, now he's walked right away over this, and we don't mind rainbow chat as well, so rainbow comes back. Also, I always like to tell you about some other things on history on this day, and one of them, it was a sad day for movie lovers today in 2014 when American actress and diplomat Shirley Temple sadly passed away. And I think people like me and I think a lot of people in the chat, he's worn this one maybe. I wonder if this has got him on the helmet. Well, Shirley Temple is who we were talking about, and that's caught him on the temple, thankfully. He's wearing a helmet. Let's have a look at this again.
I think it might roll up his arm, yeah, so maybe he was spared the full flush on the helmet because it did hit his arm first, and he's just being checked here by the umpire.
Yes.
I think a glancing blow. I'm sure he'd be more than keen to stay out there.
Yeah, you got to do that. Shirley Temple was, of course, known for her dimples and was cheeked, curly hair, child star, and a top Hollywood box office attraction from 1935 to 1939. She died at the age of 85. And also on this day in 1939, the American film classic Stagecoach, which was widely considered to be the first adult Western, had its world premiere. And of course, it featured John Wayne, who of course rose to stardom from that. So yeah, come some movie memorabilia. And of course, you probably don't know who Shirley Temple is or John Wayne, you're going to tell me.
I've heard of them both.
Oh, that's good.
I'm not that young, Rico, but I can't say I saw them in the cinemas. But Western's not really... Maybe we can ask the chat what their favourite genre of film is. Western, not really mine. What about you, Rico?
I don't mind Westerns. That's hit pretty well and should have been stopped, but wasn't. And big cheers as that one gets smashed away. It's another boundary.
Yeah, Dilbag
should have been stopped.
It should have been stopped. Dilbag on the boundary there. He's just bold, and I think he's probably a bit cold and wet. He's got that big shirt on, which is about 5 sizes too big for him. He just wasn't interested in the slightest in stopping that, and it brings Malta Day to 70 for the loss of 1 wicket after 6 overs.
It's better, isn't it? This is where they failed to capitalise on in the first match, looking to do it here. It's a shot. Yeah, Western. I don't mind the Westerns. I mean, just recently I watched the remake of the Magnificent Seven, and I used to like all of the spaghetti westerns with Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't mind them at all. But, I don't know what people think of in the chat. So westerns. There we go. That's a random question from us to you. What's your favourite western? And how many of you remember Stagecoach? As we're going to see some more action now. This is going to be Parminder Singh coming on to bowl.
Malta Day currently up at 76% on the win predictor. Win predictor saw maybe the power hitters were lacking a bit of power hitting in their lineup, but they'll have learned a lot from the first game. For I think even the majority of their players, it was their first time on the network, first time playing in this T10 format. So every game I feel is a learning game, and they bring more experience every time they play. So they're certainly not out of this. This over has started well. That should just be a 1, and this time it is well fielded by Dilbag. He still wasn't entirely confident standing behind that one, but he didn't have to move an inch, so that probably helped him.
Yeah, it did well, and I like the fact that he does go with it hands first and safely in. Gets the throw in quite quickly.
This is a nice few deliveries from Parminder. He's just gone for the 1 single so far. He's shown quite a big amount of control. As we said, it's difficult with that wet ball out there. But every time it doesn't race along the ground, race along for 4, it's going to keep that ball as dry as possible. That one does race along the ground, but it should be cut off by Surab. Just the one run. He's hanging around here at long off. So this is it's a good over for power hitters after the previous one. Went for 12, including a couple of those boundaries. This one so far, 4 balls in, has only gone for 2 singles. It's a half-hearted dive by the mid-wicket fielder, who in reality was nowhere near it. But again, just the single.
Yes, just a single. Tim Harmer, a very good question. And he's saying, why did they call them spaghetti westerns? Well, I don't know. If somebody knows, do share. Spaghetti westerns. Also, look, while we're talking about various things, I want to mention some of the international holidays, as that's the end of the over. It's a good over, actually, from Singh. Only goes for 3, and what I liked about him there, he just concentrated in getting the ball in the right area. So some of the days that we've celebrated, mentioned today already that it is World Pulses Day, so you take a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. Humron Stallions, they've been a bit unlucky, haven't they? And the weather has played havoc on their earlier matches, but we do return to Group A, and hopefully we'll get some action in Group A. They take on AUM, the American University of Malta, and then Kazira United take on the Victoria Lions. That will also be an exciting match. 2 teams that did struggle when we saw them last time, and let's see if they picked up some valuable players. So yeah, Pulses Day, and it's designated by the United Nations back in 2018 to recognise the significance that it has a nutritional benefits. That one's going to get worked away. It's another nice shot, 4 more runs as Patel closes on a 50, 49 or 24 now. Gets a little bit lucky here. That's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, so the UN believes that pulses are not only nutritional, they can also contribute to the development of sustainable food systems toward eradicating world hunger and poverty. And of course, world hunger is something that we in European cricket are very passionate about with our very own Share the Meal charity.
And it's Dilbag who's come back into the action here. I think he's much happier with ball in hand than freezing out there on the long on boundary. Going for the first ball for 4. He's pulled it back well with just the single. And looks like we have some answers in the chat as well. Spaghetti Western, I did a bit of Googling myself as well. But those in the chat, so John Gray, he's right. Quite a lot were filmed in Italy with Italian directors, as that one races away to the boundary, and that's a 4 for Lazar Sharoon. So having watched mostly from the other end and admiring this innings of Sri Jay Patel, he's now got in on the action.
I suppose Pizza Western doesn't quite go.
No. Spaghetti Western sounds like it makes sense. I mean, just because they're Italian directors, I'm sure they don't just eat spaghetti. It's a bit of a sweeping stereotype, but you know, it was different times, wasn't it?
Tiramisu Western.
No, we're back on, whatever happens, we get back on food chat.
We always get back onto food, yeah, we do.
Comes full circle.
Yeah, Hospice Day celebrated in Germany, you mentioned that. And also another very important one today, International Epilepsy Day is very important as well. So International Epilepsy Day, awareness, the day to shine a light on the challenges faced by people living with the condition, and always celebrated on this day. And 65 million people around the world live with epilepsy, so certainly something that we need to be aware of. It seems to be a weird stigma about the disease. Oh, crunch, and that will go all the way. Well, Patel not only gets to his 50, but now he looks to really cash in here. And they just haven't been able to find a way to get through him. And when you look at that score, I mean, he's moved to 56 out of 89, but was dropped on 0. Things could have been so much different here, Tina.
Yeah, and it's a similar story to the first game. The power hitters just lost 1 or 2 key battles, and one of those was taking the early catches, and that's proved to be costly here again. Sri Jay Patel, quite a muted celebration for his 50, but he knows he wants to get his team to a big total to try and defend. Nazar Sharoon, he's just quietly been plugging away at the other end. He hasn't been spectacular, but he hasn't needed to be, with Sri Jay going so well at the other end. And that did bring the end of the over, 89 for 1, just 2 overs left. The power hitters, they've turned back to Parminder Singh. He only went for 3 of his first over, so he's rightly getting his second and final over. It all happens in the 9th, as they say, but it's going to have to happen for power hitters here, and it is in the air. There's a chance, and it's dropped. Surab running in from the long off boundary. He gets there, he sets himself, but the ball just goes in his hands and then back out of his hands, and he'll be disappointed with that one. And that's really the story of the power hitting innings so far.
Yeah, I mean, not easy. We've said that before. I think all catches will be good catches today, but then that is now rubbing it in, because after dropping the Lazar Sharon, that means they get a single. Patel gets on strike, and now Patel will be looking to cash in. And you can't bowl a full toss to this guy, because if you do, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, and that was a low full toss as well. So maybe look at the side angle as we see the replay here. And it's just about all right, I think, but the power hitters, they're learning a hard lesson here. You don't take your chances, you do get punished, and that's exactly what is happening. Srijay Patel goes again, and Surab this time, he's not in with a chance after he got that early chance and shelled it. Last time, he could only just put his arm out and watch in vain as that one flew over his head. So Srijay Patel goes into the 60s. It's a bit of width on show there. Srijay didn't really move his feet, he didn't really have to. Surab there, you could see his despairing arm flying up, but he could do nothing to stop that 6.
100 now comes up, so Malta getting past the 100 mark. Patel looking dangerous.
He goes again, and that one's gone all the way, and that's no chance for any fielder out there. That's a 6 on most boundaries, and you can see there the ball getting rescued from the covers, which we hope we will not have to use again today. It does look a bit brighter out there, and it's certainly bright for Srijay Patel. He continues to bludgeon these balls, and that gets him to 74, just 29 deliveries. He tries to go again, but this time he can only swat it to Dilbag Singh, who very much is the opposite of a dynamic fielder. He just stands there and waits for the ball to come to him, but Srijay was happy to just take the single on that one. And that is the end of the over. It's certainly called the end of the over, but I think they're going to check, because by our calculations there's one ball left. The umpires realised, had a little chat, came back. All is well in the world. One ball left.
Yeah, Paminde too happy. He was happy when he bowled his first over, only went for 3. But this one has already gone magical, and now he's still got a ball to bowl. And I suppose the good news is that he's bowling it to Lazar Sharoon, who I get the feeling is going to try and go funky here again.
Yeah, it's basically a free hit. He does go big. He doesn't need to go funky. He's just going to go long and even longer. That one has cleared the ropes by some margin. The ball just pings back up off the wall, and Lazar, having never scored a run on the network, now has 26 of them.
He's enjoying his time out there, Lazar Sharoon, and I suppose he's watched Srijay Patel play and execute a number of classy shots, and he's thinking, well, I can do the same, as that one gets muscled over the boundary. Big hit. 115 for 1 with an over to go. Patel on strike. And you feel that he's going to go after every one of these deliveries. He's running hard here, but look how that ball skids across the outfield. And before you know it, it's gone to the boundary. 4 runs. Not quite where Patel wanted it to go, but still, it's another boundary to him. And you know, who knows? Just keep an eye on this. If he goes ballistic here, he could be thinking about putting the 3 figures on the board. We've already seen 1 century today. Patel moves to 79.
Yeah, when you looks in, and that one just squeezed away for a 4. He goes again. That one's a bit of width there from Happy Singh, the captain, and again it was one of those ones where it was signalled by the batter before it was signalled by the umpire. We'll see this again on replay. I think it was quite tight. That looked like it went straight over the line, but almost pressured by the batter there to give the wide. As it is.
Out.
Oh dear. And there we see what happens with a bit of pressure, a bit of lack of experience. And that just goes straight through the fielder Amnish Singh there on the boundary. It should have just been a 1. That would have got Srijay Patel off strike. As it is, he keeps the strike. He goes to 83. Still got 4 balls left if he wants to go put his name up on that leaderboard.
He's going for this, you know. So maybe he's got the luck on his side now.
Just miscues that, and they are going to try and run through for 2. They should get the 2 as well. It's difficult to run around for the fielders there. And the batters set off straight away, and that's the importance of communication as well. As soon as that ball was hit, they wanted 2, and they weren't going to settle for anything less.
I think that was what put the fielder off. That's Amnish Singh on the boundary. He knew that Patel wanted to go for 2, and that pressure made him make the mistake.
And that one's been hit hard down the track. It should be cut off by Surab, and it isn't again. There's an action replay. And the power hitters are just going to pieces of it here. I know it's wet and slippery out there, but that one should have really been stopped. Just get your body behind it, get everything behind it, and he nutmegs himself.
He's had a mare, hasn't he, Surab, in the field. Tamara's had a catching opportunity earlier, which he didn't take. And the misfield, Happy Singh, the captain, he's anything but happy. That one gets turned away. Will they try and come back for 2 here? And doesn't look like, it was almost like that Lazar Sharoon had already decided, look, I've run enough for you, I've given you enough strike. Minna ik ball there though. Give me 1 ball, he says. Well, he's going to get it, and let's see what he's going to do with it.
Final ball of the innings. And that pretty much sums up the power hitters' fielding and bowling performance. Should have been a dot ball. As it is, it hasn't been signalled by the umpires. There must have been a bit of bat involved there. Either way, it's a 1 to, it has now been belatedly signalled as a bye. In any case, it's a 1 to the score, and that takes Day to 132 for just the 1 wicket in their 10 overs. And that's certainly going to please them, because they've seen that maybe the power hitters were a bit light in their batting lineup. They'll be confident that they can defend that. The power hitters, meanwhile, I think they need to get their heads together and realise that they maybe lacked a bit of experience in there, and a few drop catches as we see here, and it's really the drop catches that cost them, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because that was the big one. That was the catch was Patel being dropped on 0. Well, Abassi, he would have to go, and he wasn't able to get any score on the board, so it was 3 for the loss of the first wicket, and then a 129 run partnership between these two. Patel batted beautifully. They got to 58 at the halfway point, but that's where things went downhill for them in the last match in terms of the run rate, but not this time round. They accelerated and went well, and they scored 74 in the second 5, and the power hitters, I think things really just started to go from bad to worse for them. It wasn't easy for them, particularly with the weather. It got pretty nasty, as you saw there on the screens at one point, which made it very difficult for the bowlers to hold on to the ball, but still, those catches have to be taken, and more importantly, you've got to stop the ball getting over the boundary. And well, there was Subrab, he dropped a couple. There was also a few glaring misfields as well. But of course, the big catch was Rajinder Singh when he did put down Patel when he was on 0.
Yeah, and that 1 wicket that did fall, that of Azim Abbasi, that was in the first over, but it feels like a long time ago now. The power hitters got off to a great start, but after that things just continue to go downhill for them, and there'll be a lot of lessons learned for them. It's only their second game in this tournament, and they'll realise how important fielding is, especially when the ball's wet and it's a bit cold out there. They really need to stop those boundaries. Unfortunately for them, they didn't manage it, and Sri Jay Patel, he hit 9 sixes on his way to 90 runs off just 35 deliveries, and Azim Abbasi, he didn't trouble the scorers, but Lazar Sharoon came in, played almost the perfect foil to Patel. He hit that 1 big 6, so he also got in on the act, but it was a great double act from Patel and Sharoon.
Yeah, it really was. I think both of them enjoyed themselves out there, and they'll feel Malta that they've done enough to put enough runs on the board here to maybe make it 2 wins on the trot. And another thing that they'll have in the back of their mind, especially if they can get those earlier wickets, is they might even restrict the power hitters to a low score, meaning that Malta could walk away with all of the points. So that innings coming up in just about 10 minutes time. Join myself and the rest of the gang here, including Tina, when we bring you the last match. We'll talk a little bit more about food. We'll talk a little bit more about the rainbow, about the rain, hopefully not, about the sunshine, but more importantly about the cricket. So join us back in 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to match 12, this ECS Malta 2025 and the final innings of the day, which has been affected a little by rain. Let's hope the rain gods just hold off for at least the next 35 minutes so we can see the end of this game. And as you can see, the bonus point equation, the first innings total 132. So if the power hitters want to go home with all 4 points, they have a tough task of chasing down that target in 7 overs or less. The fielding team, they will take home the point if they restrict the power hitters to 92 or less. And of course, if they do that, they, Malta Day, will take home all 4 points. This is, of course, well, it's a belated day one of this ECS series, and it's the first time that we're seeing Group B teams in action. Malta Day won the first game in this double-header between these two teams by 5 runs. I think they've put themselves in quite a commanding position to win this one as well. The power hitters, despite their name, have lacked a bit of power hitting in the first game. But they've got off to a good start here, and that one's going to go over the infield, but because of the moisture out there, it's just going to plug in the boundary. They should run through for 2. It's Ashish Singh who hit that one and is going to get back on strike. It looks a bit suspiciously at the toe of his back, because that, if it did come out the middle, would have gone well over the boundary rope. As it was, just plugged into that little wet zone over there at the cover boundary area. You know what, it's Pintu Ghosh, who an experienced player with international experience for Malta as well, with ball in hand. That's a better delivery, just keeping it inside that white wide line. You imagine the power hitters here will have to get off to a good start, at least have a very good power play if they will have any chance of chasing down this total. And we said before this game that 130, 140 is about par. But I think the power hitters, they're lacking a bit of experience, so it's going to be a tough ask for them to chase this down. That one again, just flirting with that wide line, but Pintu Ghosh using all of his experience to keep that one in the lines. And speaking of experience, Rico, welcome back for the first time and the final innings of today.
It's good to be back, and it's good to see that the power hitters, they're having a go here. Ashish Singh has made a good start. Yeah, you're right, it was a bit unlucky he didn't get a boundary there. Chamkor Singh, he knows he's going to go better than last time, better in the sense that his run rate was a bit slow. He did score 26, but it took him 24 balls to do it. And Dave in the chat is saying, coffee anybody? Yes, please. I think myself and Tina would love one. What would you like, Tina?
Yeah, I know the Italians don't like it after lunchtime, but I'd have a cappuccino. Anything warm and foamy at the moment to go along with the apple crumble that we're expecting any minute now. Meanwhile, less food chat, more cricket chat.
I tell you what, this is a long chase from Raza Sharoon. He gets a foot on this, but I was worried for him. I mean, look at him go here. He couldn't get out of third gear, but this could have been nasty, but he does well. Gets a foot on it, saves the boundary.
We'll let him off there because he did just have a long bat. But that was more of a ball escort than a ball stop. This one goes straight. There's a chance. It's up in the air, and it's just dropped there by Michael Nazir there running around from mid-off. It was a tough one. It kind of just got chipped over the bowler's head, and I think we did get there, so we're going to have to put that down as a drop as we see it on the replay. Yeah, he didn't even get his hands to it, but it's certainly a half chance.
I think it is, yeah. Scarpa's through to try and get there. It is the end of the over. There was a lot of swinging, but unfortunately, that on 2 occasions the ball didn't get on the boundary. The fielders just managed to get there to stop it. So 6 come off the first one from Ghosh. It's a good start. Nice to have everybody back, and it's nice to be talking about some live action for change, even though the weather still has hampered some of the mood. But 50 matches since a golden ball, and it's really nice to be here in Malta with you, Tina. I know you had a nice, well, talk about nice, that is nice. That is big, is out the middle, and Chamkor Singh, this is what we're talking about. Need a few more of those. 6 runs. Manos arriba from the arbitro. That is sweet. Out of the middle of that bat, well, sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai, as I like to say. What a good shot that is.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, and Chamkor Singh, as we said in the previous game, he's one with experience in the power hitters lineup. He's got a 64 not out to his name on the network. He previously played for the Royal Strikers. He scored over 400 runs in 2023, so he's no stranger to racking up the runs, and he's going to have to do that here for his team. They want to get to that total of 133 to take the points. He goes big again. He hasn't quite got hold of that. And it is just going to plug, but go for a one bounce four. I was thinking it's going to land in that bowl of custard and just completely plug, but luckily for the power hitters, it does just hop over the boundary there.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, we saw him giving himself a bit of room in his first innings, but unfortunately he was always getting himself in the wrong position and wasn't able to get the execute shots. But this is better from him. Let's see if he can maintain it. They want a good start, and he's trying to give him one here.
There's Arif Sagar who's got the ball in hand. That one's maybe just plugged in a little short, but he's no stranger to wickets as well. 28 wickets in his 32 games on the network. His best 3 for 3, which I think is not bad going by any stretch of the imagination. He got that in 2023. He also got 10 wickets last year in just 9 games. So this is quite a decent battle between a bit of experience on both sides in what is otherwise two quite inexperienced teams, but it's Ashish Singh on strike now. 4th ball of the 2nd over. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's a right shot to play here. He does try to get that foot right across and get underneath it. I mean, if he gets bad on it, it goes all the way over. There's nobody patrolling the boundary on the offside at all.
Yeah, of course, we're still in the power play here as they do run through for a quick single, but no chance of a run out because the non-striker there, Chamkaur, he was on his bike straight away. But we're still in the power play, so the first 3 overs of the innings, the fielding side only allowed 2 fielders outside of the ring. You have to use your fielders sparingly and also make sure as a bowler that you bowl to that field. There's no one out on the offside. And this one's hit straight. There is someone out there at long on, and it's fielded there by Pintu Ghosh. He bowled the first over, and that is the end of the 2nd over. 19 for no loss, the power hitters. So they need 115 runs, 114 runs off 48 balls. Over 14 and over required. So they can't have too many overs that go for single digits. Their first over went for 6, 2nd for 13, and this is where we stand in the standings so far. The power hitters, they did get that bonus point in that tight loss to Matadei in the game earlier today, but they'll really need to get a win on the board if they want any chance of qualifying through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, they certainly do. 19 it is. New bowler to come on. Wants a good start here. It's Azim Abassi, who had a mixed first match. He had one good over and one which went a little bit wrong. Well, this one is going to start wrong because that is a lovely shot. Gets himself in a really good position. And Chamkaur Singh, well, maybe he just needed that earlier outing to get himself in. That is a very nice shot.
Yeah, he just opened up the bat face there and just dropped the right side of the boundary from the power hitter's perspective, and it's you can see on the footage here the dark clouds are swooping in a bit, but we're hoping that the rain holds off entirely. But if it can just hold off for another 30 minutes or so, well, what's not going to be held off is the fact that Chamkaur Singh has just been cleaned up. All ends up by actually what was a lovely Yorker by Azim Abassi, and after hitting that beautiful 6 first ball up, next ball he has to go, and that's real danger now for power hitters. That's their one really established batter back in the shed. 21 for 8, and it was a beautiful delivery, and probably for Chamkaur Singh, the way he throws up his head there, he realises that wasn't the right shot selection.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows it, and this time the ball was full, it was straight. Abassi gets the control right, gets it in the right areas, and Chamkaur Singh does get out. I will say this though, remember 26 of 24 balls, this time 21 of just 8. I think it's a lot better, but thing is now that's going to hurt the power hitters, but I want to see them still remain positive here. Remember, they do need to get to that 92 score or 93 score to pick up a point. So I think you're better off being assertive and really going for your shots.
Yeah, and Chamkaur Singh, the fact that he was hitting it so well, I think that's what annoyed him, that he just didn't get hold of that one. And yes, you have to go big to chase down a big total, as is the case here. He's gone big here. It's going to roll away for a 4. That's Ashish Singh getting in on the action, and the rain is coming in on the action. You can see it on the screen there. But hopefully the umpires just stand firm. We had this in the first innings as well, and the clouds, because it's so windy here as well, it's just sweeping through. You can hear that on the microphones probably, but look, that beautiful shot there from 2 circles. You can see that we do have blue sky in the distance. Hopefully that's coming our way. That's going to be probably called a no ball, and it's going to be given the treatment. It's all gone a bit chaotic here because the wind is really swirling. Meanwhile, Ashish Singh doesn't mind. He just says, I'm just going to keep hitting boundaries.
Yeah, well, the rain just came in horribly here. You know what? I think that one is a no ball. It has to be, and I think it has been called. But the rain at the moment here is now, it's lashing. They can't stay on here. They're going to have to come off.
Yeah, the
There's
umpires,
no way.
Yeah, they've called it in. You can see on the cameras there. Really hope that it's just a passing shower, because the rain today has just been so crazy. We've said there's blue skies, no chance of rain. Suddenly it's absolutely pouring down. The next minute we have a double rainbow. So your guess is as good as ours, Rico, but it's all going on at the moment, isn't it?
It's all happening at the moment. And of course, Malta Day, they'll be a little bit frustrated in the sense that they would have liked to have got another couple of balls in there, and at least that would have been that would have meant that it constitutes as a match, but not able to. And I can understand why, because it just literally, you probably heard me a few balls before just go, oh, when the rain just came in here with the wind, it's lashing it down there, and I think it's the right call. You've got to get off. The question is here now is about the covers, but I think probably Tyrone is thinking there's no point getting the covers on. If this rain don't stop, the players aren't going to get on. And also for tomorrow, I think you probably want, because the forecast, we're talking about that forecast with this, it's supposed to be no rain here today at all. So I think whoever's doing the weather forecast here, probably with the weathermen that were doing it in the UK a few years ago, because they're getting it completely wrong. But anyway, yeah, you want to try and keep the areas uncovered so that the wind and the sun can do its job. But anyway, what we can tell you is that cricket, of course, will continue today. Marlow will be taking on Fighter CC there in Portugal. I mean, today, stay tuned with us here at the moment. I mean, as Tina said, what we've seen today is showers on and off. This shower could last, hopefully, for just a short while, maybe a few minutes, and stop, and then the players come back on. Remember, earlier today, before the Centurion went and scored his century, of course, the Niaz Mohammed, they were coming off when he was on 97, and they literally got to the boundary, came back on. And just as I talk already, actually, you can see that rain is easing off a little bit. So maybe, Chris Tats, we can show a few highlights of what we've seen in this inning so far, and perhaps by the time we come back, here we go, the rain may have stopped. Well, that was a good stop there, and some happy feet chasing from Raza Sharoon. He is happy because, don't forget, he was involved in that 129-run partnership with Patel. But Jamkar Singh, if he stayed there, Tina, things could be a little different, but he was done after playing some nice shots by a good delivery, full and straight. Didn't give him the room. He played the wrong shot, and I think you saw he knew it from the way he was walking off.
Yeah, it was just one big shot too many, and that Yorker was definitely not the one to go after. So Malta Day will be jubilant with that wicket. But Ashish Singh, before the rain came down, he hit a few big shots. That was the 4 and then the no ball 6 as well. So if and hopefully when we do come on, it'll be starting with a free hit. And it is still raining, as you can see, but it's got significantly lighter, significantly brighter. So fingers crossed it was just a short delay, but as you can see on the cameras, it is still drizzling out there.
Yeah, it's still drizzling. What we'll do, we'll stay with us for a moment, because I can see Tyrone is having a look. He's talking to the umpire, so we'll just stay with us for a bit. And what I can do is talk about some of the days today. And I often like to talk about some things that happened on this day in history in cricket as well. Now, I like this one. It's one that will make people think. And I remember it actually in 2003, the day that Henry Olonga and Andy Flower defied Robert Mugabe's Zimbabwean regime with an act of selfless bravery and huge dignity by taking the field wearing black armbands to mourn the death of democracy, as they said in their country. They achieved the most farcical and equivalent expression of civil rights in a sporting event since Tommy Smith and John Carlos, the Black Power salute at the Mexico Olympics in 1968. But obviously they would then go on to be banished from playing again. And while I'm talking, it's nice to see that the players are coming back out, so that's good news. And this is one that I like, and we know that cricket can be all about statistic. 1847, and a headline writer's dream is born. Albert Monkey Hornby is one of only 3 men in Test history with a bowling average of 0. He took 1 for 0 of 7 overs in his career, which spanned 3 Tests and 5 years. Hornby was a batsman by trade, but he failed to reach double figures in his 6 innings. And clearly Monkey wasn't the solution to England's batting puzzle, but that's not a bad average, is it? Average of 0?
Yeah, don't mind that.
I think if I had an average of 0 after a few matches, I probably would have retired as well. Anyway, we're back. I told you, stay with us. We're bringing more cricket. It's still raining though, but not as heavy. And that will do nicely. Good shot. Plays the pull shot. And will get 4 runs. I'm pretty sure, yeah, umpires are giving 4 shots. Hey, let me help you out first, buddy, he says. I like that. That's what it's all about. Stronger together, playing the team game. Mahesh Kumar, look at this. He sees Suraj Roy goes down, and Mahesh Kumar says, I won't throw the ball back in. There he is. He gets the ball. He says, shall I throw it in? Shall I? No, you know what? Come on, buddy. Let me pick you up first.
Oh, it's a team game. We love to see that. A bit of teamwork, and it's going to be wet and slippy out there, and that one's just been crunched away by Ashish Singh, and he's come out with a bit of intent. He's clearly had a bit of fuel, gone off the pitch, maybe had a protein bar or 2, because he's come in and he's hit 2 big 4s back to back, and this is already an expensive over from Azim Abbasi. It's gone for 27 and still 1 ball left in it.
You know, in a way, I mean, nobody likes to see the rain or whatever, but I think in a way it's fair, because don't forget that the power hitters had a period like this when they had to weather the rain and it was difficult. And I think now you're seeing the same Malta today having to deal with it, and you can see the difference it makes. The ball is wet, it's hard to hold on to, and well, the 2 batters out there in the middle, they seem to be a little bit pumped. Well, Ashish Singh is doing the swinging and hitting. Happy Singh, well, he's doing all the cheering and fist pumping at the moment, and we see a supersonic over there from Azim Abbasi. It was 6 off the first ball. He then picked up the wicket by getting the ball nice and full. But then after that, we saw 2 wides, 4 runs, then a no ball which was hit for 6. So that was a 7 up. 4, 4 and 4. What an over. And that means, just like that, the score has moved on to 50. And look at the power plays, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's quite a difference, but it's about the second half, and it's about how you finish, isn't it? And it's not often you get a supersonic over with a wicket in it.
Yeah.
But Azim Abbasi has the honours there, and what a 10 minutes that was actually for the power hitters. Either side of that rain delay, I don't know, the rain gods are smiling on them at the moment, because they were almost done and dusted, and they've come back flying out the traps. And it's Pintu Ghosh who's going to come back for his second over. He just went for the 6 in his first. That seems like a long time ago now. Another big hit down the ground. That's 1 bounce and 4. It just skips off this wet surface now. And the power hitters are back from the dead.
Well, I was wondering why they were calling themselves the power hitters after the first match against Malta today. There wasn't much power. Well, we're seeing it now, because now Happy Singh, the captain, he starts to the boundary as well. Down the ground, 4 runs. And Ghosh does come back. And his first over wasn't the worst. Only 6 came from it, but now things are changing pretty quickly here.
He goes for the slow ball. It's the classic boundary followed by a slow ball, but that was a really well executed one. It was a big swing there from Happy, almost rubbing his back, like he almost put his back out trying to hit that over somewhere, over the rope at least.
I think he might have pulled his back, mightn't he? Oh, gosh. Back to his mark. Just wants to try and see if he can get that Yorker delivery in.
He does it again. It's almost an action replay, and Happy here just needs to calm down a bit, and that seems to be what he's telling himself. He's having a big old chat to himself there at the crease, because that's 2 big swings and a miss. You've got Ashish at the other end doing well. He got a duck, did Ashish, in the first game. A 5-baller. Happy got 19 off 14. So both of those batters could do with getting a few runs here. And it's 3rd time lucky for Happy. As that one goes a flat batted 6 all the way. Goes about 2 meters over the boundary, and it's signalled by both batters as well. They want to make sure that the umpire knows what to signal.
Well, they both don't realise the umpire has signalled it already. I mean, that was hit hard. And powerful strike, nice and flat, 6 more runs. So a couple of swings and misses, but he does go back to hitting a boundary. So 4-6. I'm happy so far, 2 dots in between. And they're right. I mean, the power play score is quite incredible, 17 to 50. But of course, they've got to maintain right high. Is this going to be an opportunity? And it was, but it goes down. And you got to feel for the fielders. I mean, this ball is like a bar of soap. And he does really well. He does everything right, really. You got to say, he does everything right. There's Azim Abbasi. Gets himself in position, but the ball just doesn't want to stick. It's in and out. Have a look at it here. You might just see at the corner of your screen just now. He just couldn't hold on to it. Back to the action. Right, another catching opportunity. Will this one be held? And no, that one comes out as well. And this time, it's in the hands of Sagarifif and pops out as well. So 2 chances in 2 balls. Oh, well, you got to feel for the fielders, and you can see, I can just see the corner of my eye, Abbasi, he's still shaking his hands, and just starts to move backwards, doesn't he, as the ball comes through. You got to stay still, starts to rock backwards, and with that momentum going backwards, I think he never holds the stable base, and the catch comes out.
Yeah, what a chaotic couple of balls there. 2 big chances. They were tough chances. The ball is wet, and that second one in particular came down with snow on top. And Sagar Arif could just really deflect it. I think at the last minute he realised just how quickly it was coming down and almost tried to get out of the way of it. But as a result, he just took it straight in the midriff, I think. So that takes the power hitters to 64 for 1 off 4, well above the required run rate. It's just a case of them sticking around now as we start the 5th over, and it's Mutu who's brought himself into the action. He only brought himself on for the final over of the previous game, but he did pick up his half-century of wickets on the network, so congrats to him.
He did? Wow. Sam Williams, I think, that's a wide ball. He's obviously talked to some. I think there might be 1 or 2 players saying to him, hey, you know, do we stay? I mean, Malta Day right now, probably, I would say, I mean, if you were looking at DLS here, Malta Day probably want to stay on. They don't want to come off.
Yeah, I think it's maybe he just asked the 2 fielders that dropped the ball and they were both like, yes, let's go off. But I think Sam kind of speaks for all of us today. It's a bit of a thumbs up and then a bit of a hand wobble. It's been that kind of day. It's been on, off, shaking all about. But let's just get the cricket on. It's not too long left. This is the final game of the day, well, at least here in Malta. Before someone said in the chat, late night with Phil G, which I think is what we need to call it from now on, takes us through the Portugal series tonight. This one is hit down too long on. As to the unfortunate Azim Abbasi, who got hit supersonic in the previous over, and then he was on the wrong end of that steepling catch. Got that one in, no trouble, but this has been quietly a good over so far for Mutu. Yeah, just going 4 off it, or 3 off it even.
Just the 3 with that wide, but I think he's doing the right thing. He's just taking the pace off it and just trying to bowl straight.
There's a big swing on that one from Ashish and tries to get off the strike with a cheeky single, but keeper Sam has the ball in hand. And after a chaotic 10-15 minutes with either side of that rain delay, Mutu, the experienced players, just trying to bring a bit of order to the proceedings. That one's just going to be knocked into the gap, should just be 1. Of course, we saw a few misfields on the boundary by the power hitters, and that's really what cost them as they look again to go for overthrows and again for overthrows. Just hold the ball, guys. Lazar does exactly what he should.
Give him a round of applause. That's the way to do it. Oh dear, I love it. Lazar Sharoon said, come on boys. I tell you what, Mutu is never going to stop anything that's thrown to him, so the batter's really, it could have had 3 there.
Final ball of the 5th. Oh, and the umpire tries to take evasive action there. Mutu almost gets a toe on it. It's all happening here. In the end, it's just a 1. The power hitters get to 69 for 1, halfway there.
What an over. It's a good over from Muthu. It's exactly what they needed, just the 5 runs that come from it. But it had a little bit of everything. The 2 batters now having a chat. Well, okay, late night with Phil G. That's coming up later. Marlow, yeah, very strong side there in Portugal. I think for a number of years that I've been going there, Marlow have been the team that's been victorious. Is anybody going to stop them this time around? The Fighters will, well, they'll have a go. Marlow have made a good start to that campaign and they'll be looking to keep the pressure on the Punjab CC of Amadora, who are sitting top at the moment. So certainly will be another enjoyable night out there from Coimbra in Portugal. So we're going to continue with spin, and why not? And after that good over there from Muthu, we're going to go here now to Roy.
And his leg spin coming into the action. He bowled in wet conditions in the previous game, so he clearly doesn't mind it. That one just dips. I think it misses everything, including the pads of Sam behind the stumps, and they do run through for a single. Surid in the game before this, his 2 overs went for 18, but he did pick up the 1 wicket as well. That was actually Happy Singh, who was on strike now, who he clean bowled. Will we have an action replay of that? That is in fact Ashish Singh on strike, and he, with not too much power actually, beats Pintu Ghosh there on the boundary. That's 4 runs, and that's a lovely sweep shot. It's a conventional sweep almost, and that takes him to 32 off 16 deliveries.
It's a good shot, and the fielder there trying to catch up with it, couldn't. Kafi coaches get the feel on it, but Jokar Lagia nicely played, and yeah, they're just trying to slow the game down a bit with the slow start for Armada Day, but Ashish Singh, he's certainly got his eye in here. That's up in the air. That's another one that gets through the gap, Tina. That's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, and I don't think that quite went where he expected it to go, but he won't mind. It's another 4 to the total, and we're very much firmly in the Goldilocks zone. Power hitters are still slightly behind according to the run predictor, but that 4, those back-to-back boundaries, certainly won't do their case any harm. It takes them to 79. Only 2 balls gone in this 6th over. In fact, now that 4 took them ahead of the rate, so now 52% in favour of the power hitters, and that one is going to be called a no ball. It's up in the air. Michael Nazir is under it. He takes it, but I think we're going to have a no ball here. His teammate is coming across to still pat him on the back, is Abassi, but no one else is really celebrating because I think they know that must have been too high. I'm
pretty sure that the umpire at square has called this already. He was giving the signal. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think they didn't. There's the call. I think a few people might think, well, there wasn't much pace on it. Is it going to come down? But I don't think it does. I think that's the right call. So the only thing is for me there, the batters, they suspected it worse. Why didn't they come back and run 2?
Yeah. Those are the little fine margins that often decide these T10 games. As it is, Happy Singh is on strike. He gives his head a tap because he knows he needs to get his head down here. Especially with Ashish, the other end, going really well on 37 off 18.
Yeah, little things like that, you're right. You know, Ashish Singh gets back, has the free hit, maybe hits another boundary, keeps his team in front. And Happy Singh is, well, it's going to be gone here. It's really good take this from Sam Aquilina. Year after year, he keeps on coming up with the goods. He is a quality player. You can see why he has represented Malta internationally. That's a really good take. He doesn't get carried away, lets the ball come to him, whips off the bails, and that's going to be the end of the captain. And again, it all goes back to these little things like not running the 2, run the 2.
Yep.
Ashish on strike for the free hit. It could have been different, but not to be. But Amnish Kumar now comes in at number 4.
Yeah, that was a lovely bit of keeping by Sam Aquilina, and the main thing he did there, especially with the leg spinner when they get a lot of loop and then bounce, he stayed low. He's a tall guy, but he stayed low, took the ball cleanly. He knew he had a lot of time, but he just whipped those bails off. And he's also the king of the low-key celebration. It's just another day at the office for Sam, and he delivers once more with a superb stumping there. He really made it look easy. As Kumar comes in, 2 balls left of the 6th. The power hitters 81 for 2, 12 per over needed for them. And that one, you can see Surid is struggling with his lengths a bit, but actually these kind of low full tosses, especially when it's dipping as a leg spinner, it's not a bad option. That one just, I think, sneaked inside the wide line. The fact it more or less pitched on the back line. Tried to go through. Sam, I think the batter there, Amnish Kumar, got hit once. Sam turns around, hits him again, just for good measure. After all that, it's just a dot ball. The power hitters, 81 for 2, off 6 overs, so they need 52 runs at 24 balls, so a run rate of 13. So still very much finely in the balance, although the win predictor clearly thought that wicket was important because it has Matadei now up beyond the 60% mark. They really need, I imagine, Ashish Singh at the top of the order. He's still there, 37 off 18. He's on strike now. It really needs him to guide this chase home if he wants to take home, well, at this point, 3 points for the power hitters, unless they get it in this over, which seems extremely unlikely, given the first ball will just go for the single, take Amnish Kumar back on strike. He's yet to score off his 2 deliveries, but you'd imagine the power hitters, they'd be more than happy with just the win here. But I think Matadei will comfortably take home at least 1 point from this. There's another big swing from Amnish Kumar, gets really nowhere near it, but again, it's one of these classic batter signalled wides, and the umpire does belatedly oblige, so that's going to have to be re-bowled. That one was quite tight as Muthu comes on for his second over. He just went for 4 off his first over. He's bowling a captain's kind of spell here, because just 2 good overs, you imagine, for Matadei, and that will put them in a very good position. And again, Sam with the absolute lowest key of stumpings, but he just gets the job done. His hands are so good. He doesn't panic. I think the umpire has given it. So we double check on field.
Well, let's have a look here. I wonder if it's got to be out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no question of the gloves going over the stumps. The work's done. So maybe they just want to decide, look, they get that look now. I don't mind that. The technology's there. You can use it. And the third umpire has a look, and no doubt about it. So Amnish Kumar is going to be a duck for him. 3-ball duck, so he's going to get one of those. It's one of the old... and back he goes. A new batter will come out there. But, yeah, it's all about Ashish Singh. He's on 38 of 19. And I think the power hitters have just got to work out a way to say, right, okay, he's the guy who's going well. We've got to try and get him on strike. We can't be wasting balls, can't be having dot balls. We can't be turning down singles or not going for 2 when he's going to go on strike. That's key for them here now, because this game is very evenly poised. They need to go at about 13s and over, but if you get the right guy on strike, especially the way that Ashish Singh is hitting the ball, it is doable. Mind you, Randir Singh, we know he played some nice shots in the last match.
Oh, will have to be re-bowled. It's one of those tough ones where the batter almost gets out of the way of it, but just sneak down the wrong side. So Muthu will have to re-bowl that one, but he'll be more than happy picking up that wicket after his strong first over, just going for a handful of runs. And that's almost same again. He's looking unimpressed at the umpire, but sorry Muthu, that is wide. Get it on the right side of the stumps. Of course, he's trying to hide the ball here from Randir Singh. He doesn't want to give him any width. And again, that is signalled wide. Muthu's got his hand on his head.
Yeah, this
That's a hat trick of wides.
Stumpy goes too far wide outside the off stump. So I think as though Muthu will know he's a clever player. Randir Singh, he just doesn't want to put one in the arc to him. He knows that Randir likes to hit hard on that leg side. He's trying to hit everything, work it away on that side where you've got the behind square mid wicket. So Muthu, I mean, he could get, and that's another thing, you could get another player to go out onto that leg side, and it wouldn't be a bad idea, because I don't think Randir is going to be hitting anything in that offside area, and that's proof in the pudding there. So you could be thinking about maybe moving the fielder that's on the extra cover boundary across to the leg side and just move long off a bit wider. And that's that shot, and this one should be stopped. It will be. So you can see that's where the areas that both these batters will be looking to go. So you could make just a a little field change to give yourself a bit of extra protection on the leg side.
Yeah, as it is, they have 2 fielders out on the offside. They've got a very straight long off and quite a straight cover fielder as well. So it seems a bit strange because neither batter has really shown any interest in hitting it straight, nor Mutu, to be fair, has shown much interest in bowling it straight at the moment. So this is quite a big over so far, just in terms of wides. Has been the 1 wicket in it. There's still 2 balls to come. But in fact, apart from those wides, there's only been singles off it. And that's about to change because that's up in the air. And it has just bobbled over the rope. I think that's gone for 4. I was just checking it hadn't jumped over the rope and then bobbled backwards. 2 circles friends will give us the evidence here. It does safely land inside the circle and almost stops in the custard bowl, but it does just dribble over for 4. Still 1 ball left in this over. And the power hitters are still in this. They want this one to go over the rope. It should just be a 1 to long off. And it's safely fielded there by the experienced Michael Nazir, and that is the end of the over. And Mutu, despite bowling 5 wides in that over, he'd still take that. Just the 12 runs and that 1 wicket coming off it takes the power hitters to 93 for 3. 3 overs remaining. They need 40 runs. And then let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Poor Group A, who have just had to sit and watch the rain fall the first 2 days. They will hopefully be in action for the first time tomorrow when we see the Hammer and Stallions take on AUM in a double-header before Gazira United face the Victoria Lions in games 13 to 16. And let's just hope and pray, Rico, that tomorrow we have just a dry day. We've had enough rain to last a lifetime these last few days.
Yeah, they want a dry day. I think Hammer and Stallions, I think a lot of people excited to see them. They've got the likes of Amar Sharma on this side. Of course, we've seen him captain Malta. You've got Afi Khan, David Marks, and you've got the likes of Michael Dash. So they're going to be worth watching. AUM, the last few years, they have struggled in the tournament, but maybe got a change in personnel themselves and will come out fighting. Talk about fighting. The power hitters, they are fighting, and that is going to be 6 runs. And Ashish Singh is 1 shy now of a half century. And while he's there, and if they can keep him on strike, this game is very much alive. I mean, they have picked up a point, so that's good for the power hitters. First time we see them. They're on debut here on the European cricket, but so they've got the point, but now they wanted to go for the win here. 34 in 16 balls.
It's Surid Roy who's come on for his second over. His first went for 12, and he did pick up that all-important wicket of the captain, Happy Singh. That great stumping, great work behind the stumps from Sam Aquilina. But the power hitters by no means out of this. Looks like the rain's going to stay away as well, so we're going to have a result. I've said that before today, and 2 minutes later it's been pouring with rain, but we do see blue skies, so I'll hold on to that hope. That one just dips. It's a low full toss. It's been hit hard and it's gone all the way over the rope. 6 runs. And the power hitters are well in this. They just need now 27 with 14 balls remaining. And Randir Singh, having seen Ashish Singh get to his 50 at the other end, he now wants a piece of this action. And he's hit his 3rd ball for a big 6. They'll need a few more of those to get to that total. 133 is the target. That's well bowled by Surid Roy. Just a bit of a fuller one. It's always tough when you're a leg spinner to just maintain that control, especially when the ball is wet. Just to hold your nerve when the batters are charging at you. Final ball of the 8th, and he does the same trick again. This one can only be hit out to the long off boundary. It's Michael Nazir who's not going to let that one through his hands. The power hitters get to the end of the 8th over. That's 107 for 3. So there's 2 overs left, 26 needed. A rate of 13 per over. So it all happens in the 9th, and the power hitters need for it all to happen here. Big over to take it deep, take it into the final over and try and get those 3 points onto the board.
Yeah, well, we've had some close finishes today. Remember, the first match was won off the very last ball by Sui United, and the first one between these two, it was 14 needed off the last, but Malta Day managed to hold on and win by 5 runs. Now this one also looks like it could go to the wire. Got 2 batters that can give the ball a good hit. Randir, certainly if you bowl badly to him, if you bowl him anything full on the legs, he gets it away. Arif Sagar looks like he's going to come on and bowl this all-important 9th over.
And again, the batter steps across, and there's a big appeal. There's a back heel from Sam Aquilina, and the umpire signals he signals something. It looks like he wanted to give it out.
It's a review here, and Sam Aquilina, he thinks he's got his man here. He thinks he's got him out. This could be huge because it is Ashish Singh running to the striker's end. And let's have a look at this. That's all. Now then, the bat, he is sliding it down, and I think going by the evidence there, the bat is along the ground, but that could have been the coolest dismissal on the planet. A little back heel, and I think you can see there the third umpire's had a good look and said not out, but how about that? Have you seen anything like that before, Tina?
What a piece of footwork. We've seen some pretty poor footwork on the boundary today, and that was the best of the best. There's just a little deft back heel. Malta football needs to get on the phone to Sam Aquilina because he's got another profession coming, but as it was, not out, and then that's followed up by a dot ball. So after all that, it was just the one leg by from that ball. There was the big appeal for LBW, and they ran through, but Malta Day will be happy with the result of just one leg by followed up with a dot.
Yeah, misses out on that one as she's saying it's a short ball. He really should have latched onto it. Tries to hit it too hard for me.
That one he just safely leaves down leg side. And Malta Day, they've been struggling a bit with their lines. That takes it up to 11 wides for the innings. And while it might be, they might get away with it in this game and games to come, they certainly can't afford to be bowling so many wides against strong batting sides. It just gives them that extra ball. The power hitters will have to cash in on this extra ball.
Oh, that's right on Lee. That's hurt him. That has hurt him. That really has hurt him.
Yeah, and that one just spat up off a length. It wasn't even that short of a delivery, but it seemed to just skid off the pitch. And he's just asking for a bit of space here, and I think he's okay. It's just always a bit of a shock when you get a ball that jumps up at you.
Yeah, it's
Ashish
always
Singh there.
Yeah, it's nasty. It's taking it right on the lid. Well, while they deal with that, let's take a look at this. We didn't really get a good chance to talk about this earlier. Any particular group there, Tina, that you're excited about, or you think there's going to be the hot group there?
Well, we had a bit of a chat earlier in the week about Roma CC. I know they've got 2 really interesting Sri Lankan wild cards. So they'll certainly be ones to watch. And of course, Marlow we're seeing at the moment in the Portugal Night Series. So that I think will be a really interesting group. But there's the beauty of ECL is there's just interesting stories and interesting teams in every single group. So I just can't wait for it to get started.
Yeah, I mean, even around the ground here this morning, actually, and there are quite a few people who were talking about Roma CC and the wild cards. Has that been confirmed yet, or was it still sort of maybe? But that will make a big difference in that group.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it was official word. Certainly, Vinny seemed to think so because we were looking at the credentials of the 2 wild cards coming in. But you know, there's other groups out there. The 2 English teams in Group B, that'll be a spicy affair, I'm sure. Hornchurch always bring a lot of fans to the party, and it really is a party, isn't it? It's just a festival of cricket for 3 weeks. And I think they were talking about how we could almost have, is it 5 winners from 5 different countries or 6 winners?
Yeah.
So it's not like, you know, the English Premier League where it's the same old winners every time. It really is a really open tournament, and it's up for grabs from any of these teams. And you've got a few derbies. You've got the derby going on in Group F as well. You've got a bit of a Scandinavian vibe in Group C with the Danish team and the Norwegian team. So wherever you look, there's just really interesting matchups. What are you looking forward to?
I think I'm certainly looking forward to the Group D. Of course, you've got the Spanish champions there again, Paca Barcelona, And it'd be interesting to see, when you're talking about wild cards, who they've got coming in there. But I think the matches between them and the Budapest Blinders are going to be very exciting. I think they're two teams that play a very similar style of cricket, you know, with that no fear approach. Of course, you got to like the matchup between in Group A, when Dreux are going to be taking on Darmstadt there. I think that's going to be very interesting as well. And of course, team that you'll see later tonight on the network, Marlow, and that they'll be hoping to give the likes of Aroma CC Bever and Mediterranean Vikings a good game as well. Nice to see that the batter is up, received some attention. Tyrone Peters out there making sure that the concussion test is being done. So that's good from Tyrone, and from the umpire, Sam Williams is there as well. So really did plonk him pretty hard. And while we're waiting, 1912 was the year that Jack Hobbs, who scored 178, and Wilfred Rhodes 179, put on 323 for the first wicket against Australia in Melbourne, setting up an innings victory that saw England regain the Ashes. Hobbs' record as an opener is legendary. Rhodes, on the other hand, is one of the game's greatest all-rounders. He began his Test career in 1899 batting at number 11 and ended in 1930 batting at number 10. Well, that's an incredible partnership there. But yeah, what about Rhodes? Started at number 11, finished at number 10, but did score that 179. So we're back, and this is going to be close. I just seeing hard in the air, catching chance, gone, and that is a big wicket. Not sure what the batter is saying. I think he's trying to say, did he go over the rope? No, he did not. And that's just seeing, well, after getting the short ball from Arif Saga, which obviously shook him up, the next one, he tries a hit over the top of the fielder. He doesn't. And Azim Abbasi, who's had a bit of a mixed day, holds on to what could be the match-winning catch.
Yeah, that was a pivotal 2 balls there for Bhatt. First, that big hit to Ashish Singh. First and foremost, it's good to see that he's okay. I think he even took it in the neck in the end. So after that concussion test, he was cleared. But he didn't last very long. Very next ball, it was there to be hit, and that's why he's so annoyed with himself, because a couple more meters and that would have gone over the boundary and he would have put his team in a really commanding position. As it is, he has to go for a very well constructed round 50 off 27 balls. Govinder Singh is the new batter. And he just pokes that into the offside, and it's really last chance saloon here for the power hitters. I mean, of course, in the internationals, we saw 31 chased down in the final over. The moment the power hitters need 23 runs with 1 ball left of the 9th. But you really imagine, if they want any chance in that final over, this final ball of the 9th has to go the distance.
Yeah.
Oh, there's still 2 balls left, in fact. No, there is 1 ball left. It's just slow on the uptake, but it's the final ball of the 9th.
Well, maybe not. That's down the leg side. So extras have really been the key here. Randir, yeah, it needs to really get a boundary away here, doesn't he? And then give themselves some chance going into the last. But yeah, that wicket falling of Ajit Singh, scored a very fine 50, but gets caught well. No catches are easy conditions like today. So well done to Abbasi, who up until then was having a bit of a torrid time.
There is a big swing on this, and it's going to go to Abbasi, who is out there on the boundary, and they will just take the 1. That gets the power hitters to 112 for 4 after the 9th, so 1 over left and 21 needed off the final 6 deliveries. So you really imagine the first ball has to go for a boundary if they have any chance. And have a look at those bowling figures. So Muthu Kamaran, the captain, he stands out with his 1 wicket. And Arif Sagar as well, he's bowled out. His 2 overs went for 17 runs, and those were the 2 big ones. And that's really why that supersonic over of Azim Abbasi, he made up for it there. But it will be, in fact, Azim Abbasi who comes back on for the final over. So this is quite an interesting choice. And that one is wide down the leg side. Will have to be re-bowled. It just spit up there. Sam Aquilani behind the stumps, and it's an interesting call here to go back to Abbasi after we had such a big first over, but they have only used the 5 bowlers in this innings. So they didn't fancy bringing on a 6th fresh bowler. pressure's on here for Abassi as he gives the ball a little mop. And this one is squeezed away as well, and that's just hit off the edge of the bat, but Singh won't mind as he sees that fly to the boundary. Govinda Singh, he's gone 5 runs off 2 balls, and the power hitters, they're still in this, Rico.
They're still in there. I was a little bit surprised, actually, that Randir actually took the single on the wide. I thought he'd want to stay in strike, but Govinda, remember he came out to face a ball and he had to hit a 6 for victory. He got a single. So Govinda's probably thinking, why is it always me? Well, he has another chance to be the hero.
That's because of that wide off the first ball. Still 5 balls left, 15 needed. That's well bowled by Azim Abassi. Holds his nerve there, and they are just going to run through for 1. It's Michael Nazir there doing the fielding on the boundary. And it's a well-executed Yorker there. Can always go wrong, especially when the ball's a bit wet. Slightly over pitch it, and you're looking at a free hit, maybe a boundary, but as it was, just the single off it. 14 off 4. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to go all the way. That was a lovely hit there by Randir Singh, and that's exactly what you were saying, Rico. Get Randir on strike. He's proven that he can hit it a long way.
What a shot this is. The wrist involved in this shot. Look at his wrist there, everybody. That is a crazy shot. It's almost like the old helicopter shot, and he executes it to perfection. 6 runs, game back on, 8 off 3.
Randir goes again. It's up in the air. It's going to land safe. They just need to make sure Mataday here that they don't let the ball go through, and they don't. It's well fielded out there by Pintu Ghosh. It's just the one take, and we could be on for another final ball finish here, Rico, because it's 7 needed off 2, 6 to tie.
Yeah, this is very important here now. I think Gurvinder, boundary would be great, but he's got to get back on the ball. You've got to take the single if it's there to give you a chance to get a win.
He goes hard at it, and it's a chance, and it's gone for 4. The fielder out there didn't know what he was doing, and by the time he realised the ball had gone past him, he was already apologising.
My word. So, look at that. He's there, and he bangs himself on the head. That's gone for 4, and that means now we are going to the last ball, and it is 3 for victory. 2 takes us to a golden ball, so we're going to have another close finish. And, well, Azim Abassi, can he hold his nerve? He's gone for 49, by the way. Here we go.
It's just squeeze away. Oh, there's a misfield. They're going to come back for 2. Are we going to have that first golden ball of 2025?
We are going to have a golden ball. The scores are tied.
I'm fist pumping here in the commentary box because this will be my first golden ball, and I'm
scores are tied.
Excited.
Well, we started the day with a classic match. That was the golden ball. Remember, Messina Warriors and Southern Crusaders. And would you believe it? The power hitters have tied with Malta Day, and we have a golden ball. And let's have a look at this. It's clever batting, I have to say. He doesn't get carried away and swing across the line. So fair play, and he gets the 2, and that means we got a golden ball. Govinda Singh, clever for him. Remember when he got the Yorker, he was calm enough to take the single as well to allow Randir to hit the boundary. So golden ball. Now remember, things did change slightly with the golden ball. So we know that any batter that hasn't batted can bat, and I think you'd have to keep the same batters out there. Maybe Randir Singh will be the batter on strike, or would you go with Gurvinder because he's a bit classy and he can play the same shot to get a 2? But on the bowling front, the last 2 bowlers, they can either be Abassi. Now, you said it's a gamble to bowl in the last. They went with him. And that last over again goes to 20. He's gone for 51. Or you go for Arif Sagar. You've got to go with Arif Sagar. Don't forget, he's 9th over. He only gave away 5 runs and took a wicket. So it's got to be Arif Sagar to bowl. And probably, I don't know. You go with Randir Gurvinder. What do you think?
I think we go with Randir. He's been the one out there. Let's not forget, those runs came on the final 2 balls off 2 misfields. So there was a misfield at long on, where Sharoon just kind of escorted the ball to the boundary. He kind of didn't know whether to go for the catch or for the stop, and went for neither, and then the final ball was also misfielded, and the ball here is in the hands of Sagar Arif.
That's no surprise, and no surprise for me, Gurvinder. They've gone with Gurvinder to face because I think they feel that they need 2 here. 2 to win. That's a golden ball. 1 ball to be bowled, 2 to win. If you get 2, they win. If they don't, it's the fielding side. Here we go. Golden ball coming up. Golden ball. 1 ball, 2 runs. And pressure here on the bowler, Arif Sagar. Golden ball it is then. And it's put away. Now they're going to be running here. They should get the 2. It's gone away. It might even go to the boundary. And that is it. It is victory. Golden ball victory to the power hitters. On debut here today, the power hitters, after losing a close first match against Malta Day, they have won. They've won the golden ball, and it is Gurvinder Singh who is their hero. Remember, he had the chance to be the hero in the last match when he needed to hit a 6 to take him to the golden ball. It wasn't to be, he only got a single. But in this match, he kept his cool, he kept his calm, and he's won his team the match.
What a finish, and I'm really pleased here for the power hitters. I think they're just waiting for confirmation of the final result, but the stumps have been taken away. The umpires are pretty sure that's the end of the game. They're just waiting to shake hands, but the power hitters there, you can see how much it means to them. A new team in this tournament, and they were so close in that first game in the doubleheader. They just squeaked over the line with the golden ball finish. We raised our bat to the 50 not out for the golden ball, but we've gone plummeting back down to 0, and what a golden ball it was.
We've reset the clock back to 0. Now Malta always delivers on the golden ball front. We saw one in the classic match at the start of the day, and we finish our first match day here, match day 3 of the European Cricket Series in Malta with a golden ball finish, and I think that means that Malta, probably outside the likes of Cardamom, has had the most golden balls that you can get. So golden ball finish, and well, Tina, I know you've seen it all now. You've seen a 5-wicket haul, you've seen a hat-trick, you've seen some centuries, and now the golden ball.
I would just say I'll quit while I'm ahead, but I don't want to quit this, so I'm sticking around, and stick around for tomorrow as well. Maybe we'll see another golden ball. We only had 3 games today, but what a 3 games it was, and tomorrow we go back to the hopefully double headers, Hammer and Stallions against AUM, matches 13 and 14, and then Gazira United versus the Victoria Lions, matches 15 and 16. Finally, Group A's chance to get out from under their umbrellas and out there onto the pitch. So I'm hoping for another great day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we will have another great day tomorrow, and I think we also should treat ourselves to an apple crumble as well, because, well, all of those talks about apple crumble, custards and whatever mean that we do have a sensational, and it really is a sensational finish today. What a start then eventually to this European Cricket Series here in Malta. I know we had to wait 2 days, but hey, it was definitely worth waiting for. We saw a century, don't forget that knock from Niaz Mohammed, 117 or 41, even though the Knights would still lose that match to Sweetie United. And then we see a golden ball. Well, there was the gaffer. He wasn't too sure. In the end, he gave us a thumbs up, and I'm glad he did, because that delivered a golden ball. Well done to the power hitters, and you've got to say, and some good knocks there from Shujay Patel, made 90 of 35 for Malta Day. But Ash Singh with that 50 of 27, and then some very sensible batting there from Gurvinder Singh towards the end, meant that power hitters were victorious.
Yeah, and fair play to the power hitters, because at the halfway stage, they struggled to chase down a much smaller total in the first game, so we didn't really give them much of a hope, but they really showed us, chasing down that 132, well, at least levelling it to take it to the golden ball. But Ashish Singh at the top of the order, his 50, 27 balls, he really anchored from the top, and then chipped in from Happy Singh, Chamakar Singh as well, so there was a few small scores throughout, and that really brought them over the line, despite some fancy footwork there from Sam Aquilina. That was a tight one, would have been one of the stumpings of, or the run-outs of the season, but as it was, yeah, there was a good catch there, an angry catch as well.
Big moment, wasn't it, that one?
It was a big moment. There'd been a few catches gone down, took it to the final over, and then everything happened in the final over, didn't it?
It did. I mean, there was that helicopter shot there which was an amazing shot from Randere. That really kept the game alive. But for me, you know, one thing people always say to me about this format, what's key? And I always say the power play. I always say the strike rate. And a good example of this is the way that the power hitters went this one, especially someone like Shamkur Singh. How quickly he learned. Remember, we reflected on his 26 or 24 balls in the first match. In this one, 21. And it was 21 of hardly any deliveries. I'll just recheck of 8 balls. And I think that start, along with the hitting there from Ashish Singh, put them in a good position. And even though they lost some wickets at the wrong time, they still went on to win the match. What a great performance. Malta Day, look, this team, I said at the beginning of the day, Malta Day always do bring something to the equation. They always bring something to the party, and they've done it again. This time, though, they end up on the losing side in a golden ball, but they always bring some value to it. And, you know, they have just contributed in a fantastic match. Well done to them. Well done to the power hitters. Well done to everybody. Well done to you, Tina. It's been a great day as you have a look at that scorecard. As you're seeing, 50 of 27. Shamkur Singh, 21 of 8. That was important. So happy seeing even the captain muscling in there. Ankush Kumar, well, it doesn't click, but he only weighs 3 deliveries. And then Randere Singh, 16 not out. And Gurvinder Singh, 12 not out. And it was Gurvinder Singh who not only played the ball sensibly to get the 2 to tie the match, but then he also played it sensibly to win the match as well. It's been a fantastic day, and certainly one we'll remember for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm happy in the end that both teams went away with 1 win each. And as you can see, it was all played in a brilliant spirit at the end. That Malta Day were even giving a thumbs up to the power hitters, shaking hands all round. I think cricket was the winner. The weather looked like it might be a winner, at least yesterday and the day before, and it threatened a bit today, but that double rainbow was certainly shining over us.
It certainly was. And you know what, I just want to reflect on some of the things that some people in the chat were saying after the match before this one. Match number 11 came to an end, and there was a few people saying, you know, I should be going to bed, I should be doing this, but you know what, this is exciting stuff and it's free. I'm going to stick around and watch the next match. I bet you're glad you did, because you had an absolute classic, really good match, and it resulted in a tie and a golden ball. And the power hitters on debut get their first win on the European cricket, and what a way to do it with a golden ball. Well, I told you, Tina, Malta does deliver, and the good news is that the weather should be a lot better tomorrow, and we'll have some more action. Maybe we can have another quick look at the matches that we've got coming up to tomorrow. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Humrum Stallions. I've heard a lot about them. They're a team. They're not a new team. They were actually formed about 2 years ago, but they've got some good players in their side. They take on the American University of Malta. And then we've got Gazira United against Victoria Lions. Victoria Lions, I remember them well last year. They just couldn't get a win. They probably played about 5, 6, 7 matches, didn't win, and then all of a sudden they put some victories together. And Gazira United, they're another team that struggle at times. So those two teams can certainly provide us with a fantastic couple of matches tomorrow as well. What a day it's been, Tina.
Yeah, what an amazing day, despite the rainy start. And we thought the rain would rain on our parade a few times, but it was all worth it for the golden ball finish in the end. And I've had a quick word with the rain gods. They've promised to stay away tomorrow. So we'll tune in tomorrow for those, hopefully, 4 full games.
Well, I certainly hope so, because I don't know about you. I know the cricket's been entertaining. That's kept us going, but I am frozen. I can't feel my feet. I think my nose like yours has been running all afternoon, but it's been worth it. It's great to be back in Malta. It's an island that does deliver. So before we go, what are your plans for tonight?
Oh, I think I've got to defrost my feet first and find somewhere to eat a pie and some custard.
Now you're talking. I reckon we have to go and get some of those pies and some custard, and maybe I'll go hunting for some apple crumble. Well, folks, it's been an absolute pleasure. Before we go, Tina, we have to say that a lot of thanks to people that made it possible here today, because it didn't look good at the beginning of the day. The rain kept coming, but it was some excellent work from people around the ground. Yeah, absolutely. And some of these crew members have been here since 8 a.m. this morning, taking the covers off, and helped by the team as well. And the teams that came here this morning who then didn't play that first game, they were still here helping out, and a lot of hands. They're making light work, and hopefully the covers aren't needed in the next few days, but this is always not possible without all the helping hands. Yeah, great work from everyone. I say a big thank you to the Federation here in Malta for looking after us. big thank you once again, as you said, Tina, to the umpires. They've been brilliant. Tyrone's done a wonderful job. To the blue crew that had a missile come into their tent today, but they survived. Well done to them as well. And also, got to say, well done to Two Circles, our production partners. I know that you all love the cricket wherever you are watching from around the world. It wouldn't be possible if it weren't for them. So thank you to them. So it's time for us to, first of all, we got to say to Phil G, we got the golden ball before you. Have a good evening tonight. I know you got some good cricket coming up there. Maybe we can just put on the screen very quickly, Chris Tats, what's happening in Portugal tonight, because I think there are going to be some good matches where Marlow, of course, are going to be in action. They are taking on the Fighters. There it is there. Match 15 and 16 coming up. Marlow and the Fighters. That should be some good cricket coming up there. So stick around, folks, if you want to watch some more cricket tonight, because Phil G will be in the house. Otherwise, you can join up with myself and Tina tomorrow, where we will bring you 4 more matches from this magnificent Malta International Cricket Ground. So it's time for us to go, but of course, we'll save you some highlights of the day to enjoy before we do. So be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya for watching. It's goodbye from me, Rico, and
Yeah, goodbye from me, Tina. See you tomorrow.
adios, mi familia.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. And forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back.